Just comb your hair, go and wash your face. It's been a real long time since you've seen the light of day. So let thoughts come as they may. Idiot parade. Everybody all smiles when you're back in the seat again. On board the petty express to a beautiful darkness. It's full steam ahead to ride the rails to our next destination. Yeah!
Hey you guys, it is Mo from Mo on the Deep End, and we have Stacy on the stand on cross. So I am sure that she will be able to allay our fears that she has been lying her ass off and not even doing a great job at that, if we're honest. I mean, her lawyer testified for her so incredibly well. Great job, attorney, for testifying. And thank you, Alice G. I am glad to be back. I will say that I seem to have brought the cold weather with me, though, so I hope that that goes away. Hopefully, because honestly, I'm done with winter. I think everyone is. And good afternoon, Vicky Hat. Oh, I understand. School pickup time. I know he looks like I feel today. Like I could totally go to sleep just like he is. He's like, I have taken in my level of stupid already today and I cannot handle anymore. So we did sort of skip ahead to Stacy are doing her cross, and I believe that we might get more gems such as, you are my whole ass soulmate, or, baby Joker done did it, or I'm just a sweet innocent girl, tweedledee tweedledee. I mean, honestly, I can't imagine that Disney is not going to cast her as a new girl empowerment princess at this point. But let's jump into this, because I'm sure Stacy is going to do a great job.
Making it look like you're impatient.
I don't know. No, not that one.
You would agree with me that would make way more sense if she's trying to set you up, right?
I don't know what's going through her mind.
Well, she has free access to your phone.
Yeah.
And she doesn't write that?
I don't know what she was thinking.
Okay. All right, we can take that down. Ma'am, in the last day or so of your testimony, would you consider yourself a meek person? Or a mild person?
Like, what does that mean?
How would you describe yourself in terms of that? Are you very outspoken or are you quiet?
I would say now I'm kind of just neutral.
Just neutral, okay. Pretty passive, goes with the flow?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You
also testified you really just don't get offended by things, right? Just kind of go with everything? Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, I guess.
You're pretty accommodating in a relationship. Wasn't that your testimony? You don't care how long it takes. You don't care all this stuff. You don't care timing.
Yeah.
You also talked a lot about kind of your personality versus Hosanna's. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you had said on direct examination that you were much more masculine. Fair?
Yeah.
I believe you stated that it's pretty obvious that you're into girls.
Well spotted. Captain Obvious, you can take your day off. We have an absolute genius. We have an observerator at a professional level. She's got masculine energy, but her hair is down.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. And is that based on how you talk?
I don't know. I feel like it's just like a vibe.
Just a vibe. But you give it off, right? Is that what your testimony was?
Yeah.
That it would be pretty apparent to people, right?
Yeah.
And you had also said that Hosanna was much more feminine, right?
Yes.
And she takes a long time to get ready and I guess gets more dolled up.
Mm-hmm.
You had said that she was the one that would get guys to buy the drinks.
Yeah.
Right? She would flirt with them. Right?
Yes.
And you're the passive person with social anxiety that really doesn't like having conversations with other people.
I don't.
Okay. But then you're essentially saying, as obvious.
As a semi-passive person who doesn't like having conversations with people, we don't tend to stab you if you continue to talk to us. I mean, we do maybe sometimes fantasize about it, I'm not gonna lie, but we rarely ever do it. Yeah, how do you go from I'm a passive neutral, like I don't get offended about much kind of gal to, oh yeah, I stabbed him 5 times in the neck and then I burned his house down after burglaring him?
This as that was. On October 3rd, Chris just couldn't pick up on anything that you're putting down.
Some guys just don't care.
Okay. But you're
Don't
saying,
realize it.
what was that, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Or don't realize it.
Don't realize it. Okay. So you're saying essentially that Chris was just into you and Hosanna is not getting any attention, right?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Well, I'm asking.
No.
There has been a lot of discrimination against Chris in this trial, but that crosses a damn line. A damn line. He saw Stacy and he was like, "Hold on, Hosanna. I found my lady." He had Gaydar as effective as me and, well, George Michael. Or my grandmother in Liberace. He just didn't know that Stacy would never want to crawl to his window because she was for Melissa Etheridge. Also, that was a pretty good song, although she did have a habit of putting, Brad Pitt's exes in her songs. Don't know what that was about, but hey, Melissa Etheridge was a thing in the 90s.
No,
Who's getting more attention?
I think it was evenly distributed.
Evenly distributed, okay? But he's touching, according to you on your direct examination, he's touching your butt, not hers,
Yeah.
right? I mean, he's into you, and you keep deflecting the situation to Hosanna like, you might want to talk to her, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're telling this jury.
Objection, misstating the testimony.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
And that's throughout this night that apparently Mr. Dickerson is just all about you instead of the more girly girl, feminine woman of Hosanna, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're telling.
I don't know. Does Stacy twerk really well? I mean, we don't know. Stacy could have some really good moves. Like her Tootsie Roll could be on point. Her Cabbage Patch, on the fleek. All those things. Maybe he saw her do the Cupid Shuffle. I'm naming songs and dances that I know about. So I'm running out of them quickly. I'm like, she saw him do the YMCA. She did a great jitterbug. Her square dancing wasn't great, but the jitterbug saved her. It was her foxtrot that really got her over in Dancing with the Felons.
This jury.
Yeah. Well, I was reflecting the conversation to her at the beginning. After that, I kind of just stopped talking in general.
The conversation's in the beginning.
Yeah. That's what I said.
With him?
Yeah.
And so he's just like all about you.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but yeah, I wasn't used to that kind of conversation. I don't really.
Can you finish your thought?
Yeah, I don't really socialize like that, so.
Okay, and you don't think that would be obvious?
But I don't socialize.
Yeah, to him.
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Praley, if you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Is it your testimony that Chris just couldn't pick up on any of these things that you're saying that's the way you were that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I'm going to switch gears to intoxication a little bit, okay?
Okay.
You admitted, no doubt, you're drinking that night and you're drinking a lot. Fair?
Yeah.
In general, do you think people remember more details when they're sober or when they're intoxicated?
This is a trick question. Don't answer. He's trying to trap you.
Objection,
You get your
second.
lawyer to object.
I'll allow the witness to answer if she can answer.
I'm not sure.
You really?
Oh my God, I didn't think she would actually object. I was like, don't you answer that, Stacy. That's a damn trick question. That's an Admiral Akbar question. He's trying to get you to try to lie about drunks. They remember everything. She did. It, it doesn't crane or strain the thoughts of, credulity. Not at all. This is exactly how it done happened. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Really are not sure if people remember more details when they're sober or intoxicated.
Objection argumentative. She already answered the question.
I'll sustain the objection. She answered the question.
Would you say people are more reasonable when they are sober or intoxicated?
Objections. 702.
I'll allow her to answer if she knows.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Do you think people
Oh my
are more
God, she's
reasonable
edgecombing
when they
it?
are sober or intoxicated?
I'm not sure. It depends on which aspect.
Well, explain that for me.
Like, I don't know. Some people,
Gregory Benway, sorry, it went really well. The pastor even kind of worked in the fact that one of the songs, like the end song where we're supposed to all, kind of be holding it back from crying, started skipping. And so he made a joke about how my mother-in-law would have been just uproariously laughing, not like the quiet sort of chuckles that we were all trying to sort of not do, but the loud, just raucous things. Broken Baker, that's what I was saying. I think we have thought about this all wrong. This was jealousy. Hosanna done did this because Stacy was getting all the attention. As happened. And no one could tell that she was more masculine. Apparently Chris was the only one that could tell or couldn't tell that Stacy was maybe not playing for, or they were both playing for the same team.
when they're sober, a lot of people don't even show emotion, but when they go and get drunk, they cry and they express their feelings. Like, so it just kind of like, it's different in every situation. Or
Okay. So you don't think people in general are more reasonable?
I feel like everybody's different, so you
Okay.
can never tell.
Okay. You had stated that you were drinking throughout that night.
Yes.
From the time you get with Hosanna, you're drinking in the car,
Yeah.
right? You're drinking at the bar.
Yeah.
You're working very hard to actually get into that bar, fair, right? You're going through separate entrances.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to the point that you kept looking for an after party, right? To
Yeah.
keep drinking,
Yeah. She wanted to go.
but you didn't.
I really didn't.
Okay.
If it happened, if it didn't, I
But
would.
at that point, you keep drinking, right?
Yeah.
And you had said you get to the point where you're kind of spinning.
I didn't say that. I said I threw up.
You're trying to say that at no point during your testimony last week
I said I wouldn't really say spinning.
at all? At any point?
Objection argumentative. She's already answered this.
I'll allow the witness to clarify.
I said I wouldn't necessarily say spinning.
Okay. And at one point, you get so
And how
intoxicated
do
that you were
let's
throwing
go?
up.
Yeah.
Okay. You had talked about this progression of pouring these shots at Chris's house, right?
Yeah.
That he started first.
Then
Then it
it is
goes to
Monday,
Hosanna.
Baker.
We all kind of just took turns.
Okay. Let me finish, okay? First, it started with Chris.
Yeah.
He was pouring shots. Then it started with Hosanna. And then at the end, you are pouring the shots, right?
Yeah.
You are pouring them last, right?
Yeah.
You are the last one to keep pouring vodka, Ciroc, as you said, for Chris.
I wasn't the last one, but yeah.
Okay. And everybody agrees you had just met Chris.
Yeah.
You agree there's this trip to pick up Dolores.
Yeah.
Just for all of you to remember, and I hope I don't have to say this, but picking women up in alleys at 3 a.m. will either end up with crabs or your house being burnt down. There is no good side to any of these stories. Do not pick up women, rotund or hot, from alleys at 3 a.m. Nothing good happens. Paternity suits happen. Arsons happen. Nothing good. At least beyond those few minutes you can remember. I think she'll be out in 40 years.
And you agree that his phone's working at that point, right?
Yeah.
Because he's getting phone calls,
He's on, yes.
right? And then ultimately, really where this comes back, it diverges once you get back to the place, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, in the end, and we'll talk in more detail, you would agree that no one stabbed Mr. Dickerson other than you,
Yes.
right? I mean, Hosanna didn't,
No, I said that.
okay? And you would agree that when his phone's going all these places after the fact, he's not alive, right?
No.
Okay? And he didn't tell you in his last dying breaths, hey, take this ring, take this phone, right? He never gave that to you. And then you agree that Hosanna goes out and gets into the car before you, right?
Yeah.
You know all those details. Fair?
Yeah.
And you agree with all that. Fair? You agree that you come out minutes later and actually get into the car.
It's
Yeah.
Lizard.
You agree that you drove to this gas station.
No, you guys will have to see. She drinks like this. I have never seen anything like it. With the little Dixie cup. It's the Alice G, I have not seen yet if hers was reduced at all. And I honestly, I will have to check to see. I know she was sentenced, but I don't think Hosanna did a great job. I think that the state was kind of grasping with straws. But I will have to look and see if her sentence was reduced. But I doubt that she's going to get much more than, like, here's some commissary gift certificates, okay? Because, yeah, it just looked terrible. Also, Hosanna is cheating on more people than I've had relationships with in my entire life. Good Lord. Hosanna has more side chicks, side guys, husband people. I mean, it's exhausting, ma'am. I don't know how you keep that many people on the, well, I guess on the trail.
Didn't drive, but I sat passenger seat. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. You guys go to that gas station. Gas is purchased. You return to Mr. Dickerson's house. He was dead at that point, right?
Yeah.
You agree that you're the only person who actually goes in.
Yeah.
You would agree because he's dead, he can't give you permission to go in.
And Ms. Rodriguez, you have to answer out loud.
Yeah.
You agree that you go inside and you start the place on fire.
Yeah.
You agree that when we look at those photos of Chris, that's because you burnt him,
Yeah.
right? And then you agree that you go back to your brother's house and you switch to get into the Malibu, the Tahoe,
True.
right?
Yeah.
Okay? All those things you agree with.
Yes.
But we really disagree about this event of what happens in that struggle, right?
Objection, counsel testifying.
I'll allow the question. Ms. Rodriguez, can you repeat that answer? It's really hard to hear
B.
you. sometimes.
Jefferson. So the defense here is that Stacy and Hosanna, two women in a, I'm not going to say committed, in a relationship, went over to this guy's house after the bar. Now, Stacy is claiming that Christopher Dickerson, all 6'2" and 150 pounds of him, made her feel incredibly threatened, to the point that, depending on various stories, she basically hit him 3 times in the head with beer bottles, got on top of him, put her knee onto his chest, and then had her girlfriend hand her a metal rasp or file, and she proceeded to stab him in the neck 5 times with it, the blunt end. Now, maybe the first stab you could go with diminished capacity, or, because I don't think it's reasonable to think that when no one was guarding the doors and she could have just as easily left his house, that she was in fear of her life. Now, what she says is that they were trying to leave. He grabbed her girlfriend and she went on the offensive. And he somehow was able to knock her down, get her on the couch. Then she was able to slide out from under him. None of what she says makes sense if gravity and physics are involved. But somehow, Hosanna, in her pass off to give her the, defensive weapon, gave it to him. And she had to fight for her life. She was like Jesse, Ventura, and she was in there and she's just telling the truth and asking some questions. Yeah, none of this makes sense. What I think happened was two women saw a nerdy guy. They went to his house. They thought there were going to be more people coming over. There weren't. They looked around, saw he had some nice things, some booze they wanted to take, and they beat him up and probably realized when they beat him up that they couldn't leave a witness, killed him, and lit his house on fire, thinking no one was going to realize that there's a metal file sticking out of his neck. So Stacy's mom's genes were not that strong? No, no. But I wish someone would have said rear naked chokehold, because I think that has to be the funniest move ever. And I'm not even sure what it's supposed to look like, although I'm pretty sure what I'm imagining in my mind is not what it is supposed to look like. But it would make me watch wrestling, but also makes me want to not watch wrestling. That and so, I'm just saying if I had been giving my testimony, I would have added a rear naked chokehold, even though I don't know what the thing is, just to make it funnier.
Okay. Man, when we get to that self-defense, because that's what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
You're saying to this jury, Chris deserved to die.
Objection, can we approach?
Sure.
So, despite the defense having this particular story to try to limp out in front of the jury, I will say that they have been very zealous. They have called in objections. They have, they were very pointed and good about some of the things they got out about the state's star witness, Hosanna. So they were really good. Where I think they lost the mark a bit was this whole story trying to portray Stacy as this naive young woman and also bringing Hosanna's kids
Fair to
into
say you were
anything.
telling this jury that based on Chris's actions, you had to kill him.
Yes.
And no one else stabbed him. We've established that, right?
Yeah.
And when we go through that progression that you talked about last week, you were saying that at some point, Hosanna just brings this weapon out
Yes.
and just gives it to Chris?
I don't know who she was giving it to.
Well, she didn't hand
Colorado.
it to you, is what your testimony was last week, right?
We're right in front of each other. I said she could have been drunk. She was drunk. I don't know.
Like, that's a pretty big drunk mistake of like, hey, I'm going to go over here. I see that you're in this struggle, and I'm going to then take this weapon, and I'm going to
give it to the guy who's standing on top of you.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
I'll overrule the objection.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for her. I don't know what she was thinking.
But you're speaking that that's what she did, right?
Yeah.
Does that make any sense to you why she would, if you're in trouble, your life is in fear,
Yes.
that she would bring it to a person that she hadn't met versus her lover?
She was also drunk, so I don't know what she was thinking.
Okay.
I can't speak for her.
And so we're just going to stick with the she was drunk.
I assume.
Okay, you guys, I was probably the most tipsy I have been in a while. Last Wednesday evening, so when we had just learned that my mother-in-law had passed, and I decided I was going to drink Crown Royal for some reason, because that sounded like the most appropriate way to grieve, was to be on a stream and continue taking shots of what I can only assume is nail polish remover with caramel flavoring. That being said, I'm working on getting into cocktails, but me and Steve Gosney, after 3 sidecars, we're probably at the same level of drunkishness, okay? Now, if Mr. Mo did happen to come up and try to ask me something after that stream, and he said, "You were gone." And I was like, yes, I was. He's like, "Yeah, you didn't look like you were able to focus when I was telling you something." And I was like, "No, I was giggling because the room was spinny." He's like, "Okay, well, see that you're doing a real good job." But even being that drunk, if Mr. Mo were in a life or death situation and he was depending on me, which shows that his judgment is worse off than mine as the sober person, I think that I could still manage to hand him something and not hand the assailant something. I mean, I don't know how drunk you have to be to not know, like, hey, which one of you is the one I'm supposed to hand the shiv to? That being said, Sarah Boone, I think, has been at that level, and I'm not getting to Sarah Boone levels to test that out. I don't think I would survive.
Okay. But you agree, in terms of her role, all Hosanna did, in terms of that weapon, was go get it and bring it. Now, you say she gave it to Chris? She says she gave it to you, right? But you agree, she just transported the weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had said at some point that you used a Budweiser bottle before you had stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
And I believe your testimony.
Hosanna's like, I am both colorblind and body positive. I notice no bodies, only humanity. Take it. Someone, anyone. For the collective good, whoever gets this.
Last week was that essentially those Budweiser bottles are out and around, fair?
Yeah.
And you were drinking some of those, Chris was drinking some of those?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, at some point, you picked that bottle up and you threw it at him.
I didn't throw it at him. It went over him.
It went over him. And I assume it broke, right?
I don't believe that it broke.
So we just throw a bottle and it didn't break anywhere.
No, it hit cushion, so I doubt that it broke.
Okay, so now you're saying it hit a cushion. Do
Well, I
you
said it hit
recall
the
saying that last week?
Yeah, I recall saying that it hit the couch.
Okay, so there's just this throwing, you only use a bottle one time and now it hits the couch.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your testimony.
Yes.
And does that bottle ever get used again?
No.
Where does it go?
I don't know where it went.
You have no clue?
The couch, but
But there were multiple bottles around, right?
yeah.
You agree that after you light the house on fire, those could have burst, right?
Objection,
I don't know how that works.
speculation.
I'll accept that. I'll let the witnesses answer, Stan.
You don't know, man?
I don't know how that works.
Okay. And then
Stacy, not
it's your
understanding
testimony based on last week that
thermodynamic.
Hosanna is essentially in the room with you the entire time period of this altercation. Fair?
I'm pretty sure, but I mean, I wasn't really looking at her. I don't know where she was.
Well, you weren't really looking at her, right?
Yeah, obviously I was focused on the situation that was happening.
Yeah, but you're also not looking at him when you're stabbing him, right? Remember your testimony last week that you're
Objection,
just.
can the witness answer?
All right, Mr. Fraley, let her answer the last one before you move.
Okay.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, you're not looking at her, right?
Yeah.
You're not looking at him, right?
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Objection, counsel is testifying. Ask to
I'll
strike.
sustain the objection and strike counsel's response.
So you know all these details, but you
Oh,
don't know
come
what you're
on, he
looking
was
at in terms
bitchy.
of
I
who else
liked
is in the
it.
room or where Chris is
All about
positioned or
it.
where Hosanna's at?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
When I wasn't looking, it was like obviously I was looking at him the most of the time, except for those few seconds that happened.
Okay, so you're looking at him pretty much the whole time except when you're plugging away into his neck 5 separate times in a very close area.
I didn't know that I did that at the moment.
But you did, right?
The prosecutor has entered the Petty Express. The prosecutor has gone full snarky. He is about done with the defense, with this witness, and this entire daggone case. And he is about to tell everybody what he thinks. I just love these snarky little, like, really? That's special. Welcome aboard the Petty Express. I love your snappy suits. Mr. Mo won't let me get him anything stripedy. And we also, honestly, he doesn't wear suits enough to pay, $300 for a new suit that's plaid just to amuse me. Yet.
I did.
Okay. And so what I don't understand on this in terms of this progression where you talk about this happens in the kitchen, he's hovering over you, you push him into the fridge, you're trying to leave, and then he pulls Hosanna back, right?
Objection, counsel is testifying. We'd ask to rephrase without what he doesn't understand.
I'll overrule the objection.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Why would Hosanna not say, we are trying to leave?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I don't know.
Why would she not say she got pulled
Objection
back?
calls for
I
speculation.
will sustain the objection, Mr. Fraley.
You're saying you saw Hosanna get pulled back,
Yes.
but you're at the door, right?
Yeah.
You're the first one. You're the fast one,
Objection, counsel is testifying.
right?
Yeah, well, I walked out, grabbed her.
we need a whiteboard of truth to explain the fastness levels achieved here, because I don't know, call me crazy, but as a member of the Fluffy Walking Club, we are not all that fast. But and look, I am drawing these. I'm not a good drawer. They are more for size comparisons. But none of these women were thin women. This is Stacy, apparently the fast one. And this was Hosanna, the slow one, apparently. Like, she was not fast. And daggone it, prosecutor, you're gonna get me in trouble with the body positivity community. Damn it. There's nothing they hate like a fellow semi-fluffy who's slightly deflating and maybe telling people to just try walking and eating less crap like we're doing.
Her hand and pulled her, yeah.
Okay, so you're at the door before her.
Yeah.
So you're looking forward at this point.
Yeah.
She's behind you.
Yes.
How do you see behind you that Mr. Dickerson pulls Hosanna?
I turned around because I couldn't get the door open.
Okay, so you just can't get the door, and at that time is when you see him pull her back. And what does he actually do to her?
Nothing.
I'm
told
sorry.
Her, pushed her back. I was like, leave her alone.
Okay, so at that point, you're at the door, you can't get the door open, you're trying to leave, and he's charging towards the door?
And this is where you yell, I don't know you, that's not your purse. And you kick them in the balls. I mean, if King of the Hill and television has taught us anything, is that if even a non-athletic kid like Bobby Hill can take back the night, then every woman can. You simply scream loudly, I don't know you. And then you go, that's not your purse. And you stomp and then you kick them in the bulbs. I thought that's how we all learned self-defense. That was probably the only self-defense move I was going to be able to take care of, if I'm honest with you.
Or at us. I'm not really sure at what. Well, he grabbed her, so.
Okay, and you can't get that door open. You had no problem the rest of the night getting the door open when you came back, forth, right?
Yeah.
But in that moment, you couldn't get out. He
Oh
pulls
gosh,
your
she became a
girlfriend back,
scream queen.
and then you turn around and you push him, right?
I pushed her back.
You pushed her back?
From the door? Or before that?
I'm still talking about this door situation,
Yeah.
right? You can't get the door open. Hosanna's behind you. You said you turned back, and that's when you see Chris pull Hosanna.
Yeah.
And then do you push him?
No, I scooted her back.
You scoot her away,
Yeah.
but he's pulling her.
Yeah. And obviously after that, the attention reflected on me.
Okay, because she's being pulled back and you're pulling her out of the way?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I kind of just separated the situation.
You separate
Okay,
it,
no.
okay? And then do you react?
No, you are too... This is not a big house. I believe that the door is like sandwiched between an outjut that goes to the kitchen. Where the hell is this woman, taking her lady love and bacchannating her? None of this makes sense. So first of all, how did you become every single woman in a Scream movie except for what's her face, Nev Campbell? Like, oh my God, the door is locked. The door is locked. Look, I get it. Your fingers and your brain and your body doesn't always work when you're Twitter-pated, but something about this tells me that you two could have erected a wall of chub and figured out the door without him getting, too Twitter-pated, and y'all could have left.
To Chris?
I told him to leave her alone, yeah.
Okay. And did he touch her again?
Oh, he got in my face after that. And
He
pushed
got
me.
in your face?
Yeah.
Okay. And at what point then do you push him?
This was before I had to push him, was in the kitchen.
You only pushed him in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay, so now after he pulls Hosanna and you then get her out of the way, he directs his attention at you,
Yes.
right? And
I said yes.
yes? And he doesn't have anything in his hands at this point, right?
No.
Right? We're not to that point in the story.
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Sure.
This trial is 5 days longer than it needed to be with all these sidebars. We have more sidebars than sidecars than Steve Gosney had that Friday night. I need to learn how to make a sidecar. I need one of those handy dandy cups that Gosney has.
So
with
again,
all
he's
the
not holding this, is he?
sheet list.
No.
Okay, and so then tell the jury what happens after.
After
After you pull Hosanna away and he comes towards you.
he pushed me onto the couch.
He pushed you to the couch. Ma'am, how much do you weigh?
At that moment,
Oh, he had to bring reality into the conversation. Oh no, he did not. He did not just have this. He did not just bring reality and gravity into the conversation. He's like, I'm gonna need to see your weight. He's like, ma'am, your testimony is not brought back by the laws of physics. She's already put it out there that it was 250. Now, having been that weight at one point when I was pregnant with several of my children, not all of them together. These were separate pregnancies, but that seems to be my big old fluffiness thing. But as conductress of the Petty Express and someone who has struggled with her fluffiness or lack of thereof for years, normally I would not condone asking a person to, acknowledge the reality of their own fluff. But I think that this does, I think this is a logical question for those of us out there.
I'm not really sure. Like 250?
Okay. And is it your
is not
testimony that he's
250.
super strong?
I believe that he was. And I was also drunk, so it was easier to obviously catch me off balance like that.
Okay. So it's because at that point you're very drunk and your balance isn't
He's
good.
also a man, so
Okay. And you would agree that you outweigh him, right?
yes.
Objection calls for circulation.
Overrule.
And you're just saying because he's a man.
The judge was like, look, I'm not even gonna dignify that with a substained. I see what's going on here. The state has had a chance to consult with the body shamers out there. That's what it is. The state got with, big skinny, big Jenny Craig. This is what it is. It's sad when, you see people change like this.
And he can push you all the way through the couch, right?
Yeah.
That's your testimony.
Yes, it is.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. And then ultimately,
The judge is like, is this what you want me to sustain? This is what you want me to sustain. Okay. I will go ahead and sustain that her dainty behind flew all the way across the living room, if that is what you would like me to let these jurors believe. I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. I could be the one person in the world who didn't know that Christopher Dickerson was in fact a strong man. But no, the man was like 6'2" and 160 pounds. He was not a big man.
at that point, he's intoxicated too, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So his coordination, his balance is off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that applies equally to people?
Objection 702.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how often,
I'll overrule the objection.
how much he was drinking.
Okay.
And Ms. Rodriguez,
yeah.
can you repeat that since we were talking at the same time?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much he was drinking, so I don't know how drunk he was.
Okay. And then ultimately you go, this is where we now get to the couch, right?
Yeah.
And there's this whole dynamic struggle. Is that fair to say? That a lot of
Yes.
people are moving, turning,
Oh, yes.
sliding,
Yes.
right?
So I will do a dramatic reenactment. All right, so Stacy is on the couch and Chris flies in and he's like, you're not taking my Hosanna from me. And he was like, here. And then she did like a death alligator roll onto the floor. And then Chris was like, still no. So he brought her back. This is the floor because I'm Sarah Boone. And then Hosanna, she was like, Hosanna, my sweetheart, my love, hand me something to defendeth myself with. And Hosanna was drunk, so it kind of came in like this. And then it was a fight back and forth. And then she finally got it, and she flipped him. And then her knee was in his chest. No. She got him on the ground. She put her knee in his chest, probably crushing his rib cage. And then she stabbed him. Probably not with all the WWE moves, but that is basically how she told the story. And I don't believe Hosanna was Mormon. Yes. Yeah, it cannot have happened the way she said. If she is 5'2" and he pushed her back to the side of the couch, she would have fallen on the floor because of the way that her hips and her legs would have generally hit the side of that couch. It would have knocked her over. She would have been on the floor. I could agree with that. But him like tossing her over the couch rail or the side of the couch onto the couch, it just doesn't work. That being said, I wish they would have made her reenacted.
A lot of movement.
Yeah.
And you're saying he's holding you at one point with one hand, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have anything in his hand at that point, right?
No.
He doesn't have a bottle in his hand.
No.
He doesn't have the weapon in his hand.
No.
And he's just holding you.
Yes.
And you guys are both on the couch at this point?
Yeah.
And then at that point, you start discussing that you're kicking him, you're punching him, you're trying to get away.
I wasn't punching him.
You never punched him? No?
No.
Okay.
So you didn't punch him, but you were able to have your hands free to stab him?
Okay. And then at that point, just randomly, this weapon comes miraculously from Hosanna to you.
To one of us, I'm not sure who.
You don't know if it was Chris or you don't know if it was to you?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know who had the weapon first?
No, I don't know who she brought it to.
Okay. Who did it go to first?
He
Who
grabbed
touched it first?
He did.
Okay. So then at that point, Hosanna just brings it to him.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
He didn't have it in his pocket, right?
Right.
And then ultimately, you talk about this struggle for this weapon where you are able to overpower him and get it out of his hands, right?
Yeah.
And this is a very dynamic event.
Yeah.
I mean, you're fighting him off, right?
Yeah.
He's not on top of you. He never stabs you with it.
No.
You're squirming.
Yeah.
He's squirming.
Yeah.
You're kicking him.
Yeah.
He's kicking you.
Yeah.
You're both moving around.
Yeah.
You're trying for this beer bottle,
Yes.
right? And you throw it with an inside hand motion. You recall doing that last week?
Yeah.
And that's how you did it?
Yes.
And now it just hit the couch and just stayed there, right?
Yeah.
And then ultimately you roll to the floor.
Yeah.
Are you on top or is he on top?
We're side to side at the beginning.
Side to side, so you're now on the floor.
Okay, are you the big spoon or the little spoon? Or were you sporking? Or were you both sporks? Wait, what? They're side by... Okay.
Yeah.
You described it as a semi-roll,
Yeah.
and ultimately you were able to get this weapon out of his hands.
Yeah, it was two of my hands on one of his.
Okay, so you could overpower him.
Yeah.
And you put your weight on him, right?
No.
Not at all?
I was over him, but I wasn't laying on him.
Okay, so how
You
did you
had
just pry
your
it out?
meat.
Just went over him.
So
I
you're just
wasn't-
stronger in that moment.
I mean, I guess.
And ultimately, at that point, you're not looking at him. Once you get that in your hand, right? Once you get this,
You know, it's almost like they haven't done studies and men have a much higher grip strength and, you know, upper body is where men tend to excel. Women, if they're going to have longer endurance, it tends to be, you know, walking or holding children while walking. If you have ever seen a woman versus a man having to hold a child while walking, women are longer endurance with that because we have hips built for that. But you're telling me upper body is where a dude crapped out on and Stacy was able to overpower him. Now she doesn't have big hands, but sure, Jan, because you know, the arm wrestling federations are full of chicks, not dudes. And
143.
glad to
Once
see
get
you
this
back,
in your
Caleb.
hand, you're not looking at
Glad to
him.
be back too.
No. Well, he kept grabbing me by my face, so I looked away.
Say that again, ma'am.
He kept grabbing me with my face, and he looked away. I would look away.
He kept grabbing your face?
Yeah.
Do you recall testifying to that last week?
I'm pretty positive, yeah.
Okay, so he's like grabbing your face.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, not strangling you, right?
No, it's in my face.
Say that again, I'm sorry, man.
I said, no, it's in my face.
What's in your face?
His hand.
Okay, so his hand is in your face,
Yeah, so I just
but
turned.
you just turned. You could do that, right? You're able to break your face free, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and again, you have this in your hand at this point.
Yeah.
And I recall last week that you were essentially saying you have this weapon that you had seen, right?
Yeah.
And you agree there was a handle on it at some point.
Yes.
And
I gave it up for Lent, Zach, in you know, to be more modest during Lent, and then I'll bring it back. I will say that the pastor, I forgot that he was around and just hanging out while my husband and I were hanging out, waiting for people to start showing up on Friday. And he's like, I don't know what conversation I walked in at, but it is utterly fascinating. And I was like, welcome, I have a YouTube channel. And Mr. Mo was like, what is wrong with you? And I was like, what am I supposed to say? This is me normally? Like, I don't put it on for, you know, YouTube. I was just like, I don't know what to say at these things any more than anyone else knows what to say. I just happened to, well, verbal vomit out with something ridiculous.
that you have it in your right hand,
Yeah.
and you're right-handed.
Yeah.
And if I recall correctly, you're saying that you're essentially going backwards,
Yeah.
right? Just like a tricep exercise, kind of, right?
Yes.
Like she knows what a
And you don't know
tricep
where that's
exercise
going,
is.
'cause you're not.
Like this heifer has ever done skull crushers in her entire life. This woman has never done a tricep exercise. Have her point where where the tricep is, because she thought you said tri-tip. And now I love me a good tri-tip steak like the rest of anyone else does, but that's what she thought you said. But she doesn't know what a tricep exercise is.
You're not looking at him.
No.
It's your testimony that during any of those tricep exercises with that weapon, that you're not looking at him, right?
Yeah.
No,
And
'cause
you
that's
start
exactly
stabbing
what you
him.
do. No, she was doing this.
To be clear, you're trying to stab him, right?
Yeah.
That's not an accident.
No.
You're intentionally doing it,
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
right?
Right.
You're
This
deliberately
judge.
putting your hand back towards his face or wherever he's at.
Yes.
And if I understand your testimony last week, you're saying that he's still continuing to grab you during this time when you're doing these tricep exercises.
Yes.
And so he's grabbing you. Was that the demonstration that you and Mr. Hio had?
Yeah.
And you're kicking him,
Yes.
and he's kicking you, apparently, right? And so we're moving all these ways. Fair?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not just laying there, is what your testimony is.
Yes.
Okay? Do you find it astonishing That each of those 5 stab wounds are in such a small area when with all that movement?
Objection, relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
Objection, I think counsel might need to rephrase. We can approach if
Sure.
necessary.
We don't need to approach. He said it correctly. It was a tight grouping. I mean, basically, they were all within right here, and she left it there. I love how this judge is like, you guys really? This is just making my client look terrible.
You agree with me on all that movement, right?
Yes.
Is it surprising or shocking to you the number of times you stabbed him?
Yeah.
Is it shocking and surprising to you with all that movement how close all of those stab wounds are in the same area on his body?
I mean, it could happen.
Say that again, ma'am?
I said, I mean, it could happen.
It could happen?
Yeah, it happened here with that.
I mean, with all that movement, aren't you equally surprised that you didn't hit him one time in the arm?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I guess.
Or the chest?
Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am, you got to speak up.
I said, yeah. Yes.
That surprises you?
I mean, if it did or it didn't, I feel like it's everything. The whole thing is like, I really don't know what you're asking.
Okay, what I'm asking, have you ever played darts, ma'am?
No.
No? You know what a dartboard is, right? Generally?
Yeah.
You've seen them at some bars?
Pick a different damn analogy if she doesn't know darts. Have you seen a bow and arrow? Have you seen a bullseye? Go with, have you been to a Target? Sir, have you been to a Target? Okay, you know that here, we'll go even remedial because I don't know if she's going to understand this. But they need a whiteboard of truth to be able to explain. But, you know, he could just, have you ever seen, you know, one of these? You know, it's the Target logo. Well, that little dot right in the middle chair is called the Bullseye. And you managed to get all of your stab wounds right in the Bullseye. Now, are you just good at carnival games or were you attempting to stab someone in the neck? Oh, that is a boob. You're right. If your boobs are that concentric, give me a call because I'm jealous, really. I am.
Like it's the
I've seen it.
circle has different numbers?
Your Honor, could we rephrase?
I'll allow the witness to answer if she knows. I think she was about to answer.
You can answer, ma'am.
I've seen it like on the phone apps and stuff.
Okay. You understand there's like different numbers and then there's a bullseye there, right?
Yeah.
It would be pretty hard for somebody to not look at a dartboard and hit the bullseye 5 times, right?
Yeah.
What do you think the odds of that are?
I'm not sure.
Pretty low?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
What do you think the odds are that if there's all this movement that you hit him 5 times in the same spot?
I'm not sure.
Okay, see, the state is asking questions they may know the answer to, but they know she doesn't know the answer to. Now, this is just mean. Now, this woman doesn't know statistics. She's like, yeah, I like that statistics sauce that they put on the burritos. Statistics. I like that. It's the statistics, you know, like statistics buns. I love them sticky buns. And he's like, those are cinnamon buns. I would even have, you know, allowed synonym buns, but no. She's like, no, I got that fixed at the local clinic. I no longer have statistics, okay? Damn it.
Sure.
You're not sure at all?
No.
This
And
is
then
going so
ultimately
well
you're
for her.
saying at no point is your hand coming forward towards him, right?
What?
Is it your testimony based on last week that at no point when you're holding that weapon that your hand is coming forward rather than going back?
Yeah.
Yes?
Okay, the only way I can make this make sense, and I really am kind of not wondering if I should show you guys this, but the only way that this makes sense is if she didn't move her hand forward and he came up at her, is if she was spotting him, as you do in gym class, if you all had to do your sit-ups, where, you know, the person is spotting you, you've got your knees up. And, you know, he was trying to do little sit-ups with his hands behind his back. And then every time he came up, she just had the knife up here. Because I'm thinking that's the only way you could do this. Now, obviously, he's not anatomically correct because he's a stick person. And she's not that short. But the only way I could see this happen is every time he's doing a sit-up, you know, she's got the stabulator. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. She's like, no, I never put my arm toward him. It was always going back, like a tricep thing. I don't know how it hit him.
You're agreeing with me that you're not super coordinated that night because of how intoxicated you were, right?
Yes.
And you're not saying you're the strongest person that any of us have met, right?
Yeah.
And no problem, Tammy. This is Colorado versus Stacy Rodrigues. Basically, this boils down to the state and the defense don't disagree on a lot. You know, that Chris Dickerson was killed, that they burnt his house down after stealing some of his, you know, personal belongings. Now, what they do disagree about, the defense is trying to say that this was a case of self-defense, that Stacy stabbed him in self-defense, whereas the state says that this was a robbery, you know, and they were not quite sure why, but, you know, they killed Mr. Dickerson to get his stuff, and then they thought that torching the house was going to take away all the evidence. Yeah, kind of like the garage ballpark thing.
If we could show 170. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yeah.
Does that look like that just went in a little bit?
No.
Looks pretty far, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
I want to say it was not just the tip, but then he keeps saying, like, it went pretty far. It's really deep in. And my brain is like, this is not appropriate. This is not appropriate. And most of my brain is like, no, this is freaking hilarious. Just go with it.
Answer.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that corresponds to the last time you hit him with that weapon,
Yeah.
right? You plunged that in so far. If we could show 156. You plunged it all the way through that, ma'am. Right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and look. You agree with that scale, that that's a really far way.
And Mr. Praley, when there's objection, give me a chance to hear it. And I'm sorry, Ms. Trejo, I only heard the objection. I didn't hear what it was.
I didn't think there was a question. It was go ahead and look. Is he asking her a question?
He can direct her to the exhibit, so I'll overrule the objection.
You see in 156, that's his neck, right?
Yeah.
You put that object in his neck,
Yeah.
and you see that scale at the bottom, and you did all of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree with me, that's not a little distance.
No.
You would agree with me that based on that and 170, that
Oh, absolutely. I think this case is scary. She has never presented this entire case. This narrative was never going to fly because Stacy has had this affect the entire time. The only time she looked at all interested in this trial was when the autopsy photos were there, and they had to do intense dissection of his neck to show which vital areas she hit, because she hit not only the carotid artery, the trachea, but the esophagus. It wasn't a railroad tie. It was one of those metal rasps. They look like a long, I call them a nail file, but they're for like tool stuff. I think it's so you can sharpen like your saw blade. Look, Mr. Mo doesn't let me play with his tools, mostly because I have been shown to not use them properly. Goldfish is going to be weird, but you'll give it a go. What if you made a garland of gummy bears? I would like that with dental floss and gummy bears. So they look like little Christmas lights in your colon. Yes, her attorneys, I think, were way too giggly, way too jovial, and they pushed way too hard on both Christopher being a gross, weird man when there were really no facts and evidence of that, but also that, on Hosanna's kids. Look, I don't believe the state's witness, Hosanna. I don't believe that she did anything other than shade the situation to give herself a better deal. I'd probably think the same of Stacy if she got the deal before Hosanna. The first person is going to get a better deal. Okay, Hosanna was the one that went there first and said, hey, I'd like to talk. That being said, bringing her kids and her status as a mother into why she would be more motivated to lie, I think is something you can bring in. But bringing in her kids on the video and bringing them in, photos of them, videos of them, that was gross. Oh no, you're doing lungs. Oh, well then. Oh, well then you're good. Yeah, lungs, I was thinking more colonoscopy, but, I wouldn't try the gummy bear thing then.
The blunt side is going into his neck.
Yeah.
And you would agree with me that in
Oh,
order to put the
no.
blunt side that far into his neck, that would require a lot of force.
Well, yeah, the last time that it happened, I felt what happened. I felt onto him what happened.
Okay, so the last time you had a lot of momentum and a lot of force?
Yeah, I didn't realize I had did it before.
Say that again, ma'am?
I didn't realize that he had got stabbed when the last time happened.
Okay, well, I guess we can show, say, 160. See, that's pointing out the hole there, right?
Yeah.
And then 161's right next to it, if we can show that. You didn't realize that you're missing, that you're hitting at the same point, like centimeters away?
No, I didn't realize that.
Okay, and then we get into 162. And Dr. Burson talks about each of these stab wounds right in there. You see this, man?
Yeah.
And all of those were only caused by you.
Yeah.
And all of those, you would agree, are very close together.
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that you just didn't know you hit him
Yes.
because you're not looking at him?
Yeah.
We can take that down. And is it your testimony today that you didn't realize that just because you're not looking at him?
Yeah.
Did you notice any blood?
In the heat of the moment, I honestly didn't.
Okay, I can tell you as a person who cooks a lot of dinners, I can tell you when I whiff on the cutting board when I'm chopping the carrots or if I get a carrot. Now, that being said, I am sure that when you whiff on, thin air and then you hit a something, there's a different textural feel in the amount of pressure and, resistance you feel. I could be wrong. I'm not a science or stabologist, but I have cooked a lot and I do, realize when I whiff on something and when I actually get the cutting board.
164. Ma'am, on 164, there was a discussion of the carotid artery. Do you see that?
Yeah.
She
You do?
did.
Yeah. It's over there.
Okay. You understand that Dr. Burson testified about how much of a bloodletting process that would be.
Yeah.
You also heard your co-defendant discuss all that blood,
Yeah.
and you just didn't notice the blood?
I mean, the heat of the moment before the last time I didn't.
Okay,
It wasn't until after that.
you can take that now.
Networking.
And then ultimately, we get done with all that. You're saying heat of the moment, cools down. You see him with that weapon plunged into his neck, the handle broken off, right?
Yeah.
You got the handle.
Yeah.
You keep the handle.
No, I dropped it on the floor.
You just dropped it on the floor?
Yes.
Did it get burnt in the fire?
I assume, yeah.
Okay. And so in that moment, afterwards, it's your testimony then that as he's dying there, right,
Yeah.
that you and Miss Varela just start going through his stuff.
She did.
She did.
Yes.
You had no part of that.
No.
Okay. But she had no part of the murder, right?
No.
She didn't stab him once.
No.
And so now you're saying as he's laying there choking on his own blood, she just decides to go through his stuff, but you do nothing.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So she's going through his bedroom.
Well, initially she had said she was looking for cameras.
She's looking for cameras. Well, cameras would help you though, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're explaining to this jury that some person put you in a position where you had to stab him 5 times to save your own life, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't a camera be pretty helpful for that if this is true?
I don't know. That's a question for her. That's just what she said.
Okay. Well, you would agree that those cameras would help you, right?
Yeah.
They just didn't exist, is what you're saying.
I don't know.
And so after you look for cameras, that you don't see any, then she starts going through all the stuff,
Yeah.
right? You didn't do any of that,
No.
but you knew she was.
Yeah.
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule.
And you're putting at least gloves on at some point, right? At least one.
Yeah.
That was your testimony last week. You don't cover up the bloody hand, your right hand,
Yeah.
but you throw it on your left hand.
Yeah.
Why would you throw on gloves if you're not going through anything?
She told me to.
Okay, so at this point, you're just listening to her,
Yes.
and she's ordering you around,
Yeah.
even though she had no part of the homicide.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, she's ordering you around, and then she goes out to the car without you. Right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't she order you out to the car?
I don't know. Obviously, that's not a situation that you know?
You would agree she took stuff, though, right?
Yes.
And you knew of that stuff?
Some of it.
Okay. Well, you knew his phone, right? You'd agree with me on his phone that was taken.
But yeah.
You're not disputing that.
No.
You're just saying you don't see this ring.
I don't.
Okay. And then she, meaning Hosanna, tells you that she's going out to the car, right?
Yeah, she said, let's go.
Okay. So she tells you to go, and you don't listen at that point.
And I wasn't really listening the whole time.
Say that again, ma'am?
So I really wasn't listening like the whole time.
You really weren't listening to her at any point?
No, she was telling me to help her and I didn't.
Okay.
No, you idiot woman. You idiot woman. Okay. So Stacy has been trying to put out through her testimony. The state had Hosanna, her girlfriend, as their star witness. Now, Hosanna has said that Stacy was the abusive, jealous type in the relationship. Well, now Stacy has tried to say that Hosanna was actually the jealous, more dominant one in their relationship. The problem with Stacy going over here and nonchalantly saying, I was doing nothing that she said. Now, if you want to put out that and continue this, line that you have that Hosanna is the aggressive one. I'm afraid, so I do what she says. She's laid hands on me. I'm only 19 years old. This is my first real relationship. Hosanna drinks all the time. I'm afraid of her. Then you wouldn't say, well, I wasn't doing nothing she said, because, whatever. Well, Hosanna did admit to handing her the knife, and they were both found in possession of some of his items. And there were 2 people obviously there. So Hosanna was still going to be under the bus for a bit.
So you're not listening to her at all when she says, let's get out of this guy's house that you just stabbed 5 times, right?
I ended up doing it, yeah.
So that's not a social anxiety situation for you to talk back to your lover who's ordering you to commit a burglary in that moment, right? That's not a social anxiety situation? Because you stand up to her, right? You say, I'm not robbing that guy.
Objection, counsel is testifying. There are multiple questions without an
All
answer.
right, Mr. Praley, give her a chance to answer.
You can answer
Question?
now. Yeah. You're standing up to her in that moment, right?
I mean, like, I wouldn't, was just standing there.
Say that again.
So I kind of was just standing there.
Okay, ignoring her then,
I wasn't ignoring her. I wasn't really catching what she was saying.
because you couldn't hear?
At that moment, I felt like a lot of emotions
Okay.
got in the way of,
Like guilt,
I would say, like, more shock and panic at that moment.
shock, and panic?
Not
Okay.
guilt. Good to
You
know.
had discussed with counsel this whole like fight, flight, or freeze, and you hadn't heard those before last week's testimony, right?
Yeah.
And you had agreed that you were more of like the freeze type.
Yeah.
But you would agree with what you just described in the actual murder, where you stabbed him 5 times with what's in front of you. That's a fight response, right?
Objection, invading the province of the jury in regard to murder.
Over.
Yeah.
So in the moment before, you're in a fight mode,
Yeah.
and you actually killed him. And then afterwards, you're getting bossed around, and you just, I can't take this. And you just shut down and stand in there for a couple minutes by yourself and your thoughts,
Yeah.
while Chris is gargling on his own blood.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that moment, you didn't listen to her. You'd agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And you stay in there as she goes outside.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, you go out to the car,
Yeah.
not in a fast way, right? Earlier in the night, you talked about this whole that you're running to the door, trying to get out. You can't open the door, right? You ran there.
Didn't run.
You didn't run?
I walked fast.
Walked fast?
Yeah,
You would
I
agree with me
was.
that, go ahead, man.
I finished it.
What's up?
I said I just kind of rushed.
Rushed.
There's not enough. Yeah.
A fast walk.
Yeah.
So you had a fast walk to the door to try and get out before anything happened, but you don't have a fast walk when you go to the car after you've murdered him, right?
No.
That's a slow walk. Right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
It's Stacy's entire testimony hasn't made sense, sir.
I don't know.
You're going to have
I
to
don't know
ask
either.
another
Objection,
question.
counsel is testifying.
I will sustain the objection, strike counsel's response.
And so then, right after, you get in the car,
Thank you. Hey,
Yes?
Joe.
Yeah.
and Hosanna is driving,
Yeah.
Hey,
and it's your testimony at that point. The woman who had no part of the homicide,
Yeah.
the woman who simply brought the weapon to Chris according to you,
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, Joe.
you according to her, right?
Yes.
She then says, we got to burn this place down.
Yeah.
She's like, we don't need no
And kill the dog?
water. Let the motherfucker burn.
And so, are you saying that she then drives to the gas station?
Yes.
Is there any discussion happening?
No.
And then you go to the gas station. Do you actually pump the gas?
Like in the bottles.
You get a bottle,
Yeah.
and ultimately, do you fill it with gas?
Yes.
And then you go back to his residence,
Yes.
and you're saying it's Hosanna's idea to do this,
Yes.
even though she doesn't go in.
Yes.
There was a force multiplier that was never found, a Zales engagement ring that was also never found, and then his cell phones. So I don't know if there was one cell phone or multiple cell phones, but they took all of those things. And I'm guessing other things that they probably weren't able to categorize because maybe his parents or family didn't know what he had, and everything was burnt down in his house. But from what the state has alleged, Azale's engagement ring, a force multiplier, and then his cell phones. And his cell phones were actually kept on, and even though they, switched cars and things like that, they managed to keep his cell phone on, so they were real smarts. All the smart. I can't imagine how they were caught.
And you're being ordered at that point to go in and burn the place down
Yeah.
and kill a dog.
Yeah.
And you just take that order,
Yeah.
okay? And so you go do that. So when you walk in, right, you know he's dead.
Yes.
You know you're not authorized to be there. right?
Yeah.
You go in the front door.
Yes.
The dog's in there.
Yeah.
Is Juna by Chris's body?
I'm not sure.
Do you think that dog would be protective of its owner that is bleeding on?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Oh.
Relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
So you just don't know where this dog is,
Objection hasn't answered.
Overruled.
right?
Yeah, I said no.
But the dog's inside.
This lawyer's sing-song voice, asked and answered.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you don't kill the dog.
No.
You let the dog out
In the back.
into the back. If you're under so much control from her, why not kill the dog?
I don't know.
I mean, that's what you were ordered to do, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you're following orders,
Yeah.
but you didn't follow that one.
No.
So your social anxiety didn't cripple you then.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to nobody.
What's that?
Social anxiety is like when you speak.
Okay. Well, it's also
Fine,
how you act, right?
situational
Yeah.
And in that
anxiety.
situation, you're ordered by Hosanna to go in, burn a place down, and kill a dog. And you say, hey, I'll burn this place down, but I'm not killing that dog.
Yeah.
Okay? That's your action. That's your choice. Right?
Yeah.
And then you actually go in, and it's your testimony you brought the gas,
Yes.
right? And did you put the gas out?
Like pour it out or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, you get a lighter that you would have, right? Because you smoke.
Yeah.
And you light a piece of paper on fire. Was your testimony last week, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, you drop that to the floor and start watching it burn,
Watch the paper burn.
right? And you knew what was going to happen with that paper.
Yeah.
You knew what that was going to do to that area.
Yeah.
You knew what that was going to do to this body.
Yeah.
You knew in this case that Mr. Dickerson had to be identified by dental records.
Yeah.
You did that.
Yeah.
And then you calmly walked back out to the car. Right?
Yeah.
Not your rushed walk the first time when he was trying to chase you in Hosanna.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes?
Yes.
And then you drive away. Right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, you switch cars
Yeah.
and you start laying low.
I mean, I wouldn't say laying low.
Okay? And this happens for a period of time. You had talked about that you don't want to go to the police because you don't trust the police, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, in terms of these conversations afterwards, you're saying there's just kind of this agreement that you wouldn't go to the police, right?
Yeah.
Because that's not what she wanted. Isn't that what, you didn't want that either though, right? Right?
Yeah.
And you
They're trying
stated
to
on
get-
direct that you understand that it,
I want to say first, but let me double check that. It has been a while and I've had sleep and lack of sleep. My youngest daughter is in fact she has restless leg syndrome, and I honestly shared the bed with her, so we didn't have to buy 18 hotel rooms, but she has restless leg syndrome, and there was no sleep had all weekend.
looks like you wanted to get away with it,
Yeah.
right? That's pretty
First
obvious to
degree.
you, isn't it? Now looking back.
Yeah.
And then there are these conversations after, and you say, it's not what she would want. I guess what I fail to understand is, why wouldn't that have helped you?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, why wouldn't it have helped you for you guys to go to the police?
I don't know.
It would have, right?
Yeah, I think we're just scared at the moment.
Okay. But she didn't kill anybody. You did.
Yeah.
So it benefits you to come to the police and say, I did it out of self-defense, right?
Yeah.
And it benefits her because she's with you and gives that weapon.
Yeah.
So why in the world wouldn't it help her as well?
I don't know.
It would, right?
Yeah.
And she's not the one doing it. It helps her and it helps you. That's a 2-for-1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's gonna think you have,
Now,
you
ma'am,
know.
during this time period, you talked about these jail letters, and there's a couple that
I will try that.
I want to be very clear. You're saying that you did not write. Is that fair?
Yes.
If I can approach and I'll take this away, man. Showing her what's been marked as 220. Ma'am, you recognize 220?
Yeah,
But again, that's not one you wrote, is your testimony?
it's not.
Nothing I say is going to change that, fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please
I'm gonna
bring
approach
some of her
what's been marked
handwriting.
as 238. It's discovery page S3638.
Oh no, did she write?
What's the base page? 3638.
Correct.
Sorry. Wait.
And maybe she's just a fidgety sleeper, but good night nurse, she was just fidgety. And I am not used to having fidgety sleepers with me anymore.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 238 now.
Please let it be something she
I want to ask you and
wrote.
kind of go page by page on it, okay?
Okay.
You would agree on the cover, on the outside, that would be like an envelope, right?
Yeah.
And you would agree that it says that it's from Stacy Rodrigues, that's you?
Yeah.
You would agree that it's saying that you are at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
And you would agree that it's saying 2110 O Street?
Yeah.
That's the jail, fair?
Yes.
And then that's addressed to Janira Rodriguez
Yeah.
in Evans. And there's a stamp on it.
Yes.
And you know Janira, right?
Yeah.
And she's a friend of yours?
Yeah.
And then on page 2, you can just look at that, ma'am. On the top corner, you number those. You see the 1 up at the top? That's technically on page 2 of the exhibit,
Yeah.
okay?
Yes.
And fair to say there's nothing like domestic violence related in this letter?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You include a drawing in that? You can look through it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You drew that?
No.
Okay. And the final page, you see that it says L'Amour de mi vida and then Stacy Rodriguez?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
You would agree with me as to all those foundational aspects?
Objection, we'd ask to rephrase.
I'll allow the witness to answer the question if she
Should we do
understands.
that?
Yeah, you agree with all those things that I've just gone over, that that's from you?
Yeah.
Do you need more time to look at that letter? Okay. Fair to say, in this one, you wrote that letter? Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 238.
Any objection to 238?
Yes, can we
Oh,
approach?
please
Sure.
let it say,
And can you bring
you
that
are
up,
my
please?
whole ass mom. This is where you might not need a handwritingologist because Stacy has Mo level handwriting. And I am embarrassed to say that we have about the same exact handwriting. Small, stubby, describing. When the hands aren't shot, when my hands are shot, but this is generally what my handwriting looks like. It's very small. I could possibly get 2 lines on a single lined page if I needed to, or line. Oh, I like he's getting her water too. He's like, don't do the lizard thing again. She's like, Look, JKD Buck, if I wouldn't write Sarah, I'm not going to write her. First of all, I think if I used even my own terrible ability and grasp of grammar, it would still be beyond her. She's at a like step into readings 3, and my letters would be at a young adult, 12, 14. She'd just be upset that she couldn't understand it. I will say, as a woman who's always had a ginormous chest, I always find it very interesting when you have a woman with smaller boobs and a bigger stomach. I don't know why that always confuses me, but just not the body shape I have, I guess. It was a great talent. I'm sure he was your favorite goat. He'd have been my boy's favorite goat. Oh. Oh, Lord. Oh, please say you're going to read what Stacy wrote. I need this. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it, now she's got a goatee. Damn it all to hell. Oh my goodness. Oh, for heaven's sake, can we get...
In front of you, 38, and denying that you wrote 220, the big one,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Now, ma'am, you would agree with me that on page 2 of 220, that's the large letter, and if it's easier, I can approach with a different version so you don't have to keep...
We may have Thursday night drunk Mo, but I mean, to be honest, I don't know how Nicholas does it. I was trying to push buttons and not spin my chair around in circles. It was very, very interesting. And I was trying to make sure that, I wasn't going to say any bad curse words. But I think I was already saying enough. And thank you, Sticky Widget, for being a member for the Church of Mo for 1 month. And the kids are on spring break, so we might have
This might be
Tipsy
easier for
Mo
you. This is-
appearances
Is that
at
easier?
nights.
Okay, go ahead and keep that one, and then here's the other one. So, for example, on page 2 of 220 that you didn't write, you would agree with me that towards the bottom, you talk about your Janira putting money for you on the phone. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And that's again the letter you didn't write. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That Heffa
And
knew
just so
about
I'm
me
clear,
getting stuff
you
on my
believe
charges.
Hosanna wrote that letter.
Either her or somebody else, but it wasn't me.
Say that one more time, ma'am.
It's either her or somebody else, but it wasn't me.
Okay, so it could have been somebody other than Hosanna that would know all this, but you're sure it's not you?
Yeah, well, I would tell her stuff. I'm not denying that I never wrote her,
Okay,
but these ones I didn't write.
okay, I understand, ma'am, and nothing I'm gonna say is gonna change that, right?
Correct.
All right, so if we're looking at Exhibit 238,
Ma'am, he's calling you
in
a
general, you would
liar.
agree that 238 is written to Janira.
Yeah.
And so somebody would have had to write 220 and just reference genera and know that you're also writing genera, right?
Yeah, well, she knew that.
She would know that.
Yeah.
She being Hosanna.
Yes.
But it could have been somebody else who wrote it too.
She could have somebody else do it.
Okay.
I really don't know.
All right. So let's go to the beginning of 220, and maybe we just put up 220 if we can on page 1.
Yeah, I need to see the forensic CSI writology of this. Ooh. I'm learning all the good stuff.
Ma'am, you again don't recognize that one? Fair?
No.
Okay, I'm going to approach and just, if we could zoom in kind of right after the middle. Do you see up at the top, even being spelled E-V-A-N?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Do you spell even that way?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And specifically, we can zoom out of there, that's where it says, I'll always keep that promise. I've been told you since day one, that's all on me. I ain't no bitch. I know all the shit that's under my belt, mamas. I'm just sorry that you're getting hurt in the process. Trust me, ma, I do feel for you, but I'm a fix it on my truck. You're my only worry during this. I don't give a fuck about nothing else, not Evan, me. Right?
Yeah, it says that.
Okay. And you would refer to the Tahoe as your truck.
Yeah.
Okay. And then even further on that, it says, I'm a hold it down with Fetty. No matter what, don't feel obligated to be nice or think you got to be with me because it ain't Evan, E-V-A-N, like that, ma. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you can flip to the next page.
While the kids are on break, you need a wind down wino recap stream. Everyone can join in and share their honest opinions. That's a great idea. Let's go. We are going to have a wine mom support group. She had a Tahoe, but promise ma on my truck. You know, I am going to start saying things like on my truck. I guess I would have to say on my RAV, which I don't know that that's a particularly dude-ish sort of mini SUV, but on my RAV. On the RAV, dude. On the RAV. Thank you. Oh, good Lord. This is... How... This can't... Also, if this is not a sign that defunding the Federal Department of Education is probably the best thing we can do for our country, this woman spells even as Evan. And not one single school teacher, you know, she probably graduated from high school as top in her class. So I say we defund them now and with prejudice.
Or we can go to page 3. Do you want to look at that? Like even on page 3, approximately 9 lines down, you say not even, spelled E-V-A-N. My own mom got that kind of hold on me. You're the love of my life, dude. I was supposed to be with you forever, right?
Yeah, it says that.
Okay.
Oh, you're right.
And then if
She
we
did
can go
drop
back
out.
to
Never
238,
mind.
and this is the one you actually wrote. Right? You see on page 2, which is really page 1, like the first page of the letter. Fair?
Yeah.
You see,
She's from
I guess if we could
Colorado.
publish 238. Go down 1 page. And you would agree with me that approximately right in the middle, it says you can't even, and it's spelled Evan. Fair?
Yeah.
And that's the letter you wrote.
Yes.
Okay? So that is how you spell it. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay? On 220 that you're saying you didn't write, you talk about me, or it says me, Pinchy, Gordita, Hermosa. And then on page 3 at the top of the letter, it discusses that. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Praley, give me 1 second. Can you, we have a juror with her hand raised. Give me a second. Can the
The
parties
jury
approach?
is like, The jury's like, can we just charge her guilty already? Like, do we have to sit through another day and a half of this BS? Can we, like, we have already made up our minds allegedly. Ooh, they was talking about your eyes, and I was like, my son's eyes are so effing nice. No, go back. I wanted to see the words that she wrote. The poet laureate.
Go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. Give me just a moment before I let you go. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means.
Or my
This
cute
includes members of
chunky.
your family, people involved in the trial.
But we are going to go back because we must isolate this poet laureate of our time. All right, so let's go into this. They was talking about your eyes, and I was like, my son eyes are so effing nice to, but in the picture you sent, you can't even see them. LOL. I miss you. LOL. Not gonna lie. I'm so mad I didn't put my part right with God. Gosh, I miss your fine ass. Besquita Hermosa. I can't wait to get out and give you the world like I was supposed to when I was out there. Damn. Damn spelled day or Deayum. Damn. I can't believe I didn't take enough advantage of your time. Shake my head. I just wish I had I mean, if I had received this letter that explained to me how, you know, this Stacy, this beautiful Stacy, had spurned my affections due to, you know, Hosanna, I think I would totally be ready to just take her back when she got out and, you know, whenever. I can't imagine that anyone would not want to wait for Stacy to get out and show them the whole ass world. As one does. Ew, don't flirt with him. I thought you were butch. I thought you were masculine. Or mescaline. I mean, I'm gonna need some if I have to keep thinking about this. Forget Tipsy Mo. If you want me to get more visual about this, you're going to need peyote. I don't think they're back officially yet. This is actually the state's attorney. She's over here. Or wait. I thought it was the state attorney. No one wants to see you giggle, fit, fart with your freaking client.
Please rise for the jury.
And yo, I'm sorry, but that is just not 250. Look, again, I was 5'6", and I am not throwing shade because I don't know what 250 doesn't look like. Ma'am, I was there. That is not no 250. I'm sorry. Look, I may not be an expert on most things, but I am an expertologist on that is not 250, ma'am. I mean, I looked like, well, I looked fluffular, I'm not gonna lie. But no. I'm just saying, that is a lie. Like, that's a lie. Like, and this counts on more than your driver's license. So that is a lie, okay?
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Prele, you may resume.
Thank you. Ma'am, where we left off, we were dealing with 238 in the middle of the page. You wrote, I miss your fine ass, Bebecita Hermosa. You see that?
On the yellow page?
No, ma'am, on 238, that'd be the white one that you admitted to writing?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree then, comparing that to 220, that would be the note that you're saying you did not write, that on page 2 it says, me, Pinchy, Gordita, Hermosa, on that one, right? On page 2?
Yeah.
It's at the top of page 3 of your letter, again, referring to Hermosa.
In the words of whoever John C. Howard had to play in Ricky Bobby, but don't you put that juju on me, Ricky Bobby. This chick is making me want a gordita wrap from Taco Bell. Like, I don't have the sense enough at daggone near 40 years old to know that a Taco Bell gordita is never the right answer to any of life's problems, especially when one is sober. But she is making me want one. Damn it. Don't you put me on that. Don't you put that juju on me, Stacy. You keep that juju away from me, Ricky Bobby.
And specifically, me, Gordita, Hermosa. What's that mean?
I'm not really sure.
Not really sure?
Yeah.
And then
She doesn't know
again, on page
Spanish.
6 of 220 that you're saying you didn't write, dealing with my Gordita, Hermosa again. Is that Spanish, ma'am?
Yeah.
Do you know what it means?
Which part?
Me, Gordita, Hermosa?
No, not really.
No? But what's Hermosa mean?
I'm not sure how to explain it.
Okay, well, in 238, you wrote it, right?
Yeah.
So why'd you write it?
It's kind of like a nice.
Like an endearing term?
Yeah, but I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, but you wrote it in 238, right?
Yeah.
And you would
So,
agree that it's found multiple
I'm
times
confused. Does she not know that? Does she not know it because she doesn't understand Spanish? Or she is just so unable to put her thoughts into words and articulate any sort of concept that she simply cannot tell you that it means like my beautiful Chubette? I mean, I am confused. Is it how, I do wonder from time to time when I am overthinking things at 3 a.m. Like, if you mixed a gorilla with a lion, would you call it a gorlion or a gorlion or a lyrilla? When I am thinking of these things or deep philosophical things, I do wonder, is it nicer being stupid? In Stacy's world, where she doesn't have these complex, sort of things going on in her brain, wondering, a gorlion, I think. I would call it a gorlion. A gorlion. So I often wonder what exactly is going on in Stacy's mind. And then it scares me because I think nothing. And I don't know how that would be. I don't know if you could just sit there and not think of anything. Because I can't. But I do think that she not only not thinks of things, she actively not thinks of things. She has an idea and her brain beats it down with a stick.
220 that you didn't write.
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess we could skip ahead. For example, on 238, that's page 2 of 7. That's your first one. LMFAO.
Yeah.
And you wrote that letter, right?
On the 238?
238, ma'am, just to be clear, is the one you admitted to. That's the white one.
Yeah.
Okay. And you discuss, I hope you like this drawing. And then you do the LMFAO.
Yeah.
After you say, I just want you to show off my last name like no other, LOL, call me corny, LM.
Let's go, Brandon. If you got the green light to get a lion cub and you didn't start getting choirs together to do the Lion King song, Savannah. I mean, to be fair, though, I will say that my little children of the corn children, sometimes for no reason other than whatever he is listening to or the voices in his mind, my youngest son will just belt out with the opening note of A Circle of Life, like the, Savannah, and just stop for no reason. Just So, Tammy Bogard, what they're trying to say is there were several letters, prison letters, that were brought in under Hosanna that basically had Stacy kind of threatening Hosanna, allegedly, about not talking, I will take care of this, you've got nothing to deal with, but don't talk. And then kind of threatening her about possibly having found another girlfriend. So what the state is trying to prove is that the letters that Stacy spent a good 2 days, or at least a good morning or afternoon, I can't remember, but an entire block of time, basically stating that Hosanna faked these letters. Oh, I don't know what they were saying, but that's what my kids and I hear, so I don't know. I thought it was in Swahili or something, the first little bits. But I could have been really, really wrong because I mess up lyrics like it's my job. I do. So what the state is trying to show here is that she is claiming that she did not write the letters, that the prison love letters. And he is contrasting and comparing her sort of spelling errors and her phraseology that are the same in each writing sample, because one is one that she knows that she wrote to her mother, and the other is letters that she allegedly sent to Hosanna that she did not write, that Hosanna must have copied her, or it was, a conspiracy of the greatest levels.
FAO. What's that stand for?
LMFAO.
What's that?
LMFAO.
Yes.
Laugh my fucking ass off.
Okay. Why are you shy to say that? Are you shy to say that?
No.
I'll allow the question, given the witness's answer. And I'm sorry, Ms. Rodriguez, can you repeat that answer?
Laugh my fucking ass off.
Okay.
Fair to say that you say that throughout this message that you wrote on 238?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's in a variety of places.
Yeah.
Okay. You understand that it's in a variety of places on.
Let's go, Brandon. Before you get a kangaroo, have you thought of those miniature Scotland cows? They're so fluffy and cute. And your wife will say, you'll just say, look, I'm getting something ridiculous. And you just show her this little cute picture of a mini moo cow that's got like little dreadlocks. And she'll be like, yes, get it. You must buy 5. Brandon, then you just say, it's a mini lion. And you don't let her know, like you say, oh, they're going to stay kittens. But the Highland cow, the miniature Highland cow is how you get that in. If you want the kangaroo and basically Joe Exotic's Park, that's how you start. I'm just saying, I'm giving you a way to get what you want. And I've heard kangaroos are assholes, but I've also heard American tourists who try to, steal baby wombats away from their mother are also assholes. I don't know. I would assume if they've got the horns, aren't they the boy cows? Because I only want the horn, Shetland or Highland pony cow. Someone who does ranching is dying, like Highland pony cow. What the hell is going on? Like, this woman is not even high. I'm telling you, Brandon, get the mini cow. You will be allowed to get not only the kangaroo, but the lion. Now, you must tell no one that I told you these women's secrets. Yeah, that's what I thought. The horns, unless they're, I don't remember. Look, I'm not a cowologist. I do like ice cream, but I'm just not a cowologist.
220 as well?
Yeah.
That's the one you didn't write?
No.
So somebody would have to know that you write that and then flood it throughout the letter, right?
Yeah.
What about SMH?
Yeah.
What's that stand for?
Shaking my head.
Okay. And so on the white one, 238, for example, let's just go to page 2.
Okay, Brandon,
We can go
I'm
ahead and
helping you
publish
out
238.
because you gave me a super chat, but this is what we're talking about. And let me pause this. But I'm helping you out for a friend. This is what you get. 'Cause do you see how cute and fluffy And they have different colors. And you can hold them in your arms. Oh my gosh, yes. Look at them, they're like cute and they're all fluffy. Brandon, look, I am not saying that your wife will greenlight the purchase of an entire herd of these, but I'm saying she should. She really should. Look, he's holding him like a little puppy. Oh my gosh. I know, look at this one. Mr. Mo couldn't say no. Not if the credit card was approved. Pretty sure he would be very upset with me about that one. Until he saw it, and then he's like, oh my god. Look at that, it's just a little cat. Welcome to, oh my gosh, things that look super duper cute. And look at these two. Oh, that's it. We're having a chat meetup at a miniature Scottish Highland cow sanctuary. I don't know where there is one. And they have different colors and spots. Oh my Bob Ross. And they're ready for Christmas. Okay, that's it. They are not pig cows. They are cute. And they should all have beautiful, cute names. Like Charles. And and double quarter pounder. See, you men don't understand. All the women in the chat were like, if my husband got me one of those, they would be so in the brownie points. And all the men are like, it's a pig cow, not realizing that there are nookie points to be received and given. They're all confused, like, it's a pig cow, not saying the things I would do to the man that got me a pig cow. I'm just saying you have to have good perspectives. I'm trying to help you out, men. Oh, so both male and females have horns. Oh, well, dang. I was trying to use the Lord's name in vain a little less because I figured everything else that fell out of my mouth was just as sacrilegious, but he did kind of ask me not to just in general use his name in vain, so I've been trying not to. So that is how Oh My Bob Ross was started. But there you go, Brandon. That is what you get your wife, and then you can get all the aminals you want.
Shake my head. See that?
Yeah.
See it? Mm-hmm. You wrote this one, right?
Yeah.
And there's references to that on throughout this? Yes? Multiple pages?
Yes.
Is it surprising to you that on the other 220 that you're saying you didn't write, there are approximately 5 times?
Yep.
I mean, on page 3, there's 2 of them. If we could go to page 3 of 220. Remember,
not if you live in a rural state.
It says, so I heard.
In a rural state, there are contractual obligations for the purchase of livestock in marriage, usually. Look, I come from a rural state. I'm pretty sure that was in our marriage contract, even though Mr. Mo and I would be more like Green Acres than Walden's Pond. That being said, I do believe it is not only legal, but encouraged in Indiana. If you give your wife livestock or buy her an entire cow and she doesn't put out, I think there is a charter against the state constitution. I will have to check that out. Oh, they get a friend for the steer.
Heard about that fake ass blue baby, you dumbass lady made. I broke that shit apart with her ugly STD, have an ass, go get one, bro. Cause these bitches, she fucked you something, SMH. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Okay, but
No,
again,
we
you're
need
saying
it
you
in
didn't write
bigamy.
that.
Nope,
I did
nope.
not.
Go back just a scotch. We are going to read this.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, but again, you're saying you didn't.
Oh, no. It's blurry. This is not fair. I want to read all of this. La amor de mi vida. Mi gordita hermosa. Okay, no, it's too blurry. We're
Write
gonna have to
that.
wait till
I
they.
did not.
Okay. And then at the bottom of page 3 says, I don't know why, because clearly you don't give a fuck. SMH. Right?
Yeah.
And then at the bottom of page 6, right above where it says
Wait
baby.
a minute. I think I can read this. Let's see. Oh. Effed got something, shake my head, nap. I'm gonna say happy. I ain't F with them, but I ain't worried you be something. Low key, cause we knew about Mike Trust, CIA ass, bitten get pimp handed. Okay, I don't know.
Joker says, I miss you so much, stupid. I hope you miss me too. Shake my head. How you holding up?
Yeah.
And then it goes on to say, I hope well, because I know you not a little bit.
You have to really know someone to call them your beautiful fatty. like, because look, I'm telling you, us women are titchy creatures, and I could say that I would be fine at most days, but it is that one day you catch us and you are like, he could call you my sexy gummy bear every day for all of your marriage, but there's gonna be that one day that it just gonna hit you off. And your uterus hormones and fallopian tubes are going to work against you, and you are going to revert to your weird, like, overthinking female nature and be like, oh, so what about me looks like a gummy bear then? And your poor husband will be like, ma'am, I have been calling you my sexy gummy bear since you told me you thought it was cute when you were like, when we first got together. I have no idea. And he is going to give you a look like, I need an adult. I need an adult, because you have done flipped the script on him. And man, this is the point where you should just walk away slowly. Because any question or answer or response that you give back to any of this is going to be, bad. Bad. Oh, well, as long as it's a term of endearment. Yeah, it's like calling me hop along. You need to know me for an epic long time before this happens. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. There's like things you can poke at, but it has to be on the right day. You have to yeah. So, I'm not sure how much of a term of endearment it is safe to use.
Bitch, and this female saying you would be on some shit in her room said it was cause all the shit I put you through. Is that true? Right?
Yeah.
But you didn't write that.
No.
Okay. In terms of, we just read this aspect of STD, right? You saw that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something you say a lot?
Kind of.
Okay. I mean, did you write it in 238? That's the one you admitted to writing, right?
Wait. Now we have
Probably.
literal
What page now?
STDs?
The
And
STD
I mean that
on,
like written word STDs? Because I'm pretty sure I have gotten grammatical chlamydia from this entire letter, but I did not realize that you could get an STD, or I guess stand to doubt. Saint Truck did it? I don't know.
let's go page 4 of 7,
Shut the door?
at the very bottom. You see where at the bottom of page 4 of 7 that it talks
She's
about,
the dude?
I ain't trying to do nothing with them. LOL, the day I do some shit with one of these nasty little hoes is the day I lose all self-respect for myself. LMFAO. I swear that's when I lose myself, and that's not me no more, but I highly doubt I would ever, LOL. Like these hoes be nasty ASF. STDs have an ass, putas compared to you. These bitches make me want to throw up. LMFAO. And again, we've transitioned from page 4 to page 5.
No, I was right the first time. they were talking about STDs, but I really do think that I have gotten grammatic and, well, language chlamydia after this. I often write my notes. You know those guys I think about banging sometimes? Well, they're all gross, so I wouldn't even touch them. And I like you better, Mr. Mo. Love ya. No, when I'm texting a cute little love note to my husband, it just never seems to pop. Those things just never seem to. I'm gonna have to spice it up here. I see I'm missing. I need to keep up with the young hip kids.
Right?
Yeah.
So you would agree with me that we've just looked at 238 that you wrote. It deals with these other nasty little hoes, STD asses. And then on 220 that you're denying that you wrote, that same information's in there calling people that.
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't write it.
I did not.
Okay. What about low key? Do you say that in a lot of your writings?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes? What's that mean? Like you're low key?
No. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. Like,
Well,
Explain
who would be better to
anything.
explain your own writings than you?
like not really. It means
Not really?
kind of. I don't know how to explain the word. Like,
Okay.
I know how to use it in a sentence, but
Okay. Well, why don't we deal with this then on 238? If we could go to page,
Low key, not understated, not spoken, maybe non-verbal. We were low key in our relationship. Parameters hadn't been established. It generally means there's an association of some sort, but it has not been established with firm boundaries. We were, I'm low key looking at, going to Florida. Well, yeah, I'm kind of, it's not my top priority. It's, something that's simmering in the background. All of these would be ways to explain low key.
3. That's the white one, to be very clear. Okay, and just to reference here, you see low key there, and then again low key here.
yeah.
Wait a minute. I'd like to send letters because I could say everything without getting shy, LOL. Like, I keep thinking about that night at Banditos when I had my hand on your. I hope that. I hope that's Spanish for forearm. And I was over there walking the line. I was like that MFA word that I'm not allowed to say. El Crafo, LOL, all eyes on me and everything. I've never in my life felt like that. MF cocky. But these MFers here be like that all. Oh my God. What is going on? Oh, waste. Oh, okay. Thank you. KLF, I was like, please God, I don't want whatever word I'm thinking, please don't let it be that word. It really, it does make you wonder why they haven't turned this into a Mariah Carey song. My whole ass soulmate. No,
I'm
actually,
low key
Celine
going
Dion.
crazy, LOL. Not like for real, but kinda, LOL.
Oh, God. Okay, you guys, all I am imagining is the Titanic as Rose and Jack are there, and she's like, and I love you with my whole ass heart for on and Evan. Instead of my heart will go on, my whole ass heart. Oh my God. Okay. Well, now I'm never going to be able to watch Titanic without laughing hysterically.
See that next sentence? Are you looking at it, ma'am? It doesn't look like you're looking at it.
I can see it from over there.
Argumentative.
All right, he can direct the witness to the exhibit.
I see the whole screen behind you.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure you're following along. You see that it says, I like to send letters because I could say everything without getting shy, LOL. Right?
Yeah.
And then you see just where in this, you would agree with me that there's this discussion of you specifically Thinking about that night at Banditos when I had my hand on your waist. I was over there walking like I was that MF inward El Chapo. LOL.
Slow clap everyone for the closed captions inward. There's a hard D on that one. There's a hard D. Okay. For Evan in heaven. Congratulations, closed captions. I didn't think that the state prosecutor in his very Doogie Howser voice could make that funnier, but you raised the bar. You saw the bar and you raised it. Just like James Cameron when he made Avatar.
Well, all eyes on me and everything. I have never in my life felt that MF cocky. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you go to talk about that you're.
So, in the spelling of the word that I'm really, really not allowed to say, the one that starts with an N and will get everyone in a whole lot of trouble, there's usually a way in rap that it ends with an A. And then if you're going to be an istophobe, you would end it with a hard R. So I was joking that inwardus ended with a hard D. That being said, it was probably more funny to me than anyone else. I just laugh at my own jokes.
LMFAO, you really be low key. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you wrote 238. Okay. And then going back to 220, do you remember hearing the testimony and looking at page 2 of 6 where it said, I ain't scared of none, LOL, bitch can be my number 6 under my belt if you catch my drift. Anyway, I low key ain't crazy no more. I be so calm, LMFAO. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Would you like to look at it?
What page is that?
I think she answered. She remembers that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have that, Ms. Rodriguez? You have both of those letters in front of you?
Yeah, I have all the letters.
Okay, all right. Mr. Pereira, go ahead and proceed.
And so that was on page 2 of 6. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
But again, you did not write that.
I did not.
And then on page 3 of 6, on 220, you said, go get one, bro, because them bitches, she fuck something, shake my head. Happy, I ain't fuck with them, but I ain't write you to talk shit. Well, low key, LOL, because you about to make that old ass bitch get pimp handed. Is she quite being scared? LOL, right?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
This seems like a Mad Libs that I would write, Mr. Mo, like a love letter. This is a love letter Mad Libs. She was supposed to put in a verb, an action verb, and she put pimp handed in because reasons, I'm sure. Although that would make a funny thing to do. Mad Libs romantic cards. Let's go, Brandon. I think we have a award-winning idea. Can you imagine that? That would be so much fun for couples.
Throughout these letters, you would agree with me that there's TF written?
Yeah.
What's TF?
The fuck?
Okay. There's ASF?
Yeah.
What's that?
As fuck.
And you would agree with me? They're in both letters?
Yeah.
Okay. Throughout these letters, there's a discussion of stupid little hoes, ugly little hoes, nasty little hoes.
Yeah.
I mean, for example.
All of the great umbrella of hodacity was covered under her. She was very inclusive of all of rank and file ho-ness, hodacity. No, it doesn't. I would recall that email you sent about getting off on Thursday and Friday to your boss. I think she's starting to realize this is not going as well as she would hope. She is a kind of connoisseur of hodacity, if you will.
Example on page 3 of 238, you write that?
Yeah,
And you would agree with me on 220? That's contained throughout it?
yeah,
Okay? But you only wrote one?
yes.
Asked and answered.
I'll allow that question.
This judge is like, I'll allow it.
Talked about the STDs, right?
Yes.
You see the references in that?
Yes,
That's a pretty specific thing, right?
yeah,
That you wrote in 238, but you're saying you did not write in 220?
I did not.
All right, what about page 4 of 7? There's a discussion that Janira had given you pictures, and there's somebody in your cell that was asking to see a picture of your lady. And so I was like, okay, OMFG, tell me why I had to take that shit out of her hands faster than you can catch an attitude. LOL, dumbass. Little hoe was drooling all over my pictures and almost had to smack the hoe. LOL, got me fucked up looking at mine like that. LOL, I missed.
This can't be real life. Wait a minute. I start craving you like a crackhead to drugs, LMAFO. Trying I be like effing tripping cause the stupid little hoe be saying you're really or you're pretty on the daily. Like what the F, MFers, making me want to hide your pictures and shit. LOL, this bitch came to my door and was like, hey, can I see that picture of your lady? And I was like, okay, OMFG. Public education, do not send. Not in 100 years. Tomorrow. This judge feels like that woman that just flashed up looked.
Just talking to you for hours. See that?
Yeah,
So there's a discussion that that someone's looking at a photo of Janira, right?
Yeah.
That you have.
yes,
And so somebody's at the jail, because that's where this was written.
yeah,
And that person looks at the picture of Janira and is drooling over here and almost made you need to smack that up.
Dribbly,
Right?
yeah.
drool.
Didn't really happen. I kind of just said it to blow her head up, but
Say that again, man.
I said that didn't really happen. I told her just to blow her head up.
Oh, okay. So you're lying in this letter.
I'm just not lying, but playing.
Okay, just playing. Okay. And then back in 220.
She's like, the real truth is I tried to get all the women to mac on you and they were like, hard pass RSVP straight this year. I've given up lesbianism for Lent. It was really sad. So I was like, no, this woman really wanted to look at your picture in a super creepy lesbianic way. And I thought that would just make her day. I mean, who doesn't want to know that everyone in a prison thinks they're hot? Well, I don't know. I just think it would be great. Hello.
20, you agree that on page 3 of 220, you said, I ain't fuck with them, but I ain't write you to talk shit. Well, low key, LOL, you gotta make that old ass bitch get pimp handed. Right?
Yeah, says that.
You would agree that smacking a hoe and pimp handing are pretty similar?
In a sense, yeah.
In a sense?
Yeah.
I mean, it deals with the fact that you're discussing in each.
This is going to be a word problem on this is going to be a word problem on the SATs next year. Pimp hand is to smack a hoe as violence is to what? You guys. If you wanted to use a synonymous phrase for smack a hoe, could you use? It's going to be on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Letter, the fact that somebody's going to get smacked, right?
Yeah.
What about the N-word?
Yeah.
Do you see that in each letter?
Yeah.
Right? And you wrote 3 of 7. That's where that you were walking around like that MF N-word El Chapo, right?
Yes.
And we've already established multiple times that on page 2 of 6, where you're saying, until I started hearing shit, I wasn't hurt inward, I was like mad, right? And you would agree on page 4 that there's,
I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I haven't looked at the latest rule books from, Harpies R Us, and I have no HR section, as you can see. But I was pretty sure that she is not allowed to say the naughty word, A or R. I just thought it was a no-no word.
multiple references where you state the N-word,
Yeah.
okay? So somebody, again, you wrote 238,
Yeah.
that's the white letter, and you use that term to describe yourself, right? You wrote that out, and then we have at least 3 or 4 references in 220 of the same word,
Yeah.
okay? Throughout these, is there the discussion about hooking up with other people and fucking around on each other?
Yeah.
Okay, and you would agree you wrote the one and you're saying you didn't write the other,
Yes.
but that same topic's there throughout it,
Yes.
okay? You sign off on 220 or at the bottom of the page, la amor de mi vida,
Yeah.
right? What's that mean?
I don't really know how to say it in English.
Can you try?
No, it's difficult.
Not at all?
But
You can't give it,
Asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
you can't say anything about it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Mr. Praley, she said she couldn't say it, so move
Okay.
on.
You agree that's on page 7 of 238 at the,
She's like those college girls who get the Chinese sign on, it's for spirituality. It says peace. And the guy at your local Asian restaurant is like, no, it says, lo mein, chicken. KLF, she doesn't know Spanish. Pot stickers. Pot stickers are yummy. Look, I'm telling you, if I could get tattoos, it would probably, look, I'm American about my Asian food. It would probably be General Tso's chicken, if I'm honest. And I always would say Tso's because I want to pronounce the T. It says spicy pot sticker. Sticky pot sticker.
that's the final page when it says la amor de mi vida, and then it says underneath that, Stacy Rodrigues.
Fix that whatever's being published.
Are you,
What?
If
are
it's a
you able
full
to
thing.
to spin it around? If you can't spin it around, that's fine, Mr. Praley, if that's not
I
possible.
mean, I think that's how it was copied, Judge, so.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
You see that, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of these letters, you would agree that a person would have to, well, I guess tell me, do you believe the handwriting is similar?
Oh,
Yeah, slightly.
Money Joe. Sorry.
Slightly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Money G.
So you agree with me that the handwriting is similar? And then just tell me, yes, you agree.
Man, Lex.
In 220, you referenced Janira.
Yeah.
In 238, you wrote it to Janira.
Yeah.
You would agree with me that even is spelled Evan throughout both of these?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
And so a person would have to write that throughout, know exactly how you spell this,
Yeah.
right? They'd have to use the term Hermosa, LMFAO, right?
Yeah.
And Anne Catherine Boyson, Robert James, a keeper colloquially in Americanese, is like, she's a woman that you would bring home to your mother. She's a woman that you would go in a long-term relationship with. In America, there's a saying, she's one that you take home to your mom. So it kind of indicates that she's one that you would think of wifing or becoming married to. Or she's a woman of quality, not a hoe, basically is what it means.
Shake my head,
Yeah.
low key,
Yeah.
TF,
Yeah.
ASF,
Yeah.
stupid little hoes,
Yeah.
ugly little hoes,
Yeah.
nasty little hoes,
Yeah.
STD having asses,
Yeah.
smacking hoes,
Yeah.
the N-word,
Yes.
infidelity,
What?
Oh my gosh. How do I get a music track on this? Okay, I need to get with Shizzy. I'm putting a mark down on this because I am sending him this so I can see if he can do a beat and just have this on a loop, and this is the rap. This is the trial that keeps on giving.
Infidelity, cheating on people,
Oh, yeah.
right? Lawnmower, Demi Vita,
Yeah.
right? They'd have to do all that. They'd have to know all that, number one, right?
Yeah.
And then they'd have to put all that together in these notes.
Yeah.
And specifically, that's what you're saying happened.
Yes.
Your Honor, that's probably a good stopping
Okay,
point. Then.
all right. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we're finished with the letter, we're going to go ahead and break a little early for lunch. Before I let you go, give me just a second here. I want to remind you that until
I'm
the
gonna
trial is
see if I
completed, you must
can.
not discuss this case with anyone, either in person.
On My Truck, Love You for Evan, the Stacy Rodrigues ballad, or R&B slow jam. I don't know. It's going to have a rap interlude somewhere in there. I must get on that. I don't want to know. And then the album is going to be I Swear on My Whole Ass Truck. All right, let's get back to, we have stopped the letter. The white wrapping is done. I would be snorting laughing, especially when he said, "How much do you weigh?" Look, there is no part of me that would have been able to remain and maintain decorum. This is the longest lunch break. I'm hoping I can get it to him and see if he can run it to a sound loop, because that the many paint with all the colors of audacity. The paint with all the colors of the hose. Come on, Disney, we can make Ho Kahanist. It will be great. Oh, demure and me are not even in the same sentence. Thank you, thank you. They put this weird filter on me. So, StreamYard has started putting this like glamour filter, and it stopped my movements, and it looked like I had done the Joan Crawford thing, you know, in Dynasty, where I got over 40 and I decided to put Vaseline on the mirrors or on the cameras so you wouldn't notice. Like, if you squint your eyes, I still look 20. Well, I don't know. That being said, look, I have 6 children. I have not slept in like, well, I slept yesterday, but honest to goodness, my child should come up with, I don't know, freaking her legs are perpetual motion machines. I don't think it did that much. You know, Waffle Ho, I think, would be its own song. It'd be kind of a Beyonce country crossover. I'm gonna work on that. Thank you guys. I will say it was nice to go there this weekend and be with Mr. Mo, but I will tell you one funny thing. So as we're walking out, Mr. Mo and I are walking out after we've done the funeral service and we're getting ready to go to our car to lead the procession. He turns around to me and he said, "I saw you reaching for help during a couple of those hugs." And that's how you know someone loves you, when, you know, they know that they can, you know, look over at you and see that you're trying to be supportive and helpful and comforting, but you're like, how long is this hug gonna go? Like, did we agree on like 10 seconds, 15? Do I pet you? I'm not good at giving hugs. Like, go to Jamie. Jamie is an awesome hugger. I have heard, she will give you a bear hug. Me and Baker, do not come to us for hugs because we are going to both look at you like, why? Why? We do that side, we do the side thing where it's more like just a shoulder shrug kind of thing. But don't come to us for Baker and me for like big bear hugs because we are going to be like, yeah, we're just gonna be like, okay, I don't know you. Is this too close? Like, do we keep a Bible between us? Like, what? Like, I just don't want to be in. So it was he turned around to me and he said, I was going to release you from my aunt's hug in another second had she not left. And I was like, thank you. You are my hero. I was like, my hero. And then y'all. So no, I have to, here is how my trip started out. We are getting everything put in the car and I have decided to take my walker, with me. And I realized that my son, my MacGyver-like son, has taken the stability bolt out of one of the front wheels. Now, you can take the bolts out so you can take the wheels off if you need to transport it easy. But we only noticed this about 3 seconds before we had to leave. So I'm over here taking this walker with this like janky wheel. And when we got to the graveside, I just told him, I was like, help me walk, please. I am not even going to try it with the wheel. I was like, look, I don't want to be help. I've fallen and I cannot get up. So he was sweet, but uneven ground is the worst. That being said, it was a lovely service. The pastor was really nice. And, what my boys will tell you is it was nice and they got to go swim at a pool in the hotel. But the pool was over-chlorinated because it's a hotel pool. And God knows how many children and other things have been conceived in that. So, and I will show you, we have one fun thing up in where my husband lives. There's this entire candy factory. So, we only, ASMR for crinkle wrappers. But why did my husband get like 173 pounds of gummy sharks? No idea. Of course, I got a headband and stickers. Yeah, so my kids, that's every time we go up there, we have to stop by the candy factory. And it's so funny because we usually just end up getting a bag of the goof ups and things that they could get at Dollar Tree. But it's the experience. I get it. But yeah, they are famous for their gummy bears. It's the Albanese gummy bear factory. So we always head up there. And so it was a nice weekend, but I will say I am glad to be home, even if I have like triple Mountain St. Laundries to go through. You'd think we weren't home. We didn't change outfits all that much. We wouldn't have as much laundry. Y'all, and I made sure and verified we didn't steal any towels. So I don't know where it is that all this laundry came from, but I have been doing laundry and laundry and laundry all day. In fact, I'm going to go rotate laundry right now as we're getting back. Oh, you know what's sad is that green color is actually very complimentary to her, but that shirt is not flattering.
Court is back on the record in 21 CR caption, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. We'll go ahead and bring the jury back in and resume.
That, and we have Fair Oaks Farms. I want to see it. It's a working dairy farm, and I think they have tours and stuff where you can see little cow babies being born, little moo cows, and they won't let you steal them, which is upsetting because I'd totally take a baby cow home. I mean, I have 6 children. I'd make sure it's a girl, and we'd have milk. Now, I don't know how it is that you get, like, I'm sure there's a science to getting the cow to, milk and all that jazz, but I'm just saying, look, I have 6 children. I need a whole ass cow.
Ms. Rodriguez, I will remind you that you are still under oath and the state may resume.
Thank you. Ma'am, in direct examination, you were asked about the body-worn cam of your arrest on November 11th, right?
Yeah.
And again, throughout your testimony, you've discussed this social anxiety.
Yeah.
Wouldn't interacting with police cause you great anxiety?
Yeah.
On that day, did you have that?
Yes.
Do you think that's depicted very well in People's Exhibit 142?
Not really.
I'm sorry, ma'am, if you could speak up?
Not really.
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
All right, well, why don't we watch it then? Let's start with 142.
Objection, cumulative.
The court will overrule the objection. Mr. Praley, you can go ahead and proceed.
Let's just start from 2:35 to 6 minutes.
So we're working on a case. Do you mind if I talk to you for a couple minutes about it? Okay. Does this person look familiar?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to the convicted bar downtown Greeley?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you remember when you were there last?
Maybe it was last Thursday?
Last Thursday? Prior to that?
I don't know. I would go often, yeah.
Okay. You've been there often.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this person before?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to 2413 15th Avenue Court in Greeley?
No.
So roughly by 25th Street, 11th Avenue?
No, where's that?
What's that?
It's stores by there?
Well, it house.
Oh. No.
Okay.
I go to the after parties, but I don't think they're there.
Okay. Would there be any reason that you don't remember him because you were too drunk to remember him?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Would you have been too drunk to say that you were going to that house?
Maybe, I don't know.
You don't think you've been there? Okay. What vehicle do you usually drive? This one? Okay. Is there any other vehicles that's registered to you?
No. You can check, right?
Okay. Yeah.
No, I told you so.
Okay. And is that Hosanna?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys friends?
Yeah.
Okay. More than friends?
Hey.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't like announce it.
Whose vehicle is this?
Just like,
Okay. What vehicle does Hosanna drive? She doesn't have one? Okay.
like she used to, but I don't have that. You can ask her.
Okay. Do you drive a Malibu?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay. Have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu?
No. I don't know this one.
Just this one?
You want to have my title?
What's that?
My title, do you want it?
For the Suburban? No, that's okay. I can run the license plate if I need it. So you've never driven a Chevy Malibu?
No.
Is there Chevy Malibu registered anyone that you know? Like a silver Chevy Malibu?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Your current address?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's not portraying, like, I have social anxiety, so, like, to the point where Mr. Mo kind of knows, hey, if you ever tell a waitress in a restaurant that it is my birthday, it is grounds for divorce. Like, I'd like that he goes and gets my cup and stuff, just ridiculous kind of stuff. Like I don't get lottery tickets because I don't know the process. I don't even like going to Starbucks. Well, first, because I'm cheap, but second, because I don't like the interaction of all the trying to figure out what you need to get and telling them your name. Like, no, we are not friends. I do not know you. Why do you need to know my name? And I don't like coffee, to be honest. So spending $8 for a shake, which is what a Frappuccino is. Can I give you a spicy recap? Sure. So this is the case of Colorado versus Stacy Rodrigues. Stacy was 19 years old at the time of this incident. She was in a low-key committed / some sort of relation dateship with Hosanna. Hosanna left her common law husband and three children to be with Stacy. It seems like there was issues in that relationship with fidelity and stuff, but on this particular evening, the night was wrapping up at the bars. Hosanna and Stacy were driving around trying to get an after party. They run into Christopher Dickerson, who was walking towards his car. What he said was, or allegedly what he said is, look, there may be an after party at my house, but I do have booze if you want to hang out. So they decide to follow him to his car and then eventually to his home. Now, what the state says happens is that somewhere in between drinking or what have you, there is a time where Stacy stabs Mr. Dickerson 5 times in the neck with a metal rasp or file. Think a big one in like old tool sets. Now, what the defense is saying is that Stacy was intimidated, scared, and had to act in self-defense. Now, the blunt end was used. It was about 5 times, and it was left in his neck beyond the median. So if the median is your spine, it was all the way down, or all the way over a bit. It was past the median. She nicked not only the carotid artery, but the trachea and the esophagus. Now, the way Stacy has testified, and this is her on cross, is that she has social anxiety. Mr. Dickerson continued to, touch her, try to stop her and Hosanna from getting out of the house. He overpowered her onto the couch. She did a death alligator roll off of it. Somehow, Hosanna had given him the metal rasp, and in between them fighting, her not looking, doing tricep exercises, not even in the correct form. None of this makes sense. What it seems like, and what I have concluded about this whole thing, is that these two women went to a man's house, realized that he had stuff that they wanted to steal. They were either going to get him so drunk that he passed out and they could steal the stuff like that, or, they got into an argument when they were going to steal the stuff. He ended up getting stabbed, and then they took his stuff, went to the gas station, got gasoline, and burned his house down. So when he was found, he was burned beyond recognition, with the metal file sans the wooden and or plastic handle sticking out of his neck. So the state and the defense don't really disagree on a lot. What they disagree on is whether this was self-defense or not. Now, the state's witness, Hosanna, her ex-girlfriend, was not the most stellar witness. I think that the defense did a great job at pointing out the motivations, a possible plea deal and reduction in sentence dependent upon how she testified. So I do think that the defense has been on top of it, but their narrative is completely unbelievable. Stacy has not presented as a cowed, sheltered, insecure sort of girl. I don't know how to explain how she sits other than she feels entitled to the space she has. Now, when I'm sitting somewhere, I don't tend to spread out as though I'm comfortable, confident, and able to take on anything, because this is kind of a sprawled, like, I can take on anything. I mean, if you're in a courtroom, you either don't give a damn or you feel like you can take care of whatever you need. This is a very relaxed posture. This is the posture of a predator who knows that they don't have any people above them. Stacy has not acted like prey, like she's been, you know, abused or hurt. No, she isn't cowling in. She isn't, you know, hunched over. She doesn't get startled with people talking to her. She doesn't clam up or do the verbal vomit thing. Now, some people, when they have social anxiety, they tend to clam up. Now, other people like me tend to just start verbal vomiting until someone puts a muzzle over our mouth. And we will just start telling you all the things that are going on in our head that has no idea, you know, it has nothing to do with nothing, but, you know, and you can't get yourself to stop, and you're like, oh my God, if you would just stop, and you can't. So there is a difference. And the way she is acting is like, again, she is not bothered. She's looking for a hair thingy. She could not be bothered. She doesn't clam up. She doesn't say, oh gosh, I don't know. She, you know, it's just, it's very, she has a flat affect. And is the perceptive part of me, does the perceptive part of me realize that Stacy, she did not unalive the dog? No. Stacy at some point in her life was probably a victim. Now, I'm not an I'm not, you know, a doctorologist, a psychologist, but it is very, there are a certain segment of women who adopt a very masculine, very aggressive energy because they were once a victim. They put on weight to kind of make it another barrier because they were once a victim. And my sympathy can be for that Stacy, but current Stacy was a predator herself. Current Stacy lost the victim status when she became a murderer. So I'm sure that we're going to hear all about Stacy's, you know, probably regrettable childhood. But that doesn't excuse that she made the choice to stab someone 5 times in the neck for a daggone Zales engagement ring, a force multiplier, and a couple of cell phones.
Yeah, I talked to Stacy here. She said she doesn't know who this is. She was at Cubetta's last Thursday and maybe a week or 2 prior to that.
I would go up and yeah.
She doesn't believe she's ever been to the 2413 15 Avenue Court address. She doesn't know anybody who drives a silver Chevy Malibu. No. Is that right? Yeah. And have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu? No. Okay. What's your current address right now?
And as he's asking this, he knows, like, these women were not stealthy. They went past every CCTV, every Ring camera, every license plate reader in the Malibu. And then when they switched to the Tahoe to be all inconspicuous, and yes, I can define inconspicuous to, you know, be below suspicion, to not draw suspicion to oneself, to be undercover, to not draw attention to oneself. You know, in and then conspicuous. Stacy, this is a lesson. So in means not, and conspicuous means, well, able to see, very able to see. So inconspicuous means opposite. The more you know. And I have that, but I do. Stupid fingers. No, she won't. But she is displaying none of the social anxiety that I would. I'd be like, you're cops? I'm getting my lawyer. No, I have been on YouTube and I have made fun of Delphi cops enough. I'm getting my lawyer.
Would you agree with me when we've now watched a portion of 142 from 2:35 to 6 minutes? Would you agree that you are speaking softer today and last week when you're being asked on direct examination than you were in Exhibit 142?
Yeah, kind of, I guess.
Okay. You're quieter in court.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here.
Okay. And so is that the reason you're speaking quieter?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that you're more passive on Friday and today than you were in the video?
What do you mean by that?
Like passive, like shy.
I feel the same.
You think you're the same?
Yeah.
Well, there you're telling the officer, you can check the registration. You know how to do that, right? You're telling him what he should do, right?
Yeah.
You're asked about the Chevy Malibu, and it's your testimony today that you just don't know what a Chevy Malibu is?
Yeah.
No.
And absolutely, and Catherine Boyson, I was once a victim as well. You are a survivor. And I don't mean that as an excuse. Yeah, we all have to deal with something. And that's the thing I think people are getting incredibly tired of. And this justice reform thing, the problem is that a lot of, I think a lot of us reasonable people in the middle could have been sold justice reform if it were actually what it was sold as. You know, we're not going to destroy a kid's life if he has a little ganja. We're going to try to give people a chance if they show that they are worth, you know, cutting them some slack. We're going to take every case as it comes and, you know, look at that. Not, you know, excusing double murderers and things like this. They have set justice reform back so far because we have now put criminal grievances over the victims. And it is absolutely getting to a point of compassion fatigue. I like to think that I can understand where a person came from and how they came to the circumstances where they made this bad choice. And I'd like to think that most people would like to take all of those factors into, you know, calculation to make a fair and reputable and equitable, although I hate that word, but a fair judgment. I think all of us could co-sign on that. But because something bad happened to you in your past does not give you a pass to be an absolute asshat. I'm so done with, but I had a bad childhood. And so did a billion people, and they turn out to be the kindest people out there. You want to know why? Because they know how bad it hurts to, you know, be a victim, to have someone be over you and be cruel. So they try to be a shield. You turned out to be a sword. You wanted to hit everything back and be violent about it. That's fine. That's you. But that's a choice. Because the rest of us would just like to be generally kind people that don't, you know, add to the bullshit in everyone else's life. 1 second, I've got to go, Mom, referee.
You don't?
I didn't.
You don't know makes and models?
I don't.
Well, don't you think that'd be a good time to try and clarify when he's saying it's a Chevy Malibu and you're like, I don't know, cars, like makes and models?
No.
You don't think that'd be a good time to bring that up?
I mean, yeah, but I didn't think about it.
Okay. What about, did you think about it when he talked to you and clarified what color it was? When he says it's silver, didn't you think, hey, maybe that car that I've been driving that's silver, that's part of my family's, maybe I should tell him?
I drive a lot of great cars. That wasn't the only great car that I was driving.
Say that again, ma'am, I'm sorry.
So that wasn't the only great car that I was driving.
Okay. So you didn't think you should bring up the make and model? You don't think you needed to bring up I drive a lot of silver cars?
No.
Okay. At
She's
this
like, he
time,
didn't
you were
say Malibu.
around Hosanna Varela, right? Like you guys are in that car together?
Yes.
And specifically, do you recall that at approximately 10 minutes and 24 seconds that you guys are separated, right?
Yeah.
And she's over talking to Detective Burrows, right?
Yeah.
And you can see that, right?
Monty G, I think this is I do believe that her defense attorneys probably coached her a bit. You know, don't be aggressive. Don't be, you know, anything that the state can turn around to show aggression or, you know, anything like that. So I think this is what in Stacy's mind demure is. I think this is what she amalgamated from all of the, you know, advice that her defense attorneys gave. And she might be incredibly nervous. I mean, she is also fighting for her life. There have been aggressions, there have been little sneaks out of smartass, and I think her defense basically said, whatever you do, don't be a smartass. You know, be demure, be quiet, be soft spoken, look scared, look docile. And so this kind of very quiet this is what she's amalgamated from all that.
I seen it in Discovery, but I couldn't see it from where I was at.
Well, there's windows in this car, right?
Yeah.
You can look through the windows?
Yeah, but I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
I did not.
If we can play clip 2 from 10:24 to 11.
Like, I knew she had walked through the back, so I didn't directly see her.
You didn't directly see her. So you don't know if she's talking to Detective Burrows? Is that your testimony today?
Yeah, I don't know where she was at.
Okay, if we can play 10:24 to 11.
Can you get out of the wind just a little bit?
If we could pause it right there. Is it your testimony today that you are not facing back towards the back of your Tahoe?
Yeah.
And there's windows in that car, right?
Yeah.
And you would agree with me that Hosanna Varela and Detective Burrows would be that side?
Well, she got off on that side, but I don't know if she was standing there.
Okay. If we can keep playing.
What are they talking about?
I can't hear.
Did that help refresh your memory at all?
I don't remember seeing it.
Well, you just saw it though,
I
right?
know, but
Objection argumentative.
All right, I'll allow the question.
Did you just watch it?
yeah.
Do you agree that you're facing their direction?
Yeah.
Do you agree that you said, what are they telling her?
Yeah.
And then you hear Detective Hunziker say, I can't hear.
Yeah.
And your testimony is still that you don't know that they're talking because you can't see Detective Burrows and
Well,
Hosanna?
I knew that they were over there, but I didn't see her like physically. Like, I don't remember seeing her over there.
But you specifically said, what are they telling her?
Well, I knew that she was over there.
Godspeed and
'cause they
safe
took her around that
travels,
way.
DK
Okay.
But I
Cripple.
didn't physically see her body.
It's a strange, strange world out there, which is why I stay
All right.
inside.
And again, you've previously said that there's just this mutual agreement that you guys have to keep quiet and not tell the police at this point, right?
Yeah.
And that's just something that you had felt in general because you valued her life,
Yeah.
right? But then you're asking what they're talking about,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
And again, Detective Hunziker tells you, I can't hear what they're saying. But you got to watch it, right?
The
In
video.
this trial,
Yeah.
right? And you know what he is telling her, right?
Oh, yeah.
He being Detective Burrows. He's outlining the charges to her. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And he's asking the same questions that you're getting asked.
Yeah.
And so you know the answer now, right?
Yeah.
You talk that this agreement just came out,
Yeah.
that you guys would keep quiet. And you knew from October 3rd on that you had stabbed Christopher Dickerson 5 times in the throat, right?
Yeah.
That you had taken his stuff.
Well, we had more readings of courthouse or jailhouse letters, side by side comparisons of one of her letters and one of the letters she said Hosanna made up. I'm not a writingologist, but they looked pretty damn conclusive to me. And so that was basically all we did this morning. And her not knowing Spanish. She couldn't explain anything. She couldn't explain low key. She couldn't explain, her little love message, like my little chubby love, It's been not so great for her.
I did not.
Okay? You didn't know that?
I said I did not take it.
Okay. That you had gone back and burnt his house down,
Yeah.
burnt his body, and you knew that.
Yeah.
And during this time period, you'd agree with me that you're sending notes about, they'll kill a MF for you, 6 feet under, no joke, right?
Yeah.
And all that's happening before we're seeing this,
Yeah.
right? And then you discuss having social anxiety on this day, specifically in this body worn game,
Yeah.
right? And you agree to this jury that this video,
Yeah, not always.
that's fair and accurate, makes it look like you really don't care.
Yeah. The battery that was in my hand helped a lot.
The what?
Battery?
The battery in your
There's a
hand?
battery that's in my hand.
Okay. And that helped make it look like you didn't care?
No, that helped with the anxiety.
Okay.
Wait a
it's
minute.
So you were just holding a battery
Yeah,
in your hand, and so that reduced your anxiety?
slightly.
Okay. So then, when you're informed of the charges at 11:10, maybe we should just play it. Let's go ahead and play it. From 11:10 to, say, 11:56.
Is there a question?
I mean,
I'm
this
sorry,
is a
Mr. Brown, can you
charger
pause it?
for my vape.
Mr. Hilo,
Let's
I
see.
can hear you.
Objection, is there a question, or are we just?
So he can refer the witness to the exhibit and then ask questions after that.
No, still spazzy. Was it AC/DC?
Dangerous first degree murder, arson, burglary, and decorous and swatting. Yeah.
Is there proof of that?
Yes. Yeah. You want to talk to me? I'll hear your story. I'll talk to you. Okay. It's up to you.
Yeah, generally when you have social anxiety and someone says, yeah, we're charging you with first degree murder and arson and robbery, you don't go, you might go for a bit in your pants if you're honest, but you don't say, do you have proof of that? Because generally they do. That's what I'm going to be imagining it is now.
Just talk to me. Go ahead and tell me your story. I'll listen.
So, ma'am, after being informed of first degree murder,
Yeah,
you responded, yeah, right?
yeah,
Arson,
yeah,
tampering,
yeah,
and burglary.
yeah.
Your response was what?
Is there proof of that?
Objection, we just watched it.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
And you're telling the
Objection,
jury
this
that you
makes
had
my
social
client look
interaction or social
ridiculous.
anxiety right then?
Objection, badgering at this point. We've talked about the social anxiety at length.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah,
Yeah?
yes.
That's what you want this jury to believe.
Well, I knew that it was happening.
You knew what was happening.
Social anxiety?
Okay. And your response to it is there proof of that after being told that you murdered someone,
Yeah,
that you burnt their house down, burnt their body down, and took their stuff,
Objection, asked and answered.
right?
Overruled.
yeah.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination, go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Oh yeah, no, this is going to be epic. I am sure she is going to make this sow's ear into a silk purse. I mean, not that it was bad. Sarah or Stacy, I want to call her Sarah Boone now. Stacy did great. This is going to be great. She's going to reel it all in. She's going to, she's going to make everything clear. I just know. Please don't be the blonde. Please don't be the blonde. Please don't be the blonde.
All right, Stacy.
It's the brunette, but
Social
she's still
anxiety happen
annoying.
when you're alone?
Not really.
So usually when you're around a bunch of people,
Yeah, like a lot of them.
you usually get pretty anxious when you're in
Hell
new
no.
situations?
Absolutely not. No. Fuck you. Social anxiety. I'm an insidian. I can answer this. If I have to make a phone call, look, I would rather text everybody in my life than make a phone call. And this could be a phone call to, my mother, which does take additional self-pep talk, or it could be, the insurance people, or people with billing, or just my child's school. And I'm over here like, come on, you got to MFing call. You got to look, they've left you 2 messages. You got to call them back. One is your husband. He might need you. And it's like, so then you have to psych yourself up. You have to remind yourself there is a script, like, my name is so-and-so, I am the mom of this, and I just need them out for this. And then you give yourself 10 more minutes, you put on the alarm, and then you make the MF and phone call, and then you go, that was ridiculous. But no, social anxiety doesn't just happen when you're in places. They can be that gear up to go to social places. It's the reason most of us insidians, say stay inside. It's because the thought of getting up and having to people is sometimes exhausting. But it can also be the cacophony of background noises in restaurants. That really bothers me. I usually have my earbud in, so I have music to kind of ground me. And as odd as I think the cacophony of music is, if I have light music of my own choosing in my ear, then I can pay attention to Mr. Mo and not think, oh my God, this is so lousy. I can't focus. I hate all this noise around me. There is clinking. Oh gosh, they're talking at that conversation. Ooh, someone looks pissed. Look, it is a thing. And it may not be social anxiety. Look. But the thing is that she is not portraying social anxiety. I mean, again, we tend to not, you can either be like me who has learned to train themselves because their mother always said, look people in the eye when you're talking to them, when I would rather be looking slightly behind them. So I have trained myself to look people in the eye, but my social anxiety just happens with verbal vomit, or I just stand there.
Give me just a second. I'll sustain the objection, and Ms. Trujillo, if you want to rephrase that.
If you're in new situations, do you get anxiety?
Yes, I do.
Do you get anxiety if you're in new situations involving new people?
Yeah.
Do interactions with police for you kind of start that anxiety?
I'll allow the question.
I can re-ask it. Do interactions with the police kind of start that anxiety for you?
Yeah.
Has it always been this way?
Yeah.
Was your social anxiety
Every
a little
time
bit
I
different
see
when
the
it was just you and
po-po.
Hosanna together?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Well, I mean, I was comfortable with her.
So with social anxiety, did that really come into play when you guys were driving to the gas station?
Leaving.
I'll allow the question.
Did social anxiety come into play when you guys were going to the gas station on October 3rd?
Not really,
Why not?
because it was just me and her.
Okay. Now the prosecution talked a lot about,
You didn't have heightened social anxiety after you had just stabulated a man to death because you were in a life or death fight and for the honor of your girlfriend? I mean, the way she makes it sound is social anxiety when doing these things, but she doesn't get that most people would not be focusing on social anxiety. After they stabbed, it would be situational anxiety. Oh my, how, ma'am, how did this defense think that this was going to fly? This woman is in no way capable of portraying herself in the way that you would need to both garner sympathy and make any sense of her cockamamie story. You'd have to be like Meryl Streep levels of acting ability.
with you about those letters.
Yeah.
Okay. In those letters, you weren't discussing what happened with Mr. Dickerson, right?
No, I was not.
In those letters, were you embarrassed when the prosecution was reading them out loud?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, for one, it's 'cause I didn't write them, and I don't know, just the things that says in there,
Do you think it would have been, well, I guess if it was embarrassing, why didn't you just say you wrote them?
because that's not what I did.
I want to kind of just maybe talk a little bit about what the jail is like for, people that don't know. You mentioned in the letter that you did write to Janira. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And there was a drawing in the back of that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Mr. Pereira that you didn't draw that, right?
Yeah.
Did somebody else draw that for you?
Yeah.
Would that happen often in the jail?
People drawing stuff for me?
Yes.
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay. Would it happen often that, some people...
Wait, so this is the part of your client's testimony that you really want to draw out, that someone else drew the little doodle? Look, it's up to the jury to decide when they take those letters back there, if those letters look like it or not. You have made your case, the state has made the case. Fine. I would not, as a defense attorney, be drawing more attention to those letters that obviously look like she wrote them. I mean, it's the Dave Chappelle bit right there. Our silence was really support because it was obvious he was guilty or he was lying. I mean, this is Dave Chappelle levels of Juicy Smollett. Our silence was support ridiculousness. I don't know how the defense thought this was going to fly. I mean, I do understand that IQ levels have been dropping, but not this far yet, unless you understand the Colorado surrounding areas, and maybe this far yet.
Handwriting, for drawings, or people would just kind of like share that type of stuff.
Yes.
Give me just a second. I'll allow the question. Ms. Rodriguez, can you repeat your answer, please?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider the jail to be a private place?
No.
Okay. Do oftentimes people know who you're writing?
Yes.
Do oftentimes people know what you're writing about?
Yes.
Was it possible for other people to see letters?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow the witness to answer the question.
Was it possible for others to see maybe letters you were receiving?
Yes.
And was it possible for others to see letters you were writing?
Yeah.
Now you did you write Hosanna letters in the jail?
Yes.
And why are they different than the ones that the prosecution is suggesting you wrote?
Because the ones that I had wrote her were like brief. I think the longest one that I had wrote with her was like a Bible verse, but that's it.
Now, we heard a lot of the language that was used in the letter that you write to Janira.
Thank you so much. This is Sarah.
Would you agree?
And you
or
guys,
were they derogatory
okay.
or kind of offensive?
I have to show you. So I decided to gift myself with a nice pen, and look, it's a fountain pen. So now I have a fountain pen until my children steal it, which I hope is they don't, because I have many, many cheap pens for them to use. But this one has such nice thin lines. I love it. I am like, yes, I geek out over pens. This is so nice and kind of heavy. Noise. I know when I sign, my name on the Constitution for my introvert commune, I will be using it. Sadly, I had to get it in silver. The cute colors they had were for medium nib. And I don't know, look, I'm sure there are some people that can write with, a medium size nib. And I'm sure that they don't use extra fine. Trying on this headband. Ooh, Pride Bears. Look at it. It's gummy bears on a headband. I mean, could there be anything cooler? Holy fazolies. I am in heaven. Mr. Mo was like, this is what you want? I was like, it's a gummy bear headband. Unless you want me to get the gummy bear keychain or the gummy bear ornament. Look, it's inclusive gummy bears, but they do have all of these flavors. I'm not sure what they are. And I got the stickers. Mr. Mo said I could not put the entire inclusive gummy bears on my back window. But he isn't home right now. I'm going to try to be nice to him for a while. There's just going to be a gummy bear that shows up every once in a while. This is a little tight, though. It might be a kid one to be, or I have a big head. Look, all of my kids had huge heads, and I'm pretty sure they got it from me. I'm not going to lie. Because medium nib is a hilarious word. I know, I actually had to find an extra fine nib, and Mr. Mo was like, I can't believe you're this. He's like, you are a chaos demon that has piles of stuff everywhere, but you are intense. When you are specific about something, you are pedantically specific. And I was like, I know, I'm weird, ain't I? And you're stuck with me for life. I don't know who the joke's on, but I think it's you. Also, another tangent. We are doing this because I have a complaint. I have a complaint and a happy news. Y'all, I learned just this weekend when I was at the hotel that I am not in fact going crazy. So I go to my hotel room and all my 3 girls are in the same hotel room, and I go to do my hair for the viewing, and I'm like, spritzing it, making it look nice and such, as you do, to look a little presentable when you're going to see family. And I keep looking and I was like, hey, can I borrow your hair oil? I used to have hair oil or something. I don't know where I put it. And so, the girls were like, yeah, that's fine. And then I was like, hey, can I use some of this Shine Protective Spray? And yeah. And I was like, hey, I love this brand. I always buy it when I buy it. And so I get out and I was like, guys, you are really buying some good products. I love this stuff. And they're like, Mom, it's all your stuff. We've stolen it from you. Now, y'all, I would like to tell you that I've only told my girls at least 740,673 times, just ask me if you want to borrow something. Just ask me. Like, I'm good. I don't care. I appreciate that you will, we don't have to buy stuff for you and me. And thank you, Tammy Fayette. But what I don't need y'all to do is make me think that I have lost my mind. Y'all, I thought that I had started to get Alzheimer's. I was going to put it on my calendar to call my doctor, and y'all know how I need to plan my calls. But, I mean, I have been in near tears to Mr. Mo because I would buy a hairspray and it would be gone. And I'm like, what is CRPS and brain fog making me do? Where am I putting these things? Because honestly, when you have brain fog, I tend, and you're me, I tend to, not think it's the girls. I think it's me. I'm like, oh my gosh, where am I putting this stuff? I have no idea. Like, check the freezer. I don't know. And it's always been my kids. It is my girls. And they will just, and y'all, I have asked them just tell me, because I think that I'm going loopy, more so than usual, more so than you think I am. Y'all just need to tell me if you're going to take my hairspray or my hair oil, because I keep buying more. And we are not the Kardashians. But I am glad to tell you that I found where all of my hair care products that I had bought were. Now, Mr. Mo will tell you that I already had too many hair care products that they had not stolen. No, they're good kids. They only steal my stuff. But I swear to you guys, I will buy a hairspray and have the new bottle and that little bit of bottle left, and I am stuck with the little bottle, and I think I have lost the big one. I was for sure thought I had been throwing away the full bottle and keeping the empty bottle. I was like, Mr. Mo, you need to put the full bottle somewhere where I will not throw them away. And he's like, why would you throw away a full bottle? And I was like, that's the only thing I can think that I'm doing. And he's like, did you check? Yeah, and it is never the Wet and Wild, like 99-cent eyeliner. No, it is the one that I had to go into daggone Sephora. Could we look, Sephora, I'm asking you as a middle-aged woman of a certain vintage, mainly in the 80s, there is a good bunch of us. Now, look at us. We have what we like to call our own disposable income. And I'm telling you, as a genlennial, I would much prefer to go into your store if you could make introvert and no talkie time. Like, unless people interact with you, don't talk to us. We get that you're happy to see us, and if we need help, we will reach out to you. But if not, don't have the loud music playing, don't have the over perfume sprays, and keep all the teenage girls out of there. That's all I'm saying. Could we have that? Thank you. I'm telling you. Because I would go to Sephora and spend things that would make Mr. Mo cry. Okay? But I will not go into Sephora because it is full of mutant and hysterical and feral teen girls. And some boys. Not gonna, no shade thrown, but I'm not going in there. And they're spraying perfumes and they're just applying and touching. And then I always get that one person with the thing, and I'm like, look, I was just trying to get out of here alive. That's what happened. That's how I explain every visit to Sephora to my husband, to explain how I got so many products. I was like, look, I don't know what happened. They came up and they were talking about colors and they took my picture and they said it was a pretty color and I don't girl well. And it was just overwhelming. And this gentleman that was selling me stuff, he had winged eyeliner that I always wanted to have. And he was assured me that if I got this certain $15 lil brush with the 5 bristles right here, if I applied it with the spackle and the primer and the setter and the lip gloss, that I would look beautiful like him. Mr. Mo has never asked me again why I spend so much money online for makeup. I'm just like, I don't know. They put something and they told me I look beautiful and they tried to teach me how to do this, but I don't think I can do this with this brush with the 5 bristles. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh, I have no excuse for Bath and Body Works. I go in there knowing I'm getting scammed and I'm going to have to explain something to my husband. Look, I make no lies about Bath and Body Works, but Sephora does get me. Sephora is just like an out-of-body experience. And I'm just like, Mr. Mo is like, I will not look at the credit card statement. You guys, I got out of a ticket that way. Okay, here's me social anxiety. This is social anxiety Mo. I will explain to you how it really looks, at least for me. So I have just endured as an insidian at least 3 hours in the mall with all my 3 daughters. They have banished me to different stores because, you know, I was asking if any place had a full shirt, if I could buy the little extension for the crop top and sew it back on. And my daughters were getting tired of my shenanigans. So we are driving home from the mall, and I did not realize that the cop was for me until we were in the intersection and he had walked out, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna be on cops. So I rolled down my window and the first thing I blurted out was, I'm sorry, I didn't think you were getting me. I was just trying to get home from the mall as quickly as I could. I am an inside cat. Y'all, legitimately, this is what I said. My daughters are in the back trying not to die laughing. So I hand him my license and registration. He's like, do you know why I pulled you over? And I was like, I'm not sure, because honestly, I thought I was doing okay. I was just trying to get home. You don't understand. I was in the mall for 3 hours. And he's just looking at me. And I'm trying to look normalish back at him like, don't look like you're in a mugshot. Smile. No, don't smile that much. No, damn, don't smile that much. You're gonna think you're crazy. He's gonna 5150 you. I did say don't 50, or I did manage to catch myself about saying, don't 5150 me. This is how I act sober. So he was like, well, why don't you just, I'm going to give you a warning. You were going 40 and a 20. It is drizzling. And I understand wanting to leave the mall. If you could just be careful about it. And yeah, so that is what social anxiety looks like when Mo is pulled over. Mo talks all hard on the YouTubes. Like, I didn't say nothing. Like, I'm going to get my lawyer. Cop just comes over. I'm pretty sure I did a felony yesterday. Which is why I don't recommend me for directions or as an accessory, okay? Just telling you guys. I wouldn't mean to, but it would all come out. All of it. And your mom and them stuff. Like, I would add family stuff into it too. So I'm just saying, I am not a good accomplice. Now, if you tell me a secret and you are my friend and it's not crime related, it is in the vault. It is buried with my personal trauma. And I don't like digging that stuff up. So ain't never no one gonna hear nothing about that. But if it's a crime or something and I get it by authorities, look, it is all over. It is all over. It's the whole reason I couldn't be in the mafia.
Words in there.
Oh, yeah.
Were you meaning to offend anybody?
No.
How is the way that you're talking in the letter that you wrote to Janira different than the way you're talking to the jury?
I'm a lot more comfortable with Janita, so I can talk in different.
When you're talking to the jury, are you embarrassed to use swear words?
Yeah.
When you're talking to me, are you embarrassed to use swear words?
Yes.
Extra doubt.
You and I have been working together. Have you been working together for a while?
Yeah.
I don't care if you have built a rapport with her. This, again, this is not getting to the heart of anything. Basically, the state destroyed you on the feasibility of this attack and how she managed to get such a tight grouping. Again, I would focus on the grouping of the stab wounds and give not two craps about the letters.
All right.
Sure.
I did apologize. I was just like, you don't understand. I was in fight or flight and I had to fly from the mall.
Let's go to kind of the morning of October 3rd when you're in Mr. Dickerson's house, okay? The prosecution had kind of talked about, you know, I think Mr. Pereira had called it a tricep exercise. Explain to me kind of what you were thinking about when you had stabbed Mr. Dickerson. What was going through your mind at the time?
Skull
That he was gonna
crushers.
kill me.
Were you able to see him when you initially hit him with the metal file?
The last time.
No, when you first did.
Initial means
And why
first,
not?
you
Can you explain that to
numpty.
the jury, please?
Sorry, I'm doing bra strap
Sorry, can you say that again?
adjustments.
I wasn't
They've
looking
done
at-
fell down
Why
from where
weren't you
they're
able to
done
look at
supposed to
him?
be.
Or why weren't you looking at him?
Because he grabbed my face and I didn't want him. Just wanted to get away, but at the same time, like, stop him, you know?
Okay. At one point, you testified that, you know, the handle broke because you had put all your weight on it. At that point, were you facing Mr. Dickerson?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain to me how that changed?
I had sat up.
Okay, and did you like move over?
Yeah.
When you sat up, what was Mr. Dickerson doing to you?
He was still grabbing me.
Okay. How?
My shirt.
By your shirt? Okay, like on your chest?
Yeah, more like right here.
Okay.
That would be your torso.
When you had sat up and turned around and he grabbed your chest, did you feel like you had any other option?
No.
Did you want to put that metal file in Mr. Dickerson's neck?
No.
Did you want to do that 5 times?
Here's the thing. I could get, if I bought Stacy's story, if it were presented by someone who was not Stacy, and this was a completely different case, I could get one. I could do one self-defense. But 2, 3, 4, 5, and you leave it deep enough, you would know, because the first one, it went into the neck area. Regardless if you got the carotid or not, you are going to have a blood spray or a lot of blood. She just really, really doesn't sell it, and this was never going to be a story that was going to sell with this particular defendant, her particular, entire personality. This was not going to work.
No.
Were you even aware it was happening?
No.
You weren't aware you were stabbing him. Okay.
Now let's.
I will say the only time she's shown a little bit of remorse, and I think it's more someone calling on her shit and she's getting irritated, is when the prosecutor went step by step. You stabbed him once, you stabbed him again. And she really had to say all of that. As I've said with different things with cooking, I can tell the difference between a, potato that's boiled and a potato that's not. When I'm chopping them for different things, I can tell the difference between when I hit a carrot and when I've, again, injure, run. He would have been stunned by by a stab in the neck. He probably would have removed it and gone directly to his wound. That's what he would have done. That's what I would have done. It's a stun, so she would have basically had no hands. She's a bigger girl. She can roll under her own steam and get out. So, I mean, he was pinned by her weight. So none of this is making any sense, the way she was trying to say it. Because now she's trying to basically say that he actually lunged into the metal file. It wasn't her fault. And blind rage is not self-defense. It could have been, if it had been one and still the same circumstances of everything that Stacy said, but he got upset, he came at her, and she did it once, I could say crime of passion, second-degree murder. But you would have to take away all of the arson and everything else. This is a premeditated, again, she knew what she was doing when she swung that at his neck. It was overkill. And if this is the way Stacy acts when she finally gets power and authority over someone and she gets aggressive, then she needs to be out of the public, because we can't have her out there. Part of jail is keeping the rest of us safe. And if when Stacy is threatened and she gets someone down, and this is how she behaves with no provocation or little provocation, then we don't need her out in the public. And let's go. Now, were you by chance by this creature during the Big O? This is like a scene of wounded surfer scratching on the rocks, asking for Baker. No, I was not. And it's absolutely, I do think that the defense also did a big misstep by trying to denigrate the victim. Mr. Dickerson, Lesko Brandon, did have a past, but he didn't have violent crimes in his past. It seemed like probation, and he couldn't stick with probation for whatever reason. They have basically talked about him like a creepy old gross man, called him everything but a guy who needs to register to stay away from schools. And thank you so much, Lesko. Went into the swear jar. We are doing awesome. I'm going to need to utilize and find my other swear jar soon, guys. So thank you so much. But I think it is always a very big gamble when you go after the victim. I think that there is a fine line. I think there are some victims that, let's take the Sarah Boone case. It was obvious that there were hands laid on each other. Now, it is up to the jury to figure out who did the lion's share, if it was equal, or how to figure out that relationship. And it's okay to bring that up, that Jorge had both, a drinking problem and several other wives. The jury can infer that he might have dealt with these sort of problems in all of his relationships. That, I think, is appropriate. That, I think, you can bring in. Trying to backwards bring in that, Christopher was in jail when that was not going to be allowed. Trying to backwards bring in a lot of different things about him to paint him as a creepy guy for standing in the club and not going on the dance floor, so kind of awkwardly standing. Well, if awkwardly standing is, a sign of being creepy. No, I was just bringing up an example of where I think, talking about the decedent and some of their past bad wrongdoings is appropriate. What they have done in this case has been basically taken a man who had several, I think misdemeanors and one maybe low grade felony, and try to make him sound like a, violent felon, but they weren't allowed to bring that in. So they kept trying to bring it in through the back door. Like, instead of calling this a metal file, when she was talking to, when this defense attorney was talking to Stacy, she called it a shiv. So there was the implication that Christopher had been in prison, even though they weren't allowed to bring it in. So they've done a lot of things like that just, again, denigrates the decedent. And especially when your client had, stabbed this man 5 times, burned him beyond recognition, and stole an engagement ring from Zales. Like, I'm not trying to be all, bougie or nothing, but Zales went out of business, I'm pretty sure. So make of that what you will. But to steal some dude's engagement ring, I mean, like, just corroded trash water human behavior. And his life was worth what? I don't know how expensive Zales goes. Let's say it was the most expensive Zales ring ever, so $5,000, $10,000. Mr. Dickerson's life was worth more than that. And I'm guessing he didn't have a, $10,000 ring. True. I should have kept my first wedding ring then.
Let's back up a little bit, still kind of with the same topic. When you and Mr. Dickerson are on the couch, you had mentioned throwing a beer bottle. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Okay. And the prosecution had asked you if that bottle broke, right?
Yeah.
Can you just kind of explain how you initially grabbed that bottle?
I was trying to reach it with my fingertips first, and then little by little, it was scooted closer.
Where was the bottle?
On the floor in front of the couch.
On the floor, you said, by the couch?
Yeah, right in front of it.
And then when you grabbed the bottle, how was Mr. Dickerson holding you?
Right here, is that like I don't know what this part's called.
Your arm?
Yeah.
The upper part of your arm? Did he have both hands on each side of your arms?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you grabbed...
It's called your bingo flap. Well, your upper is supposed to be your deltoid and this muscle that comes here, your bicep. But this is what we call your bingo flap, ma'am. It's also supposed to be your tricep, but I call it a bingo flap. Well, look, my mom never made me dance after she realized I'm just not good at it. There is rhythm and I don't have any. Yeah, I was trying to get Lesko Brandon to get his wife to allow him to get a bunch of miniature Highland cows. Ooh, Lesko. Thank you so much for the 50 chat swear fund. Let her rip. Well, we are over 3 hours, and I've got about an hour left before the boys are like, are you just gonna stream? Not that they've done anything productive today, nor have any ideas of what they would like to do, but you've just been streaming all day. Thank you so very much, Britt. Let's go. Well, and here is where I'm going to let it rip a little bit. As a mother of girls and teen boys, this fucking terrifies me for my teen sons. This terrifies me because, look, my oldest, it is spring break. What? You don't want a herd of cows? Oh, true. Val would be right there. But then you could have Kit and Goad. Look, you just put a GoPro out there or whatever kind of camera. You put that on YouTube. The thing funds itself. The thing funds itself. Great success. Stacy was basically this body size when she went into prison. So this defendant has always been about this size. And then, so this fucking terrifies me for my sons because tall, white, and nerdy is going to be my first son. And all I worry about is this man or my sons being older, maybe socially awkward, wanting to hang out with girls because, it's Saturday and it's kind of a biological need. Although I don't want to think about my sons that way because I'm normal. But anywho, I am worried that my boys who are socially awkward, maybe a little nerdy, are going to say, hey, I've got something at home, and thinking I'm a guy, these girls can do nothing to me. And this is going to happen. We can only hope that they have better gaydar than I do. I will let them know to not go for dump truck lesbians. Well, actually, he's he asked me really sweetly this weekend, he's like, I have this app that I'm playing with for animation. Can I buy the, full-size app and I can work on some animation for your channel too? And I was like, sweetie, it's $4.99. We can swing it. Yeah, you can get it. And he was like, okay, I just wanted to ask, because we do make them ask after we got like $100 Roblox thing. Yeah, I think it's a lot of carbs. I think it's a lot of pastas. Again, they're cooking for a giant population. Pastas, rice, carbs, mashed potatoes. Those things are going to stretch. Oatmeals, white bread. Poor Donna Adelson chunked up, didn't she? That's why she wants to get out.
The bottle, did you have free range of motion?
No,
What did you do with the bottle when you grabbed it?
I threw it and then it went over him.
Okay. Did you ever grab a broken piece of bottle?
No,
Did you ever grab another bottle?
no,
Did you ever hit Mr. Dickerson on the head with a broken piece of bottle?
no.
So, y'all, I'm going to make
Now,
myself
you talked with
big
Mr. Pirelli
because
about-
this is what she's trying to get us to believe. Now, you're going to have to stretch your imagination here a little bit. But she is claiming she is on her back. Her upper arms, shoulder area is being held by Mr. Dickerson. Now, she is claiming that she is not looking and she is not moving her arm forward as such. He is moving into her? Is that what we're trying to say? Because none of this makes any sense. And I'm sorry that I have to do this, you guys. This is how I have to visualize things, mostly because I think that the whiteboard would be X-rated. I need to get some of those wooden people guys like Baker. I might use Brandon. Your super chat is going for those Baker wooden guys. Sarah, he did say that Mr. Dickerson seemed to be more attracted to him in her story. Now, in Hosanna's story, she said that, Stacy, he was kind of ignoring Stacy and focusing his attention on her. So I don't know. I do not know.
The blood and kind of what Hosanna had said also about the blood. When you saw Mr. Dickerson, after you had kind of gotten on.
I do need a bad touch brain doll because there are parts of these trials where I just want to pick up a doll and show where in the brain this particular dumbness is hurting me, or where I'm pretty sure that a tumor of stupid is starting to grow. So I do need to get one of those. Are they called Sally Bad Touch dolls? I know they're probably a real therapist name and I shouldn't be calling them Bad Touch dolls. I wonder if they have them on Amazon. Resume what you're doing. I'm not going to go look at Amazon for something.
Did you see blood?
Yeah.
Was that something that stuck out in your mind?
Seeing that? Yeah.
Did you kind of get stuck on that fact?
Yeah.
Can you explain how?
Like how it happened.
No, how you got stuck on it. You know what I mean? Can you explain that emotion to me?
Like I felt like I just felt frozen. Like I don't want to say like an out of body experience, but I felt like I couldn't feel my body.
Oh my God, you guys, we
Where
have
did
to
you see the
stop.
blood on you?
Because they do. They have therapy dolls on Amazon. Now, how many are we getting and which of all varieties are we getting? Mr. Mo is going to kill me. He's like, we talked about not more clutter, but yes, we need one. Oh my gosh. Oh, they have all the feelings. And the United Kids of Benetton. Damn it, doll. What the hell is this and where has it been all my life? A damn it doll, classic or random color, stress relief, gag gift. Whenever things don't go so well and you want to hit the wall and yell, here's a little damn it doll that you can't do without. Just grasp it firmly by the legs and find a place to slam it. And as you whack the stuffing out of it, yell, damn it, damn it. Oh my God. This is the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life. A damn it doll. And you whiff it up. Okay, we have to see the video. No, I want to see someone whacking the hell out of it. I don't want to see a bunch of hippies. Well, well, okay, now I want to buy it because they call the 3-pack a menage a trois. You get 3 dolls with the menage a trois. All right, back. We need to find a bad touch doll. Let's go. Oh gosh, the creepy babies. I know they help. Look, I have learned that they are great in nursing homes. I really have, in the memory care units. So I am not going to make fun of them for that purpose only, but they are flippin' flapjack. Holy Jesus. Going into cart. Yes. Add to cart. Sorry, I had to do personal shopping. This is... Where is the, bad touch doll? Okay, that's it. What is that? Emotional support potato? I mean, actually, I think I'll just use this. I give up. I'll have to do more research as to where one finds a bad touch doll. Oh, wait. I need these, because they're bendy people. Oh, those people look like thumbs. Why are these are incredibly weird. Oh my God, they all look like thumbs. This is horrifying. Jesus, no wonder I don't go to therapy. I mean, this is slightly better. I guess that could be a bad touch doll. That one has a front butt. What in the hell is this? Okay, we have to go back to the stream. Otherwise, we'll just be here for hours with what Mo what Mo looks on Amazon at the middle of the night. You guys don't need to know that. That was supposed to be my personal secret, but now we're best friends because, Well, I heard bad touch doll, and then I was like, why not look? I bet they do have them. So welcome to whoever came in during Mo trying to find a bad touch doll as a prop to show where in the brain some of these trials hurt me, or these answers, or where I'm pretty sure a little chunk of stupid has been lodged in my liver. I am a good influence. I need to do the review of the couch I got. That'll be a tonight stream thing. If I do a stream tonight, depending, we will see. Because the couch... Look, I thought it was a yoga relax couch. Apparently it was a smexy couch. Who knew? Who knew? Because I am a good Christian girl who didn't know any of that stuff. But then when I found out, did I look at all the pictures? Yes, I did.
Is that why you put the glove somewhere else?
Yeah.
On the other hand?
Yeah.
I'll allow the witness's answer to stand.
Let's talk about darts.
Maniji, it was such a comfy thing, but my sons and... Okay, well, now we have to go because I can't not show you guys. And Brandon paid a big old super chat. So, yoga couch. Now, that is what I was looking at, but I did not realize that they could be for couples, if you will. Now, oh, stop screen, present screen, share screen. Since Brandon paid so much, we are derailed for a bit. That is a throuple. It's just a fancy French way. Now, you guys see, she is doing yoga upon this couch. Now, I looked at it and I thought, yoga couch, as one does. A nice comfy... Look at all these accessories. All these comfiness. Well, let me see if I can find. Now, I was not gonna ever need this because I can't even do the splits. But y'all, I thought it was just for a couch. Now, then we get to the reviews, and let me see if this is safe for him. Yeah, I did not realize. See, I didn't scroll through all the pictures. Some of the reviews are just, well, from DM Richardson, this chair is awesome. The possibilities are wide open when you start using this chair. You can try things you've always wanted to try, and it gives you the ability to just let your mind go anywhere it wants, and you can find a new way to express yourself to your partner. You just say, I swear on my truck, I love you. Now, here's the problem, y'all. I have to buy a new one. And I'll tell you why. Because I didn't realize it was for adult people things. But my son, my youngest, most feral, he picked this as his seat. And he would not let go of it. Now, honestly, my mind did go there when I thought, I have seen the things that this couch is allegedly supposed to be able to do, y'all. I was willing to live in the hope and, prayer. No, I didn't break it. He and the cats destroyed it. They destroyed it. They poured things on it. It was covered in cat hair. It is just destroyed. I don't know. He took off the cover and spilled on the foam. It was... Mr. Mo was like, this cannot be cleaned. This cannot be fixed. We have to pitch it. No, we didn't even get to break it in, damn it, Chucky. No, by the time I learned it was for Smexy things, it had already been full of chocolate milk and pudding and Go-Gurts and string cheese wrappers. I didn't even get to try it once for fun. I am pissed. P-I-S-S-E-D, pissed. Like, not even for 1 second, if I thought we had 10 minutes between, the kids knocking on the door asking for, a snack or someone's bothering someone else. But no, by the time I learned it was for, terrible smexy things, it was already corroditated beyond all belief, and I had nothing to do with it. I've never been more pissed off in my entire life. Just irritated. I like that couch. It was actually comfortable. Then my boys stole it, just like they steal everything. Daggone kids. You love them to death and they're cute, and they're the best thing you ever done with your life, but they steal everything from you.
Do you know what Mr. Perlia was talking about when he brought up the darts to you?
Kind of.
What didn't you understand? Just what darts are?
Yeah.
Okay. When you were with Mr. Dickerson and you were defending yourself, did you think about where the metal file was going?
No.
Did you intend for it to kind of hit the same spot?
No, I kind of was just, it was in the same motion.
Yeah.
No, let's simplify this question. Do you fucking think, because thus far, facts not in evidence, you have been unable to relate, an endearment that you constantly use with multiple people, you have been unable to translate even to your own self what it means. Thus far, I think you just write it because you have some sort of fugue memory that you are in Nam and you write it down like that. I don't know how you come up with anything you say. You aren't able to explain low key. You aren't even able to explain your own emotional state beyond social anxiety. Most people can say like, look, I get really nervous. The room starts spinning, things start glowing, or maybe the room gets dark. None of that have you been able to convey. So I ask again, do you just point blank, do you fucking think? Because if you say no, I'll believe you. It'll be the one thing in this trial that I will believe you. Corroditated. That looks about right. Maybe instead of the O, the E. because it looks more like carrot, so maybe corroded. I don't know. I will have to think about that and let you know. I usually don't do spelling. Spelling is my kryptonite. Look, I can't ever, like, even autocorrect is like, bitch, what you talking about? Like, even autocorrect is like, laughing my ass off. What are you trying to say? And then I'm like, fine, I'll just say something else. So the bottle is in conjecture because Hosanna claimed that Stacy, kind of apropos of really nothing, as Hosanna tells the attack, Stacy gets into Christopher's face. Chris just says, hey, leave my house, just leave my house. Stacy pushes him again. He's on the floor. Stacy gets beer bottles and she's hitting him about the head, about 3 beer bottles. Now, Hosanna, claiming that she is felony adjacent as always, is in the kitchen. So she doesn't know if Mr. Dickerson at that point was bleeding because of the head wounds just from a blunt force from the bottle, or if one of the bottles had broken and he had a gash. Now, that being said, according to Hosanna, he was then on the floor. Stacy had pinned him by the chest on her knee. So basically she was kind of doing a 3-point stance with her knee on his chest to keep him subdued. He was still yelling, just get out of my house. Get out of my house. Just get out of my house, according to Hosanna. And Stacy then said, bring me that thing, the metal file that they were talking about. And that's when she proceeded to stab him. Now, Hosanna says that she was in the other room, but that she could hear like a plastic bone kind of grinding sound every time she did it, and a sort of a thwop when she would pull out the shiv. So do I think that that's probably closer to how this attack happened? Yes. Do I think it was self-defense in any way, shape, or form? No. No, I don't. I think Stacy gets aggressive when she drinks. I think Stacy is the dominant, even though she is younger. Now, do I think that she is dominant to the point that Hosanna said? No. No, I don't. But do I think that she was possessive, jealous, and there was kind of an undertone of fear there? Yes. The ladies were there because basically Christopher had said, look, you guys can come back to my house if you want to drink. And they did. And whether they had just planned on robbing him, because Hosanna was saying that Stacy was mixing the drinks. And while Stacy was giving Mr. Dickerson fairly big shots of the vodka, she was watering them down for herself and Hosanna. So that leads me to believe, and I do believe that because I think that's something that she is not smart enough to make up. I don't think that this would be something that she could, kind of, not in rule, try to figure out a way to make this look like a perfect crime. So that is kind of what it is. Now, that's why my baseline objective opinion on this case is that these two women, after realizing no one was going to show up to this after party, thought, hey, there's some nice stuff here. We can get him drunk and, take his stuff. He doesn't know us from Adam. What's he going to say? Two Hispanic women, kind of fluffy, in a Malibu. And he's going to be so drunk that no one's going to believe him anyway. I think that he saw them rummaging through his stuff. He got up. He might have been passed out for a little bit. He woke up when they were in the middle of rummaging through his crap. He told them to get the hell out. And that's when Stacy attacks. So that's kind of what I think happened. I don't think he was necessarily attracted to these people. I think they saw an opportunity.
Did you flip it around or decide what end to use?
No.
How did it happen? Can you just say, can you explain, when you had it and then when you used it the first time?
Honestly, I just grabbed it and then, everything just happened so fast.
Mr. Prillia had brought up the living room door with you. Do you remember testifying that you kind of struggled with the door handle?
Yeah.
Okay. Why were you struggling with the door handle?
I think it was the emotions that I felt at the moment, panic, and I feel like my hand just went, I couldn't control them and I couldn't.
Sometimes when you're nervous or panic, your hand shake.
Yeah.
Has that been happening throughout your testimony?
Yeah.
Is it something you
Is
can
that why
control?
you
No.
just do that with
Thinking
your
of that,
water?
let's talk about the battery real quick. I know we're kind of jumping, but you had said that the battery in your hand in the car on November 11th helped you. What do you mean by that?
Like just kind of like fidgeting with other stuff. I feel like helps a lot with my anxiety.
When you were there and you were with Detective Hunsinger and Detective Burrows that we saw in that video, was it the social anxiety that led you to lie?
Yeah.
Okay, in what way?
I feel like
No. I mean, generally, again, if you are experience a true near panic attack with social anxiety, you don't have the brain resources to come up with a lie. Again, that's why most people, well, some people react with the verbal vomit of truth, like me, because we do not have the sort of brain resources that we normally you know, expend to keep all of this verbal vomit in. We are so in an out-of-body experience that I either clam up and I'm just kind of staring into space, or you could ask me a question and I would give you the dead-ass truth on like some pretty embarrassing things. It is not, and she should have been in shock. I mean, again, I wouldn't expect her to have very clear memories. It might be smells, it might be sounds. I would accept that. But the fact that she's like, I just did. No, I mean, I would never be able to erase if I had to stab someone how that felt. I would never be able to, erase the feel of everything. I might not be able to tell you how I moved, but I could tell you the sensations I had. I could tell you the smells. I could tell you the sounds. I might not be able to tell you what was going right on in my face, but I could tell you kind of other sensations. And that's how people generally, input really stressful situations. They might be missing some senses. They might be dulled in color. It might be black and white. It might be in hypercolor or hypersaturated. It might be in slow motion or sped up. But there are certain, it's like when you know. I wish I could explain it more. There are, I'm sure, doctory words that you can explain, but it is just, if I believe that Stacy did this in self-defense, I also believe that Stacy doesn't understand Spanish. And I may be blonde under this red, but I'm not art-tarded, okay? I was born yesterday, a couple yesterdays ago, and this ain't my first rodeo.
like just like what police in general, they just give me anxiety. So
Okay. That was November 11th, 2021. It's been a few years. Have you ever, how do you feel about lying now?
I feel bad about it.
Why do you feel bad about it?
Because I should have tried to tell the truth about what happened.
Why?
Okay.
No, as another human, as a person that really loves studying people, what is it that makes you feel sad about lying now? Is it because you got caught? Is it because it makes you look like a utter effing liar who will say anything to get out of stuff? Or it's well rehearsed, but it doesn't do anything to help her. This is not helping her. Again, she's an admitted liar. We have seen absolutely no emotion. We have seen nothing. The only emotion we have seen is really excitement when she got to look at all of those autopsies. But other than that, all we've seen is apathy or hilarity in her. She giggles, she fiddle farts with her lawyers, but during the trial, when the jury is in there, it looks like she could not be bothered. Like, this is she is waiting in the DMV. Her
apologize for
affect has
jumping
not
around, but I want to
changed.
go back to the house, okay?
Okay.
So fidgeting for the door handle. When you were at the door, did you know where Mr. Dickerson was?
No.
When did you know that, I mean, when were you aware of where he was when you were at the living room door?
When I turned around to look at Hosanna.
Okay, is that when you turned around to push him away from Hosanna?
Yeah.
When that was happening, did Mr. Dickerson seem like he was falling over drunk?
I mean, I think he got a pretty good grip on her, so I don't think so.
So, and
Let's
the
go when you
defense
guys
is
were in
also
the
playing
kitchen
two
and you
sides
had-
here. So they want you to believe that Mr. Dickerson had I believe it was a 0.38 or 0.038. He was very, very intoxicated. In fact, they made a point of asking the coroner, bringing the coroner back during their case in chief to try to say that Mr. Dickerson had a fatty liver because of sort of a pale presentation during the first autopsy. Oh, thank you, Sarah. This is Sarah. To the point where he had to basically get very snippy with them for the happy coroner and say, look, no, you gave me some hypotheticals. I did the histological, tests on this particular defendant or this decedent, and he did not, in fact, have a fatty liver. His pale liver was probably because he bled out. So this defense has been ridiculous. This defense has completely not focused on anything because there is no defense for this case. There's no defense, and I don't know who cooked up this self-defense thing. I don't know who did it, but she should have taken a plea deal. She would have still gotten significant years, but none of this helped her, and she still got convicted, y'all. So we will see the sentencing and see all the people that Mr. Dickerson left behind. I don't think so. I think this is more of the defense attorneys. I don't think she would have come up with a self-defense unless the defense attorneys came up. And I say that because the defense attorneys have shown that they are of maybe the third wave feminist. The way they attacked Mr. Dickerson for texting his friend to say that women dancing promiscuously were thoughts and hoes, I think, and wanted to denigrate him and say, well, he doesn't respect women. And then they've gone to call him, a creepy man trying to lure these two women to his house. When the problem with third wave feminism is for all their talk about women's agency, they sure as hell want to infantilize women. Oh, well, the patriarchy does this, that, and the other. I remember my grandma being a badass, and she didn't have third wave feminism. And I remember, my great grandma was a badass from the stories I've heard, and she didn't have, whatever. I am just, ugh. But you can really tell there's a narrative that they want to push that Stacy was this poor defenseless 19-year-old that's just not going to fly. But because they see it through the lens of, let's just say, HR feminism, Stacy, no matter how much bigger she is than Christopher, was always going to be the victim, regardless of if she struck out first because she hurt his feelings or because he hurt her feelings. Words are violence, but if, Stacy had said something to Mr. Dickerson and he reacted, then that would have been, totally uncalled for. What I don't like about feminism is that the equality that we say we want means special privileges for ladies with boobs. I have got the grinder. It is on its way. Everything, I might have even gotten it and I just haven't opened stuff yet. I was gone this entire weekend at my mother-in-law's funeral, so it might be in a box and I've just been tackling laundry, but I will get there eventually, I promise, Karen, and thank you so much. Yeah, it's a waste of so many lives, and this ripples. I mean, Hosanna has 3 kids whose now their mom is not going to get out for, 30 years, maybe a little less. All because they decided to rob or they didn't just walk away. It's so dumb. It's so pointless.
Pushed Mr. Dickerson off of you. You testified on direct that he had kind of grabbed onto the fridge, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. When he was grabbing onto the fridge and afterwards, did you feel like he was, you know, kind of uncontrolled, like didn't have control of his body?
Yeah, I think that I had caught him off guard.
Okay, it caught him off guard?
Yeah.
Did you think it caught him off guard because he was so drunk?
I think it's because obviously like him being a man, he overpowered a girl. So I don't think and then especially because he had looked back to look at her and then it just came out of nowhere.
Okay. What happened between you and Mr. Dickerson that night? Did that have anything to do with him being a man and you being a woman?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Okay. You didn't do what you did because he's a man?
No.
Okay.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. I think that, and I could be wrong, I mean, I'm not like a Scientologist or nothing, but she saw whoever hurt her. That first one, she saw the chance to finally be the perpetrator, to finally, you know, be in charge. Oh, and have life or death, you know, power over someone. I think she reveled in that. I think she is someone who has felt deeply, deeply powerless all her life. This persona that she's adopted of, you know, this kind of ghetto, you know, fabulous, this, you know, tough talker, this, you know, masculine energy. When she finally got the chance to take on a man, she went overkill. I think this was because he was a man. Whatever her lawyers say, that was definitely a component in it. Because that's a lot of rage there. And I don't think he did anything to deserve it. I think they were trying to rob him. He woke up. And, you know, Hosanna knew that Stacy would take care of it. And Stacy took care of it.
When he had grabbed onto the fridge and you and Hosanna are going to the living room, did you hear him coming to the living room?
No. Okay. Like, I wasn't paying attention, but also there was music playing. So either way, I wouldn't have.
Okay.
Wait, you weren't paying attention. No, let me get this right. This man has just shoved you, gotten in your face, and gotten aggressive with you. And when you realize your spidey sense goes up because you are already attuned, you have social anxiety. You tend to read the room, read people. You don't like conflict. If you see something's going to go south, you would like to RSVP no to fucking drama, so you want to leave. So you're telling me that this man has just gotten in your face, shoved you, and you don't know where he is. You decided not to pay attention to him. You don't, you know, look for the exit. You don't start moving. You aren't aware of him. You turn your back to this man who has just laid hands on you. Don't kid someone who has been in the trenches, ma'am. That is not what anyone does.
Did you feel when you were with Mr. Dickerson that he overpowered you?
Yeah.
Did you feel that he was, like, whether or not he was too strong or strong enough, did you feel that, you know, when he was on top of you, you couldn't overpower him?
Yes.
Okay, just one moment, please.
Sure.
It's so fun. And it's got two handles. Again, something I bought for me, but it kind of became a family mug, so I steal it when I can.
Ms. Rodriguez, is there anything else that you were feeling about that night that you feel like has not been conveyed?
Constipated, stupid, homicidal, stabby.
Do you feel that when we're talking about, you know, you going back in the house and the prosecution had said you were the only one, are you trying to pin the arson on Hosanna?
I'm not.
Are you trying to get away with anything?
I'm not.
What? Tell me what do you mean by that?
I feel like if I was trying to get away with it, like, in all reality, whatever happened inside the house, like, only me and Hosanna know. Yes, they have surveillance, but they only have it on the outside.
Bitch, what are you doing? Ma'am, the first time you sound coherent and awake and you are gonna fucking say, look, no one really knows what went on in the house, really. Like, you'd have to have surveillance. So to be real honest about it, I could be lying about everything I said. You guys just have to believe me. Like, ma'am, you pick now to wake up and have your coffee kick in? Are you flippin' flapjack kidding me? Like, how fucking dumb are you? This is the time that you're like, you decide to perk up and splainerate things? Well, no one really knows what happened in the house. I mean, ma'am, that is what you just, you.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
That is just, ma'am, continue with your explainerating.
If I was trying to get away with this, I would deny everything. And that's not what I'm doing today.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, you can go ahead and retake your seat next to your attorneys. From the defense, you may call your next witness.
She's like, no, we did a great job. You were excellent. You were seen. You were clear. You are a brave woman. And I respect and see you. And she's like, but you're a fabulous woman.
Sure.
And I see you. They're just over there giving each other snaps. Oh, don't make your eyes look like that, ma'am. That's not a good look. Oh, God, that cup of water.
All right, thank you. Ms. Trujillo, does the defense rest at this time?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Can we just have a moment?
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Praley, if it's like 10 minutes, I'll go ahead.
It'll be much less than that.
Okay, all right.
She has as much cotton mouth as me, and she better not have access to Delta 8. I mean, but it is prison. I'm sure they get all sorts of stuff. I mean, I've seen.
All right, thank you. Mr. Praley, Mr.
Police
McCormick,
Academy.
does the state have any rebuttal evidence?
We do not.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case has been completed. I need to speak with the attorneys about some scheduling matters going forward. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to send you back in the jury room for a break. I'm going to ask you if you can remain in the jury room just while I have that conversation with the attorney so I can know at what point it's reasonable for us to get Maybe put your WebEx on just on your computer, just in case any victim reps come on any of those. And if you see people on, just put something in the chat. Either way. Yeah. Perfect.
I put a poll up for how Stacy did on the stand. You have nailed it like Hosanna, or don't drop the soap, or do. I mean, Stacy, God, this guy has, this is the face of, I am so bored with my MFing job. Ew, could they clean those? I know those started
you
off
again, Julie.
clear. This is gross. Go clean that. That is, go clean that. That needs some isopropyl. Oh my gosh. Does he not look like the guy from Super Trooper? The real crazy one that in the first part stole the car with the mullet wig on? Because if he's not straight out of Super Troopers, I didn't know he was a court bailiff too. Broken Lizard. Make a court movie. Come on. One second, sorry. I just wanted to go watch Super Troopers now. Oh, don't pick your nose, dude. Don't pick your nose. Your mama's going to be so embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Look, as a mama, clean that out. That started clear. That is all your ear funk. Sir, I don't know how you got ear funk all the way down there, but you need to clean that. That is so... Just gross, 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 gross. Clean your ear thingy. It's gonna kill me. This poor man, they did not have to do this man like this. You're just sitting there, you don't realize you are just being a star. Yeah, just chit chat, chit chat, chit chat. Oh, the evil is messing with the camera. You know what's sad is right here, had she not done what she did, maybe lost, and she doesn't look, not everyone's going to be a size 4, but I say get to a healthier weight for her body. She could have been an attractive girl, but she chose evil. All evil. Now she just looks like plus size Letitia Stalk to me. I don't know why, she just does. And I hate that woman with the passion of 1,000 suns. Well, it looks like she did not do well. If we're going by the poll, y'all, it does not look like she did well at all. I do not know. Ma'am, I don't care to...
Want me to step out, or are you going to be the one here doing the instructions?
He did step out in order to print the defense that just got.
Sure, okay.
Oh, I can print it for you. Thank you. Jenny left.
All right, chat choice. Do you guys want to listen to them bicker about instructions, or would you like to go straight to closing arguments? Now, I'm a nerd as such that I will listen to the instructions, but I am ADHD enough to just want to skip to the closing statements. So I'm using y'all as my proverbial, two-face flip coin. So if we would like to go straight to closing, which I believe is day 9, which we will go to. And I know that there has been I want to do a Lori Vallow hearing, and I also want to do, I think, the roommate murder thing.
For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as
Okay, we're also
circumstantial
skipping
evidence that it had
his
snowed.
instructions because these are boring AF. I sat in a jury and I was like, oh my God, skip, skip, skip. It was the worst thing being in jury duty because I realized that I've gotten so used to getting my little hot takes every once in a while. So it was really hard to not do little like, are you fucking kidding me's?
The paper, sign it, and give it to the bailiff, who will bring it to me. The court will then determine the appropriate way to answer the question. However, there may be some questions that, under the law, the court is not permitted to answer. Please do not speculate about what the answer to your question might have been, or why the court is not able to answer a particular question. Finally, please be sure to keep the original.
This is a trial for Charles Vallow. So yes, in the Utah case, it was camera only. As far as I know, Lori Vallow has put a motion in to block cameras in her trial. I do not know if that motion has, if the judge has responded. So I will have to look at that. But I do know that her hearing, her last hearing was televised. So, or streamed, I guess. Oh my gosh, showing my age. I'm showing my, there was a broadcast of it. It was a special. And I hope she way goes down for him. And I know that sounds giggity, but I mean like under the prison straight to Hades. Because Charles was a good man and good looking. She left good looking man with a bald head without divots for fucking Peter Griffin. Like, I know he claimed to be like Mormon Jesus, but damn, that is a downgrade. Oh, thank you, Charlene T. The judge said in the Las Vegas trial that it will have 1 camera and a 2-minute delay. Okay, thank you so much for that info. I've been a bit out of the loop this weekend, and I will tell you guys, sometimes on weekends, I check out of trials just to not burn out on them, because, oh, Lori Vallow, I'm a dingbat. Give me, it is Arizona, the place for which I am trying to find at least a modicum of affection. Well, maybe if I got to go to the Lori Vallow trial. Oh my God, I should tell Mr. Mo that I will totally move to Arizona if he lets me go to the Lori Vallow trial and cover it live. Oh my God, and I can meet Dolly and it would be great and we would be totally spazzy autistic together, which means that we'd basically stay in and talk to each other really a lot and then like pretend we would go out and do stuff, but mainly we would just stream and be, you know, inside cats in Arizona. This is becoming a plan. I think I can sell it. Much like Let's Go Brandon and his kangaroo, I believe I might be able to sell this to Mr. Mo. But I am negotiating to go to Dollywood too, so I might want to throw this one after Dollywood. Good idea.
Question and response. Do not destroy them as they are part of the official record in this case. Statement.
Sorry if I turn this.
Yes, you may.
All right.
Ooh, it's him. It's the bald lawyer.
Good afternoon.
I thought the preppy lawyer.
I want to address a couple of preliminary matters before we begin the closing argument. First of all, I think it's appropriate to thank you all for your attention over the last 2.5 weeks. I know that the process can be frustrating. It can be lengthy, but we're deeply appreciative of your...
You guys, why am I seeing Dr. Robotnik as played by Jim Carrey, and now I'm not going to be able to focus on any flippin' flapjack thing that he says, because now I'm going to imagine him doing the Dr. Robotnik dance that Shizzy showed me with the skinny Robotnik and the fat one. Damn it all to hell. Well, now you guys know what will be going on in the back of my brain.
Your service and your ability to, shall we say, roll with the punches. I also want to address something too. Unfortunately, Detective Burrows had to go back to California yesterday for some other commitments, and that's why he's not joining us at the table. But I thought it was important for you to know that. I want to start off by refocusing our attention in this case, because this case is a trial about Christopher Dickerson. You didn't hear much about him because it kind of devolved into this sideshow toxic relationship between the defendant and Miss Varela. But it's not about that.
Dr. Robotnik, fucking preach, dude. Fucking preach. Yeah, this has been a sideshow through a dumpster, you know, nuclear volcano with a Sharknado. But this should always have been about Christopher. Losing his life, losing the house that he worked so hard for, losing the ring. Not that those things matter, but it's like they destroyed his entire life in one night. They didn't even know this man. Within hours of meeting him, they had stolen his life, his house, and, you know, the engagement ring that he had, or maybe it was from a relationship. I don't know. But it's just absolutely goddamn ridiculous. And damn it.
That. We need to bring him back into this because Christopher Dickerson's life ended tragically, violently, and intentionally at the hands of this defendant, Stacy Rodrigues, in the early morning hours of October 3rd, 2021. It's about her murdering Christopher in his own home, stealing his property, returning to the house to burn it down, in the process destroying the evidence. I know it seems like a long time ago, but I want to talk back when we did the jury selection process, if you remember that. We talked about 2 parts to a crime, right? Remember that? Actus reus, mens rea. The actus reus, the act, mens rea, the mental state needed to perform.
Damn it, not mens rea too. Now I'm just thinking about the daggone, oh, God, what was his name? You know, from the clip that Legal Vices would always play with the guy and, Jim Pryor, and his name escapes me, but the guy that played Willy Wonka. Not the mens rea, we used protection. Yeah, is there Gene Wilder? Thank you. I was like, I can see his face, and I keep wanting to say something not right. I love how your brain, when you're searching for something, is like worse than Ask Jeeves in its first buggy days. I'm like, I need to know Gene Wilder, this guy that I'm flashing the picture of right now. Could you show me what his name is? Have you ever thought about, if furries who dress up as horses could be called prancies? No, I have thought of that, but I don't need that information right now. I would need his name. Have you ever thought about making that salad that you had at the funeral? Would you stop? I need to know this man's name. That's what my brain does. But now he's got man, this trial is great. I'm thinking of all good things. Well, sort of.
Perform that act. But we also discussed the topic or concept of motive, right? We have to prove the who and the what. We don't have to prove the why. That's motive, right? You can consider all the facts in determining that. Sometimes we don't know what the motive is. I think in this case, it's pretty clear, and we'll discuss that as we move along. The law doesn't distinguish between that. You ultimately are the ones to determine what weight to give that particular evidence. But in the defendant's own words, with that in mind, remember, she admitted to the act of killing Christopher Dickerson. She admitted having the mental state of with intent and intentionally of killing Christopher Dickerson. But you qualify that. She qualified that because it was in self-defense. But remember, self-defense is a conscious action, kind of a confession and avoidance. I did it, but, right? Now, you sat here for the last couple of weeks. You heard a lot of individuals. You heard a lot of testimony. You saw a significant number of exhibits, right? But who didn't you hear from? You didn't hear from Christopher Dickerson. You didn't hear from Christopher Dickerson because the defendant murdered him.
No, I was actually diagnosed really, really late in life with ADHD. Apparently, girls are very good at masking, so it comes out as anxiety, which I guess if you have a constant train of thoughts in your head and you know it's not socially acceptable to blurt them out, and you know what's expected of you, sit still, read, do that kind of thing, it becomes much more of an internal struggle for girls, from what I've learned from ADHD. Most girls don't present with a sort of standing up, sitting down kind of hyperactivity. But I do probably need to get back on my ADHD meds is probably a good thing. I stopped taking them for a while, but I probably need to get back on them. I thought I was doing good.
Now, it's easy to sit there and attribute statements to somebody that can't come in and defend themselves. In other words, you can say anything you want. You can admit what you can't deny what you can't admit. But actually, in a roundabout way, you actually did hear from Mr. Dickerson. You heard that on that weekend of October 1st through October 3rd, he was happy. He had some friends visit him from out of state. Job prospects looked good. He had a house. He had his animals. He had finances. He had things saved up. Life looked pretty good until he met this defendant, Miss Rella. You saw him interact in the late evening hours of October 2nd and the early morning hours of October 3rd. You saw him leave his house. You saw him go downtown to Greeley. You saw his interactions in various establishments. You were able to track his movements as he went through there. You were able to see the point where the convergence happened, where he faithfully met this defendant. Goes back to his house. He saw that with the defendant, Miss Rella. You know he met a friend, Dolores, downtown. He leaves his house to go pick her up, take care of that. He comes back to the house with the defendant, Miss Varela. You note that watching the house, you can see that from the video surveillance. You know they're inside. They come out at some point for a smoke break. You get to watch him. He's telling you what they were doing, right? At some point, though, you see one person leave, Miss Varela, get in the Chevy Malibu. And then minutes later, you see another individual, the defendant, come walking out. We know through the course of the investigation that Christopher's telling you he's dead now. He was killed and murdered by the defendant. You know through the course of the investigation that no 911 was used at that time, no reporting to authorities. You know that these two individuals, the defendant, Ms. Rella, left,
Thank you for the
traveled a little
idea,
bit,
Gregory. I wrote it
came
down,
back to the
so
house. How do you
I will
know that?
ask my
Because Christopher's
doctor.
cell phone is telling you that. You know he's dead. His cell phone came out of the house. 3 went in, 2 come out. They come back to the house, still no call to law enforcement or authorities, still no reporting this. Ms. Rella stays in the car. The defendant walks back up there, enters the house, in there for a few minutes, and then you see the bright glow in Christopher's house. You know she set the fire. You see her leave. No sense of urgency, no running, no hurry, gets back in the car and it takes off. And Christopher is telling you where they're going. They're driving back and around. They're going to Miss Rella's grandmother's for a few minutes. They're going up to the defendant's residence for a few minutes. They switch cars, which we'll get to in a few minutes. And then all of a sudden his phone stops and he stops talking. Or so we thought, right? Because you also heard through Christopher from Dr. Burson, the pathologist, the not 1, not 2, not 3 or 4, but 5 significant stab wounds in his neck, closely grouped, with the weapon plunged forcefully into his neck and still there.
I just love the way he is framing this. I like that he's bringing it back to Mr. Dickerson. He is kind of going the emotional route, but he's doing it in a subdued and very controlled way, a stoic way, a way that, you know, isn't manipulative, but I think is very respectful. And again, bringing this back from this sideshow dumpster donkey car of ridiculous that was these two women's relationship. Because at the end of the day, none of that crap matters. This man lost his life. Whether he was a saint or a sinner, he deserved to get up the next morning. And then his family deserved to have something that they could, you know, see at a funeral. You know, not a body burned beyond recognition. I mean, I don't know what it does to a family to hear that. To not only know that their family member died a violent death, but that they have nothing that they can, you know, have a memorial. They'll probably have to cremate them, you know, all of this. I like that he's bringing it back to that core, that Mr. Dickerson was the core of this case. He's the reason we're all here, but he is not doing it in an overly dramatic way, in a sort of Binger or Lunchbox sort of way. He's doing it in a way that I find very dignified, stoic, respectful, and he has the gravitas to pull it off. I don't think that the young preppy lawyer could have done this. I think this sort of speech, this sort of dad telling you how things are sort of speech, requires, you know, a man with some vintage on him, a silver fox, if you will. And if I can get past him looking like freaking Dr. Robotnik, his words and his delivery are excellent. I like this lawyer. I like this closing.
I want to refer you to, and you just look at it, instruction number 7, right? That's the credibility instruction. You everybody have copies, right? Okay, that's number 7. That's the credibility instruction,
I'm
right?
sorry.
And boy, has this case been about credibility. Would you agree? When we spoke in jury selection, every one of you agreed to assessing the credibility of the witnesses. Not 1 or 2, not a few here, not a few there, all of them. And because of the nature that this case was presented to you in the jury selection process, you knew it was going to be self-defense. And that end, the defendant took the stand. As such, with that instruction, you as well put her credibility, she puts her credibility issue for you to weigh as well. And frankly, you can certainly look at how bad the defendant testified on the stand. It simply cannot be overlooked when you take into consideration the totality of this case and all the information you were presented with in the last couple.
Okay, welcome to the Petty Express, Mr. Stoic. For you, that was incredibly snarky, so welcome aboard. Welcome, Slinky. Welcome, welcome.
Couple of weeks. You know, Detective Blair with the Greeley Police Department, I don't know if you recall his testimony from about a week or so, or a week and a half or so ago. He was there at the scene of Christopher's house processing the area after the fire, after the fire department had put the flames out. And at one point in his testimony, he said, in an arson scene, nothing is as it appears to be. And ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly the same thing with the defendant's testimony in this particular case. It was scripted, it was rehearsed. When it got off track, it was brought back on track. Admit what you can't deny, deny what you can't admit. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you're the judges of witness credibility. You're the ones to determine if the investigation was thorough and extensive and complete. You're the ones that have to weigh the facts and evidence, and you're the ones to determine whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt to your satisfaction each and every element of the crime. So I want to start there. Let's kind of start with what the defendant wants you to believe about a few things. We're going to start with Mr. Dickerson. Now, they did everything they could to denigrate him, knowing that there was zero opportunity for him to get up and support himself or defend himself, if you will, basically attacking his credibility. They wanted you to believe that on that particular evening, morning hours, Mr. Dickerson was kind of on the prowl, right? He was out on the hunt. And they tried to support that through the friend of his, Mr. Mistall, because of some text message that he sent back, said it essentially ended up going.
What's that Duran Duran song, Hunts Like a Wolf? Diane Down's favorite song.
Out to the bars, grinding on thoughts. All
Hungry
right.
like a wolf.
Apparently that's a derogatory term, if we didn't know that. But when you look at the evidence that's been presented to you, what do you see? You saw a significant number of pictures of Mr. Dickerson, what? Alone most of the night, walking to and from bars, just basically kind of hanging out, trying to have a good time. Meets Dolores Vigil, her friends. You saw videos from Cubetas, from Miss Flores and Miss Carrasco, right? Just kind of spanning the crowd. Music's playing, people are dancing. There's Mr. Dickerson. He's not grinding on thoughts. He's not causing trouble. His demeanor is just hanging.
All right, no. Someone, anyone, help me clip this. This man saying grinding on thoughts would be my screensaver. I don't know why I find it so hilarious, but we're going to hear it again because I don't know, but something about it just makes me super duper happy.
He's not grinding on thoughts. He's not causing trouble. His demeanor is just hanging out. Nothing in any of that evidence from the time he went downtown until the convergence of events when he met the defendant, Ms. Varela, are indicative of him on the hunt or on the prowl. The bar's closed and he's walking back to his car. You saw that. You saw those pictures. He's walking to his car when he's confronted by the defendant and Ms. Varela in that Malibu. And they ask him about, you know of any after parties? His response essentially is, no, but I have drinks at my house if you want to come over. No wild celebration. No, hell yeah, let's burn the house down, burn the town down, anything like that. Sure, you want to come over? I got a few drinks. And we'll get back to some other aspects, where the defendant said, oh, he wanted to get into my car, but I didn't feel comfortable with that. Not sure how many people would simply hop in the car of a stranger and leave their car downtown and have to come back the next day, but certainly something for your consideration. It's also important to note that the defendant said through her lengthy testimony that
Extra fine.
the first cause of tension between the defendant and Mr. Dickerson was at Mr. Dickerson's home where they're playing music on the computer. And he asked her, or she asked him if she could play a song, and she played a Spanish song. And indicated to you, completely uncorroborated, that she played this song and he got a little indignant, questioning that type of music, upset maybe that that type of music was playing, right? Made some inappropriate comments. Again, you can make up whatever you want to say about Mr. Dickerson because he's not here. But go back to what we had just talked about. He's downtown. He goes to this, because you got video from the Cubetas place, right, of those two. What are they doing? They're playing Spanish music. There's people dancing, men and women dancing. And he's just kind of standing there, listening, taking it all in. He's not throwing his hands in the air, not screaming, what kind of music is this? Nothing like that. Nothing about that statement makes any sense at all. Goes to Cubetas and hangs out there with that. He goes to Roasties, meets up with Miss Vigil and her friends.
Monty G, it's not for fanciness. I literally have the world's smallest handwriting. I thought I was going to get big, beautiful, graceful girl handwriting when I grew up. Kind of like I always thought that I would start to enjoy salads when I grew up. Newsflash, lettuce is too green. It's gross. I don't like it. So the extra fine nib is because I write really small.
brings the defendant and Miss Hosanna back to his residence. All through that, there's no violence, there's no ill demeanor. It's just out trying to have fun.
That's true. Why did you put Spanish music on
fact-
if she doesn't understand Spanish?
To his credit, at 2:49 in the morning, he's at his house when he gets the phone calls from Dolores. We know that happened. Phone records backed it up. All the evidence backs it up. And she needs help. Now, does he throw a fit? Does he say, absolutely not? No. He says, I got to go pick her up. I got to go help her. They go down and do that and drop her off and come back to the house. No indication at all about violence.
I am glad he's pointing this out. I would like to also point out that they were all drunk AF driving around town to pick up a woman in distress. I mean, I get white knighting and all, but how about we not drive like Canton state or city troopers or state troopers? How about we just not do that? How about you not be drunk and drive? Look, I haven't been drinking, but I don't plan to drive because God invented Walmart delivery and I have accepted his blessing.
Violence or a bad demeanor. As a matter of fact, Ms. Varela told you on the stand, both on the stand and at her proffer with Mr. Burroughs back in June of 2002, that he wasn't upset, he wasn't violent, he wasn't hostile. Mr. Mistel, the defense witness, also indicated that in regards to his demeanor, he was excited to see his friends, seemed in good spirits. They hung out for a while. I had no idea there was a show called Squidbillies, but maybe there is. All right, they watched that. Mr. Dickerson.
Him saying Squidbillies too. The amount of things. Oh my God, booze can be delivered? I may never leave my house again. Welcome to Mo becoming John Hughes. Only without the money to cover my eccentricity, as eccentricities, I'll just be weird.
Dickerson doesn't charge him for staying at his house, doesn't make him pay. They have a fun weekend. Mr. Mistel and his friend go on their way, and good enough relationship that they kept in touch, and he noticed nothing unusual about it. There's nothing to that point at all in this case that indicates Mr. Dickerson was the initial aggressor. I want you to believe the defendant was, or excuse me, the victim was so drunk, therefore he had to be violent. Yeah, all right. Yes, Dr. Burson testified that his blood alcohol level was a 0.36, right? He was. He was incredibly intoxicated that night. But doesn't that lend to the credibility of Ms. Varela as to what she told you? Perhaps the victim getting set up, right? Because what makes the most sense, using your reason and common sense about this? You look what Ms. Varela says, the ride back from Dolores, dropping off Dolores, a decision is made, the defendant pours the drinks, right? Well, the defendant testified to that too. So yeah, beginning.
I could remake 16 Candles, and I'd remake Pretty in Pink right, because she should have ended up with Ducky. I mean, not current day Ducky, because he's kind of gone off the cray-cray, handle, but 80s Ducky. She should have ended up with Ducky, not whatever his name is, the rich weird guy. He looked weird. Look, you expect Molly Ringwald to end up with a hot guy, and that guy was not the hot guy. Especially when you had Jake Ryan. Jake Ryan was like, and oh my God, y'all. So there was a boy in my English class that sat right next to me, looked just like Jake Ryan. Yeah, Blaine. And his name was Blaine. Like, okay, I know it's a weird thing to think about, but like, how are you going to say Blaine in the middle of a hot smexy moment? Like, oh, Blaine. The same thing with Lance. Like, yay, Lance. Like, no, I just, See, you have to think about that as a parent. You really do. Now, I didn't think about that too much as a parent, but I did know that Blaine was out of the running. Along with Patton, for some reason, as a first name. I got it as a middle name, though, because I win. And that child had a giant head, so I win.
Mr. Dickerson was, then Hosanna was, but then I ended up pouring drinks as well, right? This is not self-defense. Don't get lost in that. This is plain and simple First-degree murder, when you look at the sequence of events that particular night, this was not hasty or impulsive. There was reflection, there's judgment, reflection on the ride home, the decision to kill Mr. Dickerson, applying him with alcohol. We heard testimony that he's, 6'2", maybe 180 pounds, right? What better way to take advantage of somebody than to get them drunk so you can steal their stuff?
Ooh, he and I agree.
You know, you look at intent and deliberation as well when you go back to that. What about after the first stab wound? Or the second? The third? The fourth? And the fifth? With such force that you break the handle off and leave it almost penetrating his neck? They want you to believe that Ms. Varela is absolutely the most uncredible person ever, right? We had several days of testimony of Ms. Varela. Again, using your reason and common sense. When you remember and you go back and you deliberate about all the things that were testified to, right? If in fact this was self-defense, why wouldn't she get on the stand and say, absolutely, it was self-defense? I was in fear for my life. The defendant was in fear for hers, or she was protecting me, or anything like that. Why not come in and say it? There's nothing about that that makes sense. And why lie about it, take a plea deal, which we're going to discuss, and get sentenced in this courthouse to 32 years in the Department of Corrections, if it truly was self-defense? It's because it wasn't. One of the, again, many things the defendant testified to is that she said Ms. Varela was in control of this. And after she murdered Mr. Dickerson, she told you that Hosanna Varela stated, hey, we got to look for cameras inside the house. I mean, seriously? What? Does that make sense? Why would you go and look for cameras inside the house to destroy potential valuable evidence that would support your claim of self-defense? Wouldn't you want to see if there's cameras in the house and then immediately call the police and say,
Because they're morons, but honestly, the self-defense thing didn't happen, but it's because she's a flippin' flapjack moron. That's just, it is what it is. Stupidity is, don't mark with motive what can be made with stupidity.
say, hey, there's cameras in here, this was self-defense, as to what happened? They didn't do that because that didn't happen, all right? One of the other things to consider too is that Mr. Burroughs' investigation was independent of what Ms. Varela told him several months after in her proffer. But not satisfied with that, you then hear from a defense expert who they hired and paid to come up here, a Boulder criminal defense attorney coming to Weld County, to tell you that the way this whole proffer thing went down, that mighty shady. The attorneys that would do that would be incompetent. And if you recall in her testimony, she was a blind expert. She had no facts, no circumstances, no context. Agreed. No two cases are the same. And yet tried to convince you that proffers everywhere should be the same as here. And if you remember the line of questioning, and I'll be brief here, I asked her would you buy a house sight unseen? She said, absolutely not. Would you buy a car sight unseen? No. Okay, then why should a prosecutor buy something, i.e. Ms. Varela's testimony, without hearing it first before you decide how you're going to handle the resolution of the case? She agreed. And of all the experts they could have brought here for you, they hired and paid for an attorney who doesn't practice in Weld County. And when told about the fact that one of Ms. Varela's attorneys was this Keith Coleman, that she knew very well, she admitted that, well, Weld County doesn't do proffers like everywhere else. And that's reflected in the proffer letter. You'll have that back there when you get to go back and look at the evidence, right? She admitted that it was a pretty standard letter and that Weld County is different than other jurisdictions in regards to proffers. Let's talk about Detective Burroughs' investigation, right? Again, you're the ones who determined if it was thorough or not. I want you to, if you have it, I believe you should have a copy of 223, Exhibit 223. That's the timeline, okay? It's a tool, right? Yes, it's entered into evidence, but it's not necessarily a piece of evidence, but it's a tool for you to follow along when you go into your deliberations as to what Detective Burroughs did, right? Well, initially we talked about that, the video surveillance, downtown neighborhood, right? Eventually he gets Mr. Dickerson's Google location, so he's able to overlay that on top of that. Then eventually he gets Ms. Varela's phone records. He's able to overlay on top of that and present to you this timeline for you to follow around, for you to determine whether or not this was effective investigation or thorough investigation or not. I would submit to you that absolutely it was. I'm sure you're going to get up here. I'm sure once I sit down, you're going to.
Actually, this is a bit of a different thing. Basically, yes, but Stacy had already concocted this self-defense scheme or narrative. So while Stacy had gone to turn state's evidence, I believe the self-defense thing was already kind of in the works. Because as a defense attorney, with the fact patterns and all the evidence that the state has, they really didn't have a defense for this unless it was self-defense. I mean, I don't know that you could have done anything other than hold the state to its burden if you didn't have this self-defense angle. But I do believe that Hosanna told some version that's closer to the truth. Do I believe it's the truth? No. Which I think will be reflected in the whatever sentence reduction that she does get.
Here, oh, they could have tested this, they could have tested that, they should have done this, they should have done that. A beer bottle that's out in the garbage far from the house, when really the defendant said that, you know, and we'll get to that too, she chucked a beer bottle and missed, but it landed on the couch. So maybe after murdering Mr. Dickerson, she took the time to tidy up a little bit before they went to the gas station, returned to burn the house down. It just doesn't make sense, okay? It doesn't make sense in that regard. So, Ms. Varela tells you that the defendant intended to kill Mr. Dickerson on the ride back, okay? That plan goes into effect as soon as they get in the house because, again, she tells you, Ms. Varela, the defendant tells you that she started pouring the drinks. Mr. Dickerson's got a high BAC, right? It's corroborated by what Ms. Varela says and what the defendant says when they talk about giving him full glasses. And theirs were either a little bit or watered down or just straight water. What better way to incapacitate somebody bigger than you so that you can take from them? Now, this is where it gets different. At some point during the night, you recall the video clip of Mr. Dickerson going outside, right? They're smoking a little bit, then they go back in the house. And I think his dog or he stumbles back in the house, right? So something happens. The defendant wants you to believe it's because she played some kind of Spanish music and then out of nowhere was confronted with this file, this metal weapon, and they get into an argument about manhood and et cetera, right? Ms. Varela says she noticed that there was an argument.
They had a dick measuring contest. Again, that's how she kind of puts it. She, you know, kind of, again, they were trying to get in that Mr. Dickerson had been in prison. That was not going to be allowed. The judge was very clear about that. But they did get it in by calling the metal file a shiv and, you know, Stacy claiming that Christopher had said at some point that he always carries a shiv with him. Now, I don't think any of that ever happened, but basically Stacy, according to her, said, so that makes you a man. And according to her, Christopher got really upset, and that's what started this whole thing, allegedly.
Dickerson is standing next to or over the defendant, not hands on her, right? The defendant pushes him back. I mean, the defense expert, Ms. Herfer, talked about coordination and balance when you're that intoxicated. And he falls to the ground, and she gets the beer bottle. But let's back up just a little bit, right? Ms. Varela tells you, before all that in the house, she notices this file. Thinks it's a little weird, covers it up, no big deal. Points it out to the defendant, okay? The defendant tells you that Mr. Dickerson, who you don't get to hear from, went back into his room and brought it out and then apparently showed him, right? Convergence of events, divergence in the house, and then another convergence. So let's talk about that in the house for a minute, right? Because Ms. Varela tells you that the defendant pushes Mr. Dickerson back to the point where he stumbles back. Ms. Varela tells you at that point, like any person probably would, he's screaming at them to get out of the house, get out of my house. Not satisfied with that, the defendant grabs a bottle, apparently throws it and misses, and then either has the same bottle or another bottle, cracks Mr. Dickerson on the head, and cracks him with another one. The defendant tells you, oh, I didn't see any blood that night. Sorella tells you that he was bleeding profusely from the face, was incapacitated, maybe even unconscious at that point. Could be a combination of the alcohol, could be a combination of getting hit in the head by the defendant with a beer bottle. But there's blood, right? Remember the line of questioning of Dr. Burson? Well, you didn't notice any injuries on his head or cuts or anything like that. Like, you saw the autopsy photos, okay? He was burned beyond recognition. They had to determine his identity through dental records. Defendant tells Ms. Varela, yeah, we got to go back and burn the house because it's harder to identify a body. Keep in mind too, right, that Ms. Varela had, well, you heard discovery, right? She only had up to sub 65. A lot of this information came after the fact. The defendant has had the benefit of sitting here, do this, and, well, benefit of reading all the discovery, looking at all the videos, anything you can think of, benefit of sitting here in trial, listening to all the witnesses, and then culminating with her getting on the stand to make sure that her story fits.
I don't believe Colorado has the death penalty. Because if I remember correctly, Letitia Stalk, the Gannon Stalk trial was in Colorado. Or was it in... And I don't think they have the death penalty. Or maybe it was in... I'm going to have... Look, I don't try to remember Letitia Stalk that much. And KLF, my smarty smart pants, is they got rid of it shortly after Chris Watts took the plea to avoid the death penalty. There's the Zach we know and love.
Sorella tells you at that point, the defendant is over Mr. Dickerson on the couch using her weight, hold him down, and looks at her and says, go get that thing. And she does. She admitted to that, right? And comes back, and the defendant starts plunging it into Mr. Dickerson's neck. Now, you saw the photos. You saw the grouping of the wounds, right? Not one, not two, not three or four, but five. All within, if I'm recalling correctly, Dr. Burson said within a 2-centimeter area. The defendant wants you to believe that in this particular case, this struggle
Thank you,
is
Zach.
going on.
No, you're fine.
And during this time,
I still
Ms. Varela
have to
just kind
remind
of
myself which
appears
one we're talking
with
about.
this. And while this struggle is going on, she's not sure if Ms. Varela is going to give the weapon to Christopher or to the defendant. Then somehow this struggle ensues, and Christopher ends up with the weapon, and the fight's on, and the rolling, and she's hitting his hand on the carpet, reaching for a beer bottle, doing the layup throw, misses him, and then comes into possession of the weapon, isn't looking at him.
Well, I guess the Ferrells are having a real fun time in their game. And that is the sort of catch-22 of the death penalty, because you are consigning the families and the defendant to years and years of appeals, to a long process, and everything else. It's yes. Think double mint gum and use your imagination.
Isn't looking at Miss Varela and doing this motion with her tricep back at him. Okay.
Hey, Joe, we have already compared him to Dr. Robotnik, as played by Jim Carrey. Master Rayu, JKD Buck, remind me of the name. You know I'm terrible at names. So, you know, yeah, we've had plenty of this guy looks exactly like this guy.
Dr. Urson testified as to the force necessary
But now
to inflict
Max
the wounds on
Headroom,
Christopher's neck using
Master Roshi.
that weapon, that blunt end. It wasn't sharp. The blunt end, the flat end is sticking out. I mean, you know, as opposed to a blade, flat end is sticking out. You're not going to be able to do that type of penetration by doing this and not looking and grouping it like you did and causing the significant damage and carnage that you did. Okay? I submit to you that based upon the totality of the facts and the circumstances, that Chris was incapacitated. Sorella says he's laying on the couch with his neck exposed. This defendant came up with the force necessary, again, not 1, 2, 3, or 5, but 4, but 5 times, and left it in his neck. By all means, take a look at that exhibit when you go back. Look at the end of it. Determine for yourself if that is something that could just go penetrate 5 times going up like that. It didn't happen the way the defendant said that. Afterwards, right? Again, the progression, together, diverge, back together again. They get in the car, they go back, they come back, they burn the house down. Defendant wants you to believe it's because she's kind of in some kind of stupor. Sorella admits that she was drunk that night. It's funny, the defendant, in a sense, admitted that too, but boy, crystal clear on every little minor detail, right? Credibility, that's something for you to consider in going back to that. But keep in mind that after they do this, right, they walk into his room. You saw the pictures from the fire. All of his things are on the bed, right? Ms. Sorella is apparently not doing well for Ms. Rodrigues. She tells him to go out, and she came in here and gave you a description, okay, of what she saw. You're the judges of the credibility, but she came in and told you that there was blood everywhere and that he was gurgling. And she didn't know what to do, and she saw him take her last breath. Again, if it's self-defense, ladies and gentlemen, why come up with that? Why come up with that elaborate, we'll call it elaborate story, right? They steal his property, they leave, they come back, they burn the house down, they destroy evidence, they destroy Christopher. Admit what you can't deny, deny what you can't admit. I want to talk a little bit about the jury instructions, if you kindly follow along. You note that instruction number 3 is what the defense contends. They admit that she's guilty of the arson, where she burned the body of Mr. Dickerson, so fine. She also contends she's guilty of tampering. That necessarily means she's guilty of the burglary in regards to the arson. We've talked about credibility, but I want to go back to the elements, and I want to start on page, it's instruction number 14, okay? The defendant, Stacy Rodrigues, in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, after deliberation with intent to cause the death of another person, caused the death of Mr. Dickerson without not legally authorized by the affirmative defenses as noted in 16, 17, and 20. So, in jury selection, we talked a little bit about this too, right? I mean, the burden of proof never moves from that table, right? It's always upon the prosecution, no matter what. Right? It never shifts, okay? In addition to proving you beyond a reasonable doubt, we also have to disprove these affirmative defenses, is what they're called. So we have to disprove self-defense, and I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that based upon all you've been presented with, the testimony, the evidence, the videos, the things you've seen, Mr. Dickerson wasn't the initial aggressor that night. The initial aggressor was this defendant right here. Deliberation took place on the car ride home from Dolores. She executed Mr. Dickerson in his home after plying him with alcohol. She took advantage of him, she killed him, and she stole from him, she burned his house down. Never bothered to report it. Never called 911. In summation, for my first part, when you go back there's a lot of things to look at, and I know that, right? I know that. I think it's important to look at the body-worn camera of Detective Burrows with Hosanna Varela on November 11th, 2021. Look at her demeanor. Look at her eyes, okay? Look at her lip, trembling, right? The change in her demeanor when told what she was being charged with, right? Did that look like somebody who was in control of the situation? You contrast that with the defendant's body-worn camera of Detective Hunziker, which I know you've seen a lot of times, but I think it's important, right? During that interaction, confronted with a picture of Christopher. Nope, never seen him. You ever been to 2413 15th Avenue Court? Is that a business? No, it's a house. Oh, no, never been there. Okay. Ever been down to Cabetas? Yeah, been down there a few times. All right. Never ran into him down there? No. Were you too drunk to remember that night? No, I wasn't. Okay. And then during that course, in the Tahoe, she tells you, or she asks Detective Hunziker, hey, what is Hosanna saying? What are they saying? Denies on the stand that she can see this, when obviously she's clearly looking through the car and can see what's going on. Hey, what are they saying? And Detective Hunziker says, I can't hear.
Yeah, it's
then
really hard to
ultimately, well,
deny video.
we heard this testimony about social anxiety and, for lack of a better term, an emotional support battery. That makes no sense. She talks about going to the bars, hanging out with people, doesn't know what to.
That's it. We're listening to emotional support battery again because, good Lord, this man is, you have a special extra VIP, ticket whenever you're on the Petty Express. All right, we backinated just a little bit because I need to hear emotional support battery again. This trial is a gem.
About social anxiety and, for lack of a better term, an emotional support battery. That makes no sense. She talks about going to the bars, hanging out with people, doesn't know what a dartboard is, but they're always looking for an after party, either known or unknown homes. Social anxiety, that's the excuse. But she had a battery in her hand, so that must have helped. But ultimately, when advised by Detective Burrows what she's being charged with, there was no hesitation. Really? You have proof of that? Yes. Yes. Yes, we have proof.
Clue is going to get so crazy next edition. It was Colonel Mustard with the emotional support battery in the billiard room. Yes, and I will wear my Clue sweater for that, unless it's warm. And then I'm going to start breaking out my t-shirts, because I have so many stupid t-shirts that I need to show Mr. Mo that I actually wear, so I can keep them.
For that, you heard it, you saw it. This isn't self-defense. This wasn't done in a hasty and impulsive manner. Ladies and gentlemen, this was intentional. This defendant is guilty, and we ask you to return verdicts of the same. Thank you.
I think they like.
Thank you.
They
The
like
defense may
this
give their
guy
closing
because.
argument at this time.
Thank you.
I hope so. I hope, because
I'm sorry, Ken.
So I have noticed that these two female attorneys are very reactive, very emotional. He was calm, cool, stoic. He delivered his zingers in a very Baker-esque way. They were funny, but they weren't, catty or snarky in the way that these women are going to be. I am just telling you, if it is the blonde lady, I can't handle the blonde lady. If it's the blonde lady. Oh, thank you, Tammy. You guys are all my emotional support friends. I kept telling Mr. Mo, I just need to stream this, not for streaming wise, but I need my internet friends with me. So when I want to spaz out or say something really, really probably not appropriate, they can be there and tell me it's funny or too much. Like, I need my internet's friend because I don't know what to say when I'm left to my own devices. All right. Please don't be the blonde. Please don't be the blonde.
Second. Ladies and gentlemen, or by any other means, this includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you to any of this answer.
Okay, why are we taking so damn long with the...
Court will be in recess for 10 minutes.
They're doing okay. So I will tell you guys, and I have learned from experience, and it's not a great experience, but after we laid my mother-in-law to rest and I had to get out of those seats right next to the burial site, my legs had started completely spazzing out. So what kind of happens is I kind of have full body tremors. They don't hurt per se. They're just, I don't feel like I have good control of my legs, which is kind of important if you're on uneven ground. So, I just sucked it up and let Mr. Mo help me and then let the pastor help me. It was odd taking my walker, but I have decided to upgrade to they look goofy as heck. I am not going to lie. But since my goal is to get one solid rotation around my little block by this summer, I do need a walker that's easier for me to walk with. I'm a little too tall even for the tall, so they've got these elbow ones that look like they're going to be much better for me to walk. So I am looking forward. There are things that I can do to adapt better. I am going to get around this neighborhood. I'm 5'6". So, well, yeah, that was good. I ended up slamming my left leg with a door really well, though, because the pool door really stuck and I smacked myself pretty good. But other than that, it was a pretty okay trip. I mean, considering what we were up there for. But it's it was interesting to take my walker in. Most of the family haven't seen me in my walker. Or with my walker, not in my walker. So there was a lot of explaining of, oh, did you hurt your head? Or hurt your leg, or, what's going on. So there was a lot of explaining, but they were all really nice and helpful. So it was all in all pretty okay. Oh no, oh no. I'm glad I didn't do that, but it was close. I was holding on to Mr. Mo for dear life, so I'd have taken them both. In my defense, unlike Rose, I would have held on to him. So there you go, Mr. Mo. We might have both been in the plot, but I'd have held on to your ass.
Thank you. Please be seated.
No,
Ms.
no.
Devereaux, you may begin.
Lord, I asked no. I pray, I beseech you, not this one.
As we told you in the beginning, this case revolves around people making decisions and reactions under pressure. Before you got to meet Stacy, you were painted a picture of a predator in every sense of the word. In their opening, they called her a vicious and violent murderer, a person who randomly decides to kill a stranger while driving in a car where there was nothing but, quote, good vibes.
I've seen Stacy this entire trial. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say I am going to RSVP to guilty, all right? Also, ma'am, look, there is a button issue with your shirt. I'm not trying to point it out to be pervy. I got a pair of boobs at home. But just a little, safety pin will help with that. You're welcome. Don't say I never did nothing for the sisterhood. You annoy the shit out of me, but I still don't want to see your boobs.
Stabs a man 5 times and then looks,
Ew,
quote, glowing,
Zach.
quote, refreshed,
Ew.
and, quote, excited before
Ew.
going back and getting more and stabbing him more. A person who is so deranged that after stabbing someone to death, they lick their hands with their blood, with the other person's blood, all over it, tasting another human's blood and saying, quote, his blood tastes dirty.
Welcome, Viking Raiders. Thank you for joining us. We are looking at the case of Colorado versus Stacy Rodrigues. We are actually on the defense closing, so let me change the banner. Sorry, I had to go yell at some feral boy children who apparently lost a raid. So they were having a mock battle in the hallway, as you do. Now, I will go ahead and let y'all know that this lady lawyer has stage 2 going on, well, stage 1.5, but possibly a solid 2, HR penny problem voice. She does have the penny problem glasses and, all the things. So, dear God, let's listen to this woman try to cobble together a defense that paints this 350-pound woman as a shy, defenseless, demure woman. And maybe 350 is mean. Okay, 300. I'm just saying that is not 250 on a good day or a Sunday, ma'am. Don't you be lying to a chick who was there. Don't you be putting that on me, Ricky Bobby.
A domestic violence batterer who hit their partner with a car 3 different times, held a knife to her throat, beat her, caused cuts all over her body, and who threatened her children's lives. A serial killer who killed 3 to 4 other people and then burned their bodies to get away with it. And now also a gang member in an unknown California gang. Someone who's really into fires and steals their murdered victims' belongings to just burn them later. And now a person who apparently lies under oath about having social anxiety. Ladies and gentlemen.
Bitch stabbed a man 5 times with a metal file, like one that you use to sharpen freaking screwdrivers, or I don't know. Look, Mr. Mo doesn't let me play with his tool, but the blunt end of a freaking metal file. I am sorry. What do you want from me? Yeah, so the real thing you're mad at is that the state is questioning her social anxiety. Heifer, you are on the wrong damn defense. I don't know who you're defending her from, you know, the internet, whatever societal, cultural, patriarchal things you're doing. But if it was to question that she has social anxiety when she showed no signs of social anxiety, as someone who has it, I can tell you she didn't. I'm sorry. You're barking up the wrong tree. This is the wrong defendant to be morally, righteously, self-righteously outraged that anyone questioned her social anxiety because she was carrying a battery per her own testimony, an emotional support battery. So shut the hell up and go fix your boob gap.
I'm going to remind you about what Mr. Corellia told you in the beginning, about that quote he gave you. Let us take things as we find them. Let's not attempt to distort them as to what they are not. Every aspect of this case has been the prosecution attempting to distort who and what Stacy is as a person, to dehumanize her and make her into a vicious and violent murderer. It's much easier to get a conviction on first degree.
Bitch stabbed a man 5 times. Like, I don't know what... You could give me a bunch of, you know, evidence for character of peacefulness, but she used the blunt end, Madam Boob Gap. And I know this is going to bother you, so when you watch this stream, please come at me. Because you know what? I am so tired of feminists who are all about the sisterhood, but when you call them out on their shit, they're like, you have internalized misogyny. No, ma'am, I've just had 6 children. I have internalized lack of dealing with bullshittery. I don't care that she has social anxiety. I don't care if she went to church every Sunday for 15 years. She stabbed a man 5 times with a metal file, burned him beyond recognition after burgling his house. Now, I'm sorry, but if this is what happens when Stacy gets drunk, then we can't have Stacy in public. But sure, let's get really mortally outraged that, you know, we called her out on her social anxiety.
Degree murder. If you distort who someone is and then you stand up here and yell about how evil they are.
He didn't yell. He was stoic.
But
You're
got
emotional.
To hear her. You got to hear from her. You got to see her. When Stacy described to you going to Hosanna's grandmother's house later in the morning of October 3rd, she described getting sick again. But this as a physical reaction to the trauma she had just lived through. She described going into her spare bedroom and not being able to sleep, just laying there, thinking about the nightmare that had just unfolded. And when asked, did you have any other kind of physical reaction that night to what happened? She said, no. I just wanted to be with my mom. I just wanted to be with my mom. Does that sound...
Here's the other problem with this entire narrative that you have. This lawyer, the other lawyer, had much more emotional resonance to this entire case than fucking Stacy did. When asked up on the stage, was he aggressive? I don't know, sort of, yeah. I mean, well, was he holding anything in his hand that scared you? I mean, no, I didn't see any. I just, you know, he was... The fact that her attorneys... This is why I think the attorneys cooked up the defense. They are more passionate about it than Stacy ever has been. Stacy on the stand was god-awful. And how much longer is this heifer on the goddamn stage? Oh, must be... Oh God, she's here. Okay, all right, let's see here. Oh Lord, she used her full damn hour. All right, let's go.
Sound like a person to you who forms the intent and desire to take a stranger's life in the backseat of a car?
Yes, yes, she does.
Who plots to get him drunker as part of some sort of apparent overall scheme to get the physical overhand to make it easier to kill him for the purpose of stabbing him in the neck 5 times?
No, it
Does
was
that
the
sound like
purpose
a
of
person
robbing
who
him.
viciously and violently and unjustifiably murders someone? And does that sound like someone to you who later writes their brother and says they don't believe they can ever be happy again? Does a vicious and violent murderer turn to their older
Murderers
brother and say,
have
quote, I'm
have
literally going through the
regrets.
hardest
This only proves that she murdered him. It doesn't say that she did anything in self-defense. Even murderers who murder in cold blood can later have self-defense or have regrets, have, guilt. But none of that says that she did anything in self-defense. That sounds like she's regretting her murder. Oh my God, ma'am, can you just be done already?
part of my life, and I don't know if I want to keep going? Does a vicious and violent murderer become so traumatized by what happened that before they're arrested, they describe not being able to sleep to their older brother because, quote, every time I close my eyes, I see him? No.
No. No. Come on, Meryl Streep.
During
you
opening
can do
statements,
it.
the prosecution previewed Dr. Burson's testimony and argued that this was an intentional killing, first-degree murder, because each stab wound was in the neck region and all directed in a location where Stacy knew there were arteries. Remember that?
It's the
Do
neck.
not let them distort.
You kind of need a neck. Even dum-dums like Stacy can realize it's my breathe tube and my eat tube. That's important, and I bet there's blood vessels or something in there, but I've never seen anyone without a neck live. Yeah, I think Stacy does, apart from not having direct anatomical knowledge of where certain arteries were, could realize if you stabulated someone in the neck, it probably meant death or severe injury. And if you do it 5 times, good God, what trial did you watch, ma'am? This is not a Lifetime goddamn movie. Stop hamming it up like you're Judith Light and this is the Meredith Baxter Burney freaking story.
Let us take things how we find them. She was a 19-year-old girl who had dropped out of high school as a freshman, 14 years old, to work and take care of her mother. She doesn't even have a GED. And you saw her and you heard her. When asked whether the night at the Clarion was a noteworthy moment in her relationship with Hosanna, she said, I don't know what that word means. She didn't know what the word noteworthy meant. When asked if she knew the basic idea or concept.
Jury, please don't convict my client. She's stupid. Let's see if it'll work. I mean, it could work.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Behind fight or flight? No.
No.
That's not someone who knows what an artery is, let alone plotting to get this guy drunk and pick the precise anatomical location where she knew it would cause a massive bleeding and ultimate death. That's not what we have here, folks.
No.
Instead, the
single
location
tear.
of each stab wound, the weapon that was used, how the weapon was used and left behind, is all consistent with a fast, unplanned, and instinctive action. Now, as we all know, first-degree murder is the most serious crime anyone in the state can be accused of. As it should, a conviction of first-degree murder demands that the prosecution be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that the person was killed, not only that there was specific intent to kill, but also the added layer and that killing came also after deliberation. After deliberation, it's not up for interpretation. That definition about what the
Well, if Stacy's natural instinct when scared is to stab someone 5 times in the neck, I also don't want Stacy in public. You are not giving juries any incentive to find this woman not guilty. And this story that you've told does not match the defendant you have. And no amount of overacting on the closing is going to change that.
law tells you they have to prove is in your jury instructions. And it's not any less of an element than the fact that someone died here. Every element weighs the same. And the term after deliberation means that they have to prove Stacy decided to kill Mr. Dickerson after the exercise of reflection and judgment. The law tells you this cannot be.
Which the law tells you can be instantaneous. Doesn't have to have the Joel Guy Jr. book of premeditation. In the moment she picked up that knife or that file and she moved her arm towards that neck, that was a deliberate motion. Because your arm, I mean, even as spazzy as my entire body can be, if I don't will from my mind and make that knife or that file go in, then, you know, also, where was the state if this girl dropped out at 14? My school is giving me letters because we have gotten the flu and cold season from hell here. And my daughter's been sick every time she's had a doctor's note because they force us to, and they still want to get us on absenteeism. So how the hell is a 14-year-old allowed to drop out of school? I mean, that's a question for Colorado. But this is not poor Stacy. Stacy made a choice. Once she grabbed that, once she pushed it towards him, that is what we call premeditation, because you have to think about it to do it.
Be a quick, momentary, one thought after another type of thing.
Yes, it can.
In fact, the law prohibits a conviction for first-degree murder if it was committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Think about what those words mean. Think about the synonyms for those words. Hasty, speedy, hurried, rushed. Think about the synonyms for impulsive, spontaneous, instinctive.
We're going 1.5.
Unthinking, reflex, knee-jerk. Every single aspect of this case, every single piece of physical evidence concerning Mr. Dickerson's death tells you beyond all doubt that this was quick and it was hasty. And that it was an instinctive response to the imminent threat that Stacy was facing. An instinctive response to save herself. Take this metal shiv.
You keep calling it a shiv. It's a file.
This is not a traditional weapon. This isn't her bringing a weapon to this guy's house to plot and plan, to feed him alcohol, to take advantage of him, to get him drunk. This isn't hers. And make no mistake, if Hosanna Varela had the ability to tell you or show you that she had seen Miss Rodrigues with that thing before, or if they could have done that, they would have. If the prosecution had the ability to bring in a single witness who could tell you that they knew that Stacy had that item or a similar item, or if they found a Facebook picture or a conversation that had anything to do about a shiv or a weapon like that,
Ma'am, this is what we call, this is chaff. This is absolute chaff. This is, I have nothing to say that's going to help me with my case. So I'm going to get all Twitter-pated about something that the state hasn't even said. The state has never, in the entire case, put Stacy anywhere near this, metal file. I think it's called a rasp. I want to say it's a rasp, but I don't know. That being said, that's what my brain is giving me. But this is chaff. This is, I need to fill an hour. I need to, give the performance of my Meryl Streep lifetime. But this has nothing to do. The state has never contended that Stacy brought this weapon in. In fact, Hosanna has been convicted as an accessory for handing her this metal rasp, this weapon. So this has never been in contention. What she is doing here is misdirecting you to the fact that they really have nothing, and Stacy bombed like a cannonball from freaking orbit her daggone testimony.
You all would have heard that and seen that. Nor did Stacy introduce that metal shiv at the moment things escalated and Mr. Dickerson got physical. Even Hosanna had to admit, albeit with a completely different version, that she was the one who introduced that shiv and the point where things were escalated and conflict was ensuing. And notice how she minimized her culpability, right? When admitting that. Oh, Stacy directed me. Stacy told me to go get it. The reality is that she is the one who introduced that weapon into the situation. And when Mr. Dickerson grabbed the metal shiv while being over Stacy, not letting go while she is pleading with him, it all happened so fast. And as we discussed way back in jury selection, and these types of moments, they aren't planned out. No one plans for this very moment. She had split seconds to react.
Oh.
There was no appreciable amount of time to exercise careful reflection and judgment. There wasn't.
This woman has never exercised careful reflection and judgment. She doesn't even know what the words mean. Again, stupidity is not an argument. You didn't do diminished capacity due to lack of intellect. You could have had her IQ tested. You could have had her competency tested, but you didn't. So bringing up the fact that she doesn't know words or she's being willfully dumb, which I think she is, because she was able to converse quite effectively with both of her attorneys when they were giggle festing over there. So I'm sorry, but the poor Stacy is someday I read pretty too is not going to fly.
She told you, quote, he grabs it, and then I'm obviously trying my hardest to just leave. She described using both hands on his one hand that held that metal shiv. I kept hitting his hands on the floor so he could let it go. I wasn't strong enough to get it out of his hand with the one, but I was just trying to hit it out of his hands. Both of her hands on his one. And in those split seconds, when she breaks free from his grasp, he pushed her in the face, consistently trying to grab at her. And she instinctively fought back. Again, there was no time, no appreciable time for reflection and judgment. It cannot be one thought after another. It was hasty and it was fast. It was impulsive.
This defense feeds into both of these defense attorneys' narrative. They are going, again, on lack of agency, third wave feminism. You know, for all the girl power, girl bossness, whenever there is a situation in which a woman needs to take responsibility, I have noticed that she suddenly lacks agency and a big scary man made her do something, or society made her do something, or alcohol made her do something, or, you know, internalized something or other made her do something. It seems that women lose their agency with this new feminism right about the time that they have to take responsibility. And that's what pisses me off. You make every single other woman who doesn't, you know, use or make excuses for the shit that she does. She puts on her good big girl panties and, you know, admits when she's wrong, doesn't use, you know, female incompetency or, I don't know, infantilization to excuse their every actions. This is ridiculous. Ugh. It's absolutely a narrative that they've bought into because it goes with every single preconceived notion that they have. You know, they buy into this, well, Stacy's uneducated. Therefore, it is so infantilizing. It is so patronizing. Basically, Stacy couldn't do anything. She didn't have any agency. She was with an older person. She couldn't say no. Well, they were drunk, but this was creepy older guy. She couldn't, you know, say no. Stacy seems to have agency with everything else except when this one time where she has to take responsibility for something, and then it's self-defense.
And it was instinctive. It had to be. She told you in your own words.
Sure, Jan.
Were you looking at him? No, I wasn't. I wasn't looking while I was doing it. At that moment, I didn't think anything, you know, and then he was still continuing to grab me. So I kept kicking him and I sat up, and that's when it happened again and it broke. Quote, I didn't know that I'd hit him. I didn't even know that she didn't even know that she had made contact until reviewing discovery and saw that she did it 5 times. She wasn't looking at his direction. She was too focused on trying to get away. So when they're questioning her yesterday,
so she was
what were you looking at?
Behind
of course
her?
she's not going to be able to tell you. Her only thought in that moment was self-preservation.
Was self-preservation?
Stacy described falling when she was trying to get up as they were fighting over the shiv and it breaking, which is consistent with Dr. Burson's testimony that he believed the metal shiv had a handle that had been broken off. Again, every single aspect, every single piece of physical evidence concerning Mr. Dickerson's death tells you beyond all doubt that it was hasty and quick, that it was instinctive, and an instinctive response to an immediate threat. What deliberate, intentional, and premeditated murderer leaves the weapon behind in the body? She went through.
You already claimed that your client is art-hearted, so a dumb one. Go with the fact that your client is dumb. Go with the fact that she is even dumber than Forrest Gump. Say she is Forrest Gump level. I mean, at this point, you can't have both things. You can't have Stacy, wouldn't leave the weapon and Stacy's dumb. Now, a frightened person might leave the weapon, but then, it kind of contradicts your Stacy is dumb when she has the self, motivation and wherewithal to go try to torch the house. There are so many contradictions. You can't have my client is super, super dumb. Believe me, you guys. She's so dumb she didn't understand it was murder, except she reacted instinctively. She didn't even know she was doing self-defense because she's dumb, y'all. So we had to explain to her that was self-defense. But you can't have it both ways. This can't be instinctive, and then she had the wherewithal. She got out of the tortured, fugue state that she was in to remember to torch the body in the house and steal a bunch of his crap. So is she dumb or is she a criminal?
All of this
or is she a dumb
to
criminal?
try and escape apparently getting caught and planning this murder and feeding him full of drinks. Why would she leave that in his body? Dr. Burson, with over 14 years of experience, the Weld County coroner, who has conducted thousands of autopsies, told you he has never had a case where a knife or a metal object was left in the body. Why? Because you don't intentionally kill someone unless you want to.
Because they were dumb and they thought it would all burn up. Ma'am, I don't know how you concocted this story in your head, but she's dumb. She thought that the body would burn to like ashes, like cremation. She doesn't realize how incredibly hot that has to be, and that there's usually a body left behind. Again, as a dumb criminal, she thought it would all be burned away. So she didn't have to take the knife out, because who was going to find it? No one. It was going to be burnt. It doesn't take a genius. Yes.
And get caught and leave behind the weapon. If you go through the trouble of burning a house down to avoid getting caught for intentionally killing someone else after deliberation, after time to allow for exercise of judgment and reflection, you don't leave it behind. Now, the part of the metal shiv that was used also corroborates what Stacy told you. The prosecution wants you to believe that Mr. Dickerson was vulnerable, that this was a vicious, violent attack on an unconscious and vulnerable person. But then they also want you to believe Hosanna Varela, right? They want you to believe Hosanna Varela, who told Mr. Burroughs through her proffer that after Mr. Dickerson was hit in the head with the bottle, he had blood in his eyes, fear in his eyes.
So, great success. The defense is definitely, through back means, alluding to the fact that Mr. Dickerson had been in prison. Now, since they are not allowed to get back or into his prison record, it could lead the jury to think that he was a violent man. Now, they aren't allowed to know that all of his misdemeanors and felony were basically from not following probation, and I think he had one trespassing. So yes, he went into prison because he failed to do probation on, I think, a cannabis charge or some sort of possession charge. I believe one was something trespassing, and then the other one was, again, I think something to do with not actually being compliant with parole or probation. So while the defense can put the shiv thing out there and put, he was in prison as a little bugbear in the jury's mind, they can't know that it wasn't a violent, offense.
And yelled at them to get out of his house. So if they want you to believe Hosanna, he wasn't unconscious. But if true, Mr. Dickerson...
I think a dead drunk person would wake up if they were hit with a bottle. But I bet he caught them as they were trying to steal stuff.
Dickerson was knocked unconscious between the high BAC and the bottle smashed on his head. Why wouldn't you use the sharp end? If the prosecution just stood here and told you that he was lame...
The sharp end wasn't exposed, you absolute numpty. You ridiculous piece of lint. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, ma'am. The fucking handle was on it until she broke it, and by then it was stuck in his mother effing spine. What the hell have you been smoking? Because I want some. Sorry, you guys. Holy crap. this defense is going to kill me.
Being unconscious on the couch with his neck vulnerable. Why would she use the blunt end? Why would
She's
she risk
not
that injury to
smart.
herself? If her goal and her entire purpose for all of this was to kill him, you don't use the blunt end. Stacy had to use the blunt end. And she had to because it wasn't intentional. This wasn't a decision made after careful reflection and judgment.
At
He had
least
the metal
we
shit in
know
his
that
hands.
this jury was not.
We know that. So when she was finally able to grab it from him, again, this is the sharp part, the pen, the pink part, that's the sharp part. We know he had it in his hands because otherwise, she grabbed it from him and had the blunt end. When she was finally able to grab it from him, it meant that the sharp end that was a threat to her landed in her palms. And she didn't even have a split second to flip it over before she had to use it.
She didn't even say Expelliarmus? How? How did she do this without magic? She's a muggle. It really is a miracle, a Lenten miracle. Hosanna be her name.
Doesn't get any hastier. It just doesn't.
Oh God,
Doesn't
how
get
much
any more
longer are you
impulsive,
gonna be
and
on,
it doesn't
you
get any more
numpty?
instinctive. This was an instinctive response to an imminent threat of Mr. Dickerson being on top of her, of not letting her go, pushing her, and having that weapon in his hand and in her face. She didn't even have the split second. Flip it over.
Not even a split second, y'all. Not one.
And the wounds that Dr. Burson saw are also evidence of this, and are consistent with Stacy's testimony. Dr. Burson testified that all 5 wounds were in close proximity of each other, less than 1 inch. That to him, that means that all 5 wounds were done in, quote, rapid succession and in a short period of time. Rapid, hasty, not first-degree murder. Dr. Burson described 4 of the stab wounds being in the area.
Your Honor, jury, I would like to say that he died quickly. So really, there was no premeditation. It was just bam, bam, boom. I didn't really even think. So, Your Honor, I would like to say 2nd degree is what I'm willing to take. Where are we going with this, ma'am? First you said that she didn't even have time to think. He is a moving target, and by some miracle, by, all holy Odin, she was able to stabulate him 5 times, all within an inch. Now, unless he is a stationary target, she needs to sign up for Assassin's Creed, because we need a body positive, person that can be that accurate. America needs you, ma'am. Oh my gosh.
The front area, around the Adam's apple and being from front to back. And the last one, the one with the shiv still in it, being in a slightly different location that also had a movement path of front to back, but also slightly right to left. During cross-examination, of Ms. Rodrigues, the prosecution used an analogy of a dartboard and said, well, what are the odds that you could hit the same exact spot while not looking? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the difference being you're not standing a few inches.
I can't believe that the state brought in a dartboard. It's so masculine and it's so patriarchal. And, it is heteronormative and colonial to imagine that poor Hosanna, living in America, dropping out at 14, would know what a dartboard is. It's so America-centric. How dare you? It's not even a cultural. You could have said piñata, but that would have been, rude. Where are you going with this, ma'am? You are a lawyer. You shouldn't be faux crying during all of this. If you have no argument unless you have to bring in emotions, illogic, plot holes, ridiculousness, and things that even senior citizens who have bought, stuff from a Kenyan prince would not buy, then ma'am, sit the hell down. Bring what you have, which is nothing, and end with that.
A mere inch or 2 from a dartboard. A dartboard is not grabbing you. The front to back aspect of those 4 stab wounds are consistent with Stacy's description of the close proximity of their physical struggle. Him in her face with this weapon.
No, really, it's not. Again, if she's saying it was an overhand thing, now imagine this, it's overhand, And he is taller, but he would fall down. He's going to fall down. He was unsteady. So you're saying they're both unsteady. They're moving around and she is able to dot, 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 dot. Very easy. Are you kidding me? Ma'am, I'm about to put you to 2 and just skip over you. You're driving me nuts.
On top of her. And that last wound being consistent with Stacy describing not knowing that she had hit him until the object broke because he's grabbing at her. The right to left nature of that last wound is consistent with him moving his head to the left as he's pushing forward, trying to get her.
Or he's trying to move away and escape
There was
the
no
woman who's
evidence that
stabbing
Mr.
him.
Dickerson, in light of those 4 stab wounds, would have not been able to be a threat to Stacy. Still grabbing at her. Instead, the only evidence you all heard was the exact opposite. Dr. Burson testified that Mr. Dickerson would not have been immediately incapacitated. Sarah Erfer, the toxicologist, explained that the other scientific explanation behind Mr. Dickerson's ability to keep moving, keep grabbing, still being a threat. She explained that alcohol has an analgesic effect, a pain-killing effect. Alcohol impacts a person's ability to perceive.
Analgesic. Not analgesic, analgesic. Analgesic. You really don't want to stress the anal, and don't clip that, but giggity. No, it's analgesic. It's not analgesic. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Is there like lead in the pipes in Colorado? I mean, look, y'all, I'm a semi-professional funny person on the interwebs. I make up my own words. But analgesic? Are you kidding me? Ma'am, Jesus. Help me, someone. I need some peeps now. Damn.
Pain.
Someone's going to make me turn
She
to
explained to
sugar.
you that science tells us that as a person's alcohol consumption and BAC increases, so does that affect on their pain tolerance. And in that moment when the metal shiv broke and Stacy realized
No, we
that she had
don't.
made contact
This
with
is
him,
all
she
speculative.
explained to you that Mr. Dickerson was no longer moving. Remember, she described scooting back, sitting there, just looking at her hand, frozen. She didn't intend for any of this to happen. Why would she?
She's stupid.
And while the
She
prosecution
doesn't intend
need
things. She
to
doesn't
prove
even know
motive,
what it means.
They don't. They still have to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was her conscious objective to kill him that night.
Spoiler alert. They did.
Why? Why would she do that?
Why would you
Why do you kill a random stranger? For what? And notice their theory just keeps changing.
Oh my God, the telenovela of this. I mean, she is going to telenovela. And even a person that doesn't understand Spanish, those are entertaining. Those are entertaining to watch. I mean, I have no idea what's going on. I'm pretty sure that everyone's in a throuple and someone's mad, but them are entertaining. Now, watching her try to be a 10% of a half-assed job telenovela isn't as fun. And ma'am, just go get a safety pin. Someone should have told her. See, ooh, she does not like her. Because a good friend would have told you about your boob gap, but this lawyer did not tell her about the boob gap. That is not your friend, ma'am. That is a friend of me.
Right? Because at first she's has irately jealous that Chris had the audacity to ask Hosanna where she worked and not her. Then it turns into on the way back from the car, according to Hosanna Varela, she just decided to randomly kill someone when they're all having good vibes listening to the music. And then it changes again to this like weird intent to rob, right? Well, that doesn't make sense either, because if you go with
No, it does make sense. They robbed him. It doesn't make sense that they were trying to accuse her of plotting to rob. I mean, they did end up stealing stuff, but that was after they killed him, which they didn't intend. It was a good day. They were doing puzzles and painting, and I was trying to keep him occupied. What trial were you watching? Because I don't know that we were watching the same trial, madam. Also, that was a terrible pause.
all this trouble to poison this guy, to get him weak, to rob him. Why do you not take the laptop sitting in the living room that you heard was found burnt and melted to a backpack? Why don't you take any of the 8 other gift cards in his wallet? Why don't you take a dime from his bank account that has 43 grand sitting in it? Why Do you take what you take and then just burn it if you believe Hosanna Varela? None of this is true. It's all made up. None of it is true.
Why don't you call the police? Why don't you say that you had to kill someone? Why don't you have all the evidence? You know, you have your girlfriend backing you up. The closeness, you could get a crime reconstructionist. In fact, the police would probably have you reconstruct the crime. Or do you burn the house down?
And why would she want to do this? You heard her talking to her brother afterwards. As part of a Facebook message, telling him that she just missed her old life and her happiness that she had before Hosanna, before October 3rd. Why would she choose this, any of this? Or is it more logical that none of this was planned? Is it more logical that none of this was wanted, and instead this was hasty and impulsive and instinctual response to an imminent threat that she was facing? And as we talked about back in jury selection many, many times, it's the totality of the circumstances, right? How many times back then did we talk about how we wish you could have had all the facts and we're posing these hypotheticals, right? Now you have all them. And it's the totality of those facts and those circumstances that you have to consider in leading up to that split-second decision that she had to make. Consider, she's at a complete stranger's house in the middle of the night when the rest of the world sleeps.
He didn't abduct her. They sought him out. She was not a naive little girl. He was not waiting with a van that said free puppies and candles, which is how you would get me, honestly. Actually, they're like, we have a mini pony, cow. It's all fuzzy. And I'd be like, oh my God, I'll get my friends. You can abduct us all. Yeah, it's this, whatever they have concocted is through a lens that just doesn't make sense with the fact pattern. And the more that they try to over dramatize it, the more it goes into farce. This is now farcical. She is over here doing a good, Lifetime movie over dramatization of a lawyer. But you make all of us women look bad when you can't control and modulate your emotions. Woman or man, you need to be in control of yourself. The first attorney, the male attorney, did a great job. Hell, Sue Opper from the Darrell Brooks trial did a wonderful job. In that sentencing, when she basically ran down everything, she wasn't emotional. She wasn't, crying. She was forceful. You could tell that this impacted her deeply, but she did her gosh darn job. You over here faux crying makes all of us women look ridiculous because every time we get on the stand, every time we do something, every time we do it, we have to fight against the stereotype that women like you put out. Over emotional, relying on this and not being logical, straightforward, and just in control. You are at your job, ma'am.
The complete stranger is a man who is nearly double her age. That complete stranger is a man who's nearly a foot taller than she is. A complete stranger who is clearly intoxicated, who lied to them about having an after party or having a roommate be present and clearly was not as the night progressed, who chose to wear a shirt out that evening that read, quote, straight out of fucks. Both state.
Really? Okay, no, this ma'am has had all of my time. She done made fun of his fucking shirt. We are done with you. Ma'am, no, shut up. I don't hear you no more. Now, as a permanent, sorry. Look, y'all, I am not even drunk and it's just been a long week. But as a permanent stupid shirt wearer, we will not hear denigration of a straight out of fucks shirt because that was fucking funny. Ma'am, you can just go straight to hell with your little boob gap. We're not even listening to you anymore. As conductress of the Petty Express, we tolerate many, many things. Furries, light patchouli oil, harmonicas, mouth harps, not recorders. But we will not take denigration of the stupid shirt. Gosh darn it. How the hell are you going to bring the shirt that he brought in? This is disgusting. Look, I don't care what kind of t-shirt you wear. I don't care if you are a good man, a bad man. No one deserves to die with a metal file stuck in their neck and then their house torched. Oh, maybe she needs an emotional support battery so she'll come off of whatever the hell she's been drinking or thinking. Oh God, preppy lawyer, please, please read. I love you with my whole ass heart. I'm sorry, you guys. I can't allow the denigration of a stupid t-shirt. And I had a feeling that the rest of her closing was going to be dumb as fuck. So, here we go. Good luck and Godspeed. Chucky, have fun with the kiddos. Ma'am, I was trying to be nice to you. I was trying to keep you in the sisterhood, but
For
you have
nearly the
done
last
been
hour.
excommunicated.
You've been given an illustration as to what reasonable doubt is versus what it's not. And when all else fails, it's pretty simple. Blame the victim. Blame Christopher. That's the solution. His shirt says everything you need to know. Seriously? We're going to blame...
Fuck 'em, tell 'em, preppy man. And I like you better with your glasses. But I love it. Preach, man, sir. Preach.
Blame him? We're going to say that he deserved to be stabbed 5 times? We're going to blame Hosanna? And the simple answer from the defense was yes. This is supposed to be a truth-seeking process.
Monty G, his shirt said straight out of fucks. You know, in kind of the style like straight out of Compton, only it was straight out of fucks. Now, today I am modeling a cute Lord of the Rings shirt that, small personal victory, is now slouchy as intended and advertised. When I got it, it was, well, tight. So I now have my Lord of the Rings slouchy shirt. But it said straight out of fucks. And of course he had to, I don't know, well, according to the defense attorney, he was an older man and his shirt said straight out of fucks. Oh God, his resting bitch face is amazing. Sir, I don't know, my gaydar is off, and God bless you if you're gay. I love the gays. This is not a thing about that. I do dress in a Pentecostal skirt, but it's mostly because I have stupid legs. Anyhoozle. I'm just saying this is the most catty, bitchy look on a man I've ever seen, and I am digging it. I am digging it, digging it.
And it resorts to blaming him. And it's not supported by anything, using reason and common sense and your life experiences. Now, we know that the elements of murder in the first degree, in large part, are satisfied because of the simple aspect of self-defense. We know the defendant got caught after hiding for a month, playing hide and seek from police. No calls, nothing. After burning his body to cover it up. And we know that she acted intentionally and after deliberation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have the instruction number 13. If you need to go back to it, you can. And in instruction number 13, that lays out the law for you on the mental states. You heard the defense get up here for the last hour and talk about planning, and that word does not exist in that instruction. Look for it when you go back. Exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. Never one that's hasty or impulsive. But it doesn't require planning. It doesn't require premeditation. It requires an appreciable amount of time. Doesn't have to be long.
Objection, misstatement of law.
All right, can the parties approach?
One 1.5 seems to be working. If it's too fast for anyone, let me know. But it seems to be working okay. He's not a super fast talker. Oh, wait, where did the audio... This is not me. No, what is going on here?
Or others in a very small, one of them, picture trauma. And
Come on, Court TV. Now, Justice as a Process does get it and work on the audio. Give them a sub. They
Anytime
have
you're
a
back
lot of
there and you're
current
discussing
trials
something that's
going.
vague, or you're
Excuse me.
speculating.
For my plug for Justice as a Process, it's a great channel. They have had, they've clipped the streams and taken out the breaks. They've boosted the audio on this trial. So give them a sub because they don't seem to have a problem with me using their streams to put all of my shenanigans on. And they do a good job. And that's really important, you know, when we have good audio. I know Veilhammer does as much as he can, but Justice as a Process, I've been really impressed.
Or you're imagining, that's not what we're dealing with. What we know is on October 3rd, 2021, the defendant was guilty of first-degree murder at the time of the arrest. The defendant is guilty even without Hosanna Varela. And I want you to think about that in looking at words and actions in light of your observations and experiences in life. Go back to the day that you were selected when you knew none of the facts prior to opening statement. And if you would have been told that this person was turned into that, with that in his neck, after being stabbed 5 times, using your reason, your common sense, hearing that his phone was taken, you still would have found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. You would have heard the autopsy reveals this blunt object, where a handle is on one side of it, and a blunt portion is lodged so far in his neck that it has to be cut out during an autopsy. You would have found the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree based on those facts. The method of the killing, the manner of the killing, the number of the stab wounds.
Oh,
If you would have
thank you
just
so
heard
much,
from Dr.
Monty
Burson,
G.
as it pertains
I was
to
wondering, I
how
was
the-
like, no, I'm not stopping the stream. I am pushing forward to try to get all of this so tonight we can do the sentencing and then we can look at a different trial. I know there's the roommate trial. If there's a trial that you guys want to look at, you know, my email is on my page or on the YouTube page, or you can go on Twitter and, you know, send me a trial if you want to look at a retro trial. I was kind of interested in the roommate trial. Obviously, we are behind as per usual, but we can do that one. I do want to do the Lori Vallow hearing, but other than that, I really have nothing planned as far as that, and I do have to do some fun stuff with the kids this week.
This weapon was, and that the blunt end was lodged in his neck, and the degree of force, the effort, the intent, the purpose. Those are the hard facts that you would have. The fact you would have to know and hear from Dr. Burson that you did, even without Hosanna Varela. The amount of trauma to
Tammy,
his neck.
I don't feel good enough to do it most days.
What other picture could demonstrate to you a person's intent and their deliberation? And that's one of them to a carotid artery. And there are 4 others in a very small region of a person's neck. And then you would have heard that before the fire, everything is laid out on a bed with an open ring box where the victim's dad would have to discuss that ring. And then we hear specifically how we got there in this Chevy Malibu and connecting it downtown. And you can consider the fact that the defendant would have got up and still said to you, I don't really know cars, makes and models. I don't know Chevys. I don't know Malibus. And you'd have the objective evidence that they take this, they come back, they light it on fire, they switch cars. That all of this goes back to the defendant. All of it. That's the evidence you would have had without Hosanna Varela. And you would have convicted of murder in the first degree right then. And you still should.
Yeah.
But now this has morphed from a whodunit once they get caught. And Ms. Rodrigues knows she has to pivot. And she has everything on the line. And you are able to look at the credibility instruction. And specifically, that credibility instruction is number 7.
Common sense.
I
She
think you
doesn't
should
know what
look
it
at it.
means.
Because you have an immense power in this case, individually and collectively, that you are the sole judges of credibility. What does that mean? You decide what you believe. You're to consider all the testimony and the circumstances in which they testified. Consider that person's knowledge, their motive. Who has the most motive, ladies and gentlemen? The defendant. State of mind, demeanor. You watched her testify. How would you describe that demeanor? And her manner while testifying. The strength of that memory at different points. Think back, go back to instruction number 7 when you are deliberating. I will be shocked if you believe a single word out of the defendant's mouth in that rehearsed testimony that was like a theatrical play with a systematic order.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Praley, I can hear the objection.
Can you vouch, please?
Yes.
Ooh, he is going on the offensive. No, she wasn't. It was very rehearsed, and the attorney was testifying. Again, these attorneys are married more to this theory than the defendant is. And you can tell she is apathetic in nearly every aspect of her life. Now, whether that's from a deep depression or something else, I really don't have the time nor the inclination to find out. But she is very apathetic on the stand, and it didn't help her.
And so when we get into self-defense, it's pretty simple. You have to be convinced that the defendant was a reasonable person. That she took reasonable actions. And what you're provided on each of the self-defense instructions is this language. Specifically, that the reasonable person standard requires the defendant to appraise the situation as would a reasonable, sober person. The defendant was neither reasonable nor sober on October 3rd. And each of you have to take that into consideration. And so if you decide, well, maybe she overreacted because of the alcohol, then that's not self-defense. Had she not been so drunk, she might not have acted that way. She put this booze in her body. She doesn't get the benefit of then using it as an excuse. So let's talk about credibility of the other witnesses, and specifically what's been laid out by Hosanna Varela.
Well,
She stated Chris was given vodka versus water. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a setup for Chris. She stated that Chris never had this weapon in his hand. The defense today wants to talk about this file that's been described throughout this time where it's used for sharpening knives or it's a file for other things that has this handle. They want to call it a shiv today. But ladies and gentlemen, think closely and clearly. How would self-defense have been detrimental to Hosanna Varela? What motive does she have to lie if she's trying to run out of this house and she gets pulled back by this man and her girlfriend defends her, saves her? If that was the truth, why would she not do it?
Like a bride.
Why would she write later that she witnessed this horrific murder if it didn't happen that way? She said there were no threats whatsoever to hurt them or to kill them. Again, ask yourself why. That no physical force was ever used against either of them. And that Mr. Dickerson was yelling for them to leave, that they could have left, that Ms. Varela was asking them to leave, and they didn't. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at that, just there, that supports direct evidence and circumstantial evidence throughout this case that shows this wasn't self-defense.
Monty G, there was a part where Stacy was testifying that they were trying to get in that Chris had a criminal record. Now, it was a backhanded and underhanded trick because generally you are not supposed to, no worries, Tammy, I'm not even a real redhead, but generally you're not allowed to bring in sort of prejudicial evidence from the defendant, especially when it didn't show a proclivity for violence. These were non-violent offenses, mostly inability to stay on parole. So the shiv was to, again, allude that Christopher Dickerson had been in prison and that he was a scary dude. That was the operative choice for this. Now, Stacy described that Chris had called it a shank or a shiv. but this is all from Stacy. So it is very deliberate to try to, again, imply, although Stacy doesn't understand what that word means, that Chris was in prison, that Chris is violent, that Chris was a felon. He was, a convict who lured these two girls, these young women, into his house when he was 35. How dare he? Wearing a shirt that says straight out of fucks. So, of course, nothing could have happened other than self-defense. It is beyond stupid, the things that they have tried to pull together to make this story fit. It's just like, it is so ill-cast. Okay, this is the same problem with Disney's Snow White, and it has a corollary, I promise. You cannot put an assertive twat waffle in for a character that is known for innocence, naivete, childlike wonder, kindness, goodness, a woman that inspired. The original Disney Snow White was a woman through kindness and openness and gentleness, inspired people around her. You cannot put a twat waffle who cannot shut her mouth to save her life, who juts out her chin, every time she sings, into this character that is known for grace and beauty and kindness, and, to use a millennial words, a demureness, a calmness, a peace. What Hollywood, what the entire world, what feminists have forgotten is, yes, women do have power. Yes, we do. But it is a different power than the shoot 'em up, fight 'em up, punch 'em up thing. A woman's power comes from being able to create, at least in my opinion, stable relationships, make people around her feel good, keep the home and hearth. I mean, think about women you admire. They are protectors. They are guardians. They are Boudikas. They don't go out and fight. Princess Diana, when she went to the AIDS ward and she touched people, when she went to the leprosy ward and she touched people, that is feminine power right there. That is the power of kindness and compassion, to compel other people to kindness and compassion. There is feminine power, but it is not, putting on a male power suit and pretending to be a shoot 'em up, hit 'em up guy. I mean, that is what is so missing, and what these women do not understand, and what Stacy has put on this male power suit persona. Gosh, he just looks stoned now. Sorry, bad pause.
She said she wasn't afraid of being hurt. She gives the progression of Mr. Dickerson being hit with these beer bottles twice. That she again asked the defendant to stop, that they should just go. But most important, ladies and gentlemen, there was no need to kill him. How do you overlook that? You simply can't. Because true self-defense, where someone is taking another person's life, requires that necessity. No other options. And it's simply not here. You have the progression.
So she's pretty quick now. Is she on top of him, or where is she at? Okay, so she's kind of standing, and then Chris is on the couch.
Yeah, and I think he's trying to get up. I don't know.
Okay.
But and then she grabs the beer bottle and goes to hit him, but then she misses. And I go, no, don't. I go, let's just leave it. You know what I mean? Like, let's go. And she looks at me, and she I think she grabs another beer bottle and has that symbol in her hand. And that's when she hits him on the head and gets another one.
At least with
and
leprosy.
Then hits him again, and there's blood and blood on his face and everywhere on him. And
Now, I also want you to notice, you guys, look how this female attorney is acting. Laid back, calm. She is confident. She is putting on a very confident pose. It is open. It is looking directly at her client and the prosecutor. It's not rolling her eyes, chit-chatting to her other friend. Her lawyer, Hosanna's lawyer, seemed very professional and didn't have to rely on these, I'm almost crying, it was so scary, I am reliving her trauma, because through the gynocracy, trademark, her uterus connected with mine in not a vibe way, and I was able to feel her trauma. That is not how you portray this. That is not how any of this works.
If that wasn't true, why would she say it?
Oh,
if
and have a
Mr.
great day,
Dickerson
Wolfram.
deserved to
Thank you
die,
for being a great mod.
was threatening them, trying to kill them, that would have benefited Hosanna Varela. It would have benefited Hosanna. It would have benefited the defendant. Two birds, one stone.
Ooh.
And you need to look at that using reason and common sense. And so ultimately, you're going to be able to go through the instructions. I'm just going to highlight some of them for self-defense. But here's what you need to know of where we're at. The burden of proof always rides on the prosecution. And when the defense is claiming self-defense, they're admitting to the act, and therefore it becomes the prosecution's burden to disprove one element of self-defense. And you should each know that if the prosecution, and when we disprove one of those elements, you are to return a verdict of guilty. And each of you can decide which one you believe the prosecution has disproved. You need not all agree on the same one. So for example, some of you can say right away, I don't believe that it was a reasonable amount of force. I don't believe that there was actually imminent force that was happening. So if you don't believe that it was reasonable, you're done. You sign guilty for first-degree murder. And so with the fact of Hosanna Varela, if you believe Mr. Dickerson never had that weapon, which there's nothing to support that he did, the defendant had absolutely no injuries any which way, never calls police, what evidence is there that he ever possessed that weapon? There's no physical evidence. And then the testimony from Hosanna supports that. He never had the weapon. He never threatened them with the weapon. He never was going to use it. Imminent. Common definition. It had to be then. It had to be now. And we know from the progression of Hosanna Varela that there is this sequence of events with the throwing of the beer bottle, the smashing of the beer bottles, and now the defense talks about, yeah, we admit to arson, but you would have been able to see it on his head even though they burnt it beyond recognition so that they had to be identified by dental records. Ask yourself why. But if you don't believe that one, let's just go with the fact that there had to be a reasonable belief that a lesser degree of force was inadequate. Think through that. A reasonable belief, a reasonable sober person's belief, that you needed to plunge this file into his neck 5 times. That had to be necessary. So if any one of you right now is thinking, yeah, I don't think that was necessary, I don't think that was reasonable, the people have disproven that element of self-defense. And then it had to be an appropriate amount of force. You have to believe that everything that you saw during that autopsy was appropriate.
Objection, misstatement of law.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Oh, hell
Was
no,
there a
you did not.
strong
This heifer did not roll her eyes at Judge, look, he is a dungeon master in Dungeons and Dragons. Look, I have made up a whole headcanon about him, but you do not roll your eyes at Latino Eddie, you know, conservative Latino Eddie from Stranger Things. Oh, hell no, heifer. We are gonna slow play that, and that is a hell no right there, ma'am.
Objection.
Oh, hell no, ma'am.
Was there a prong 3? Is there a reasonable belief that there was an imminent danger of being killed or receiving great bodily injury? Hosanna Varela makes that pretty clear. That during this progression, she was asked to retrieve the weapon. She was asked by the defendant to retrieve this weapon. That she heard the stabbings, that she saw Chris bleeding to death, and that after the defendant moved him to make it look like self-defense. She's then told to go out to the car, sees the items that were taken by the defendant. They drive off to the gas station, they return, and that she stayed in there. And so you should look at all of that and say, what is the motive for that? And how is that consistent with self-defense, and how is it inconsistent? Why admit to what you did, what you didn't do, if that's not the truth? Prong 4. People have disproven self-defense if you believe that the defendant provoked this. And I think there's ample evidence of that for you. And then prong 5, that is probably one of your easiest ways to disprove this, is decide on your own who do you think was the initial aggressor here? And you get to look at all of the actions after. You get to look at the evidence of flight. You get
Yeah,
to
I
look at the evidence
noticed,
of
but it was
arson.
really
And the
obvious
defendant.
from this angle when the judge overruled her objection. She needs to reel it in. Again, this is the reason I'm not a lawyer, because this face is bold, underlined, all caps, and contempt. Look, I would never even be able to start on my student loans because I would always be in contempt. They'd be, I hear stupid and I can deal with it for a little bit, and then my face starts doing one of these things. And I'm pretty sure that's contempt of court, or I'd go, ooh. Yeah, so I'm not a good lawyer. I'm an okay streamer, so that works out, but definitely not a lawyer.
Defendant's multiple statements to a variety of people.
Gonna go check what fell.
All for what? Now, there is this discussion of Hosanna being this mastermind. And essentially, you do have to find her to be so incredible at convincing you of something that she is a mastermind. And you have to think about the motive that she had throughout this process. And I will preface this with, if you have a hard time believing this, if you have a hard time and you get lost, if it seems unreasonable or crazy or far-fetched, then good. That means you're acting with reason and common sense.
Your Honor, objection, disparaging counsel.
I'm sorry?
Disparaging counsel.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You have to have an opinion that Hosanna has this motive to just completely screw over the defendant above all else in this world. And that she has to know that on October 3rd, 2021, she witnessed a justified killing. A killing out of self-defense, knows that Stacy did nothing wrong, but that they have to keep quiet about it. And she has to avoid going to the police to describe this lawful justification of deadly force.
Oh, hell no. We are backonating it because he disparaged us. And the judge is like, straight out of fucks, ma'am. Straight out of fucks. Oh my God. Oh my God. The judge probably has that t-shirt and now he is going to lay the hammer down. This defense screwed this client. That judge definitely has that t-shirt. It says straight out of fucks. And he wears it when he does his dungeon mastering. And now, so we're going to go back.
And that she has to know that on October 3rd, 2021,
Okay, wait,
she witnessed a justified killing. That
Maybe it was before
And
that.
I'm sorry?
if you have a hard time and you get lost, if it seems unreasonable or crazy or far-fetched, then good. That means you're acting with reason and common sense.
Your Honor, objection, disparaging counsel.
I'm sorry?
Disparaging counsel.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You have to have an opinion that Hosanna has this motive to just completely screw over the defendant above all else in this world. And that she has to know that on October 3rd, 2021, she witnessed a justified killing. A killing out of self-defense, knows that Stacy did nothing wrong, but that they have to keep quiet about it. And she has to avoid going to the police to describe this lawful justification of deadly force. She has to accept that she just sat in the car while the defendant burnt this down and not act on that. She has to prepare notes in her phone detailing her depression, her struggle with her families, witnessing somebody get murdered, how that's impacted her, threats to her family, all things that no normal person would ever do or want shared in front of a group of strangers. She then has to wait to be arrested just to lie to officers that this is part of her master plan, eventually, that she's going to reveal to you and convince you. She has to also count on when she's arrested that Stacy's going to deny it, even though both women at that moment on November 11th know this was completely justified. She's got to make calls to Javi about being arrested, being clueless about bond amounts and first-degree murder. And despite all this pressure on her of trying to get out for her kids and wanting to go back to her kids, that she's got to wait in custody for 247 days. And then still during that time period, care more about screwing over Stacy than getting out to her children. And then she's got to write these notes while she's sitting in jail before her proffer with all this information that she knows she's going to reveal to law enforcement. And then one of those...
Stacy's straight up Megamind here. I mean, this is some Megamind Dr. Evil sort of stuff. Does Stacy have a white cat? $1 billion.
notes has to specifically be to don't hear or see or do anything, knowing that if she came forward that she actually saw, heard, and did everything in a lawful way, that she wouldn't be charged with first-degree murder, and neither would the defendant. She's got to go to this proffer. She's got to convince this seasoned detective of over 10 years who's able to corroborate her story throughout it. Even though she's saying she saw parts, she didn't see others, she heard parts, she didn't hear others. And then she's got to keep going with this ruse and accept a sentence of 16 to 32 years to be sentenced by this judge for 32 years, a sentence that's longer than her life and her oldest child's combined. All to screw her over? And then she's got to be brought back.
I mean, you know, the levels to which I would hold a grudge, I'm not going to lie. The level to which petty is, you know, achievable in Mo's world, not to the level where I'm in orange, though. Y'all, orange is not my color, and I'm not dyeing my hair brown.
And that's really where it gets fun for her, because for 3 days she's going to be questioned in front of you, and she has to convince you guys. And that's all part of her plan. You get to decide the credibility of that. You get to decide how she's supported by or contradicted by that. And you get to look at her and see that mastermind.
You're under arrest for first-degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with the deceased body. Okay? All right, that's what you're being charged with. Stacy's being charged with that as well, too. If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you about it, and I can understand what happened that night. Okay? It's only if you want to. You don't have to. If you want to talk to me, I'll listen to your story. I'll always listen to your story.
Yeah.
Okay? Is that something you'd like to do, is talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, she's not even a mastermind enough to know that she needs a lawyer. No, it was two pinkies, Slinky. This is what happens when two pinkies come together. Ew.
We're talking.
We're going to talk at the station. Okay, away from everybody else. Away from Stacy.
Okay.
Is that something you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll hear you for you. Okay.
Look at her quivering. Look at her look back. Can we
Typings for
talk away
steers
from...
and the word I
and who
can't
does she
say,
look
the
back
St.
at?
Val's channel.
That's picked up by Detective Burrows. Yeah, we'll talk away from Stacy. Compare that to the defendant.
I will say that Hosanna lost maybe a good 30 pounds in prison or in jail, I guess. But yes, that was Hosanna on the outside.
Let me get out of the wind just a little bit.
Yeah. You come and bless it. Thank you. Yep. Am I what are they sounding now?
I can't hear.
Hello.
And then her response is telling.
Informed of what you're arrested for?
No.
Being arrested for first-degree murder.
Listen, y'all, this is, look, I haven't done it, but I have fantasized. So I'm going to confessional. Okay. There was a girl for my middle daughter who was trying to, and I'm not going to get into the story, but was trying to make my daughter's life hell. Now, I won't do it because, look, y'all, I have struggled with my weight before, but she has definitely chunked up over the summer, and I am tempted to leave Little Debbie's in front of her door just to chunk her up more. This is terrible. This is mean. This is not good-spirited. You know, this is not good. I have not done it like I would share Little Debbie's with a heifer that tried to hurt my daughter. Hell the fuck no. She would get great value if I was going to even do it. 'Cause fuck that. She is not getting real Little Debbie's. Like, and honestly, you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing with that whole situation, which I won't get into. But all I wanted was for you to parent talk to me and really talk to your daughter about what she was doing in her life and how this could really ruin her life. Y'all had to escalate it. That's on y'all. I don't really care. I will say the minute I mentioned Cellbrite, some turds got dropped in some pants, okay? Do not fuck with someone who knows the law and has lawyer friends. That being said, she is a young child, and you know, we all make dumb mistakes when we are in our mean girl cunt stage in high school. So I do try to give her grace, which is why I have not left the great value Little Debbie's around. That being said, do not mess with Mo's kids. I think that's appropriate. Now, I mean, I'm just going to pray for you to get all chunky and acne filled, but I'm just saying, not that the Lord would answer vengeful prayers, which is why I have to pray to Lilith, and then I'm going straight to hell. So I'm trying not to sin, y'all, so don't mess with my kids.
Arson, burglary, and tampering with a deceased body. Okay.
Is there proof of that?
Yes.
Compare and contrast the two people in this case, ladies and gentlemen, based on all the evidence that you have. You determine credibility. If you
Y'all, I cannot tell you. So I was out with my mom, okay, and y'all remember I had to go out with my mom and I was a little Twitter-pated. But we went to this restaurant and we are waiting, and who the hell walks in but her her father, whom I demurely and with all ladylike countenance and grace flipped him the fuck off when he wasn't looking. 'Cause fuck him. He raised a mean girl, and he didn't make his daughter take accountability to say sorry to my daughter or not one damn thing. So I'm sorry, but I will flip you off. Oh, General T, these are Mr. Moe's books. My books always involve shirtless men or semi-shirtless men. I rarely read for knowledge. I read a lot of sciencey stuff, but if I'm going to read for just enjoyment, it's going to be romantical and super spicy. And if I'm going to have an audiobook, it's going to have sections where I'm like, "Oh Lord, I hope my earbud does not go off in the middle of this produce section, cuz I got a lot of church ladies next to me. I look like I'm Pentecostal and I am listening to something that 50 Shades of Grey wouldn't touch. This is going to be weird." Welcome to my social anxiety. Tammy Fayette, I can't do period romances anymore. The fact that they didn't have indoor plumbing, deodorant, or brush their teeth, it just takes me right the hell out. I cannot, and it's like, he ripped her bodice, and I'm just thinking of all like the cruddy boob sweat crusties she's got in there because they don't shower daily. It just takes me right out. I'm just like, no, the smells. Like, y'all, for honesty, I praise God that I was born in a century with air conditioning and deodorant, because if it were incumbent on me to increase the population in the Middle Ages, we would have died out. I'd have been like, ew, and ew. So that being said, I love that I have deodorant. I do not love that we invented Axe, but as my sons seem to be in the grungy, I don't want to wash stage, I don't have to worry about that yet. Maybe when they notice girls, I'll get into the Axe stage.
I believe that the shy, meek, mild
Good.
defendant that you
can't
saw
anymore.
testify on direct, all her social anxiety, just didn't have it that day, and her response was because she had a battery in her hand.
Mo, you pray to the truck, and when someone gets you mad, you say, "Dodge, damn it." Oh my God, I'm stealing that. I'm going to be like, "Dodge, damn it." And I don't know anything about carology, so people are going to assume I know carology. And something about my face, you guys, I don't know what it is. Maybe you guys can tell me, but something about my face makes people think I know what I'm talking about. And so I'll say something offhand because I know a little kernel of knowledge. And Slinky, hell yes. Hell yes. We want an alpha man who takes charge. That is what we want. Every single romance novel is that. Even the kind of nerdy, boss has a six-pack. I will. I get it. Look, y'all, as much as I really am irritated that this girl did what she did to my daughter, I do get that she's a teenager, that she doesn't have good discernment yet, that, in her goal to be a mean girl, she did something that was really inappropriate and could have been criminal. I get that, and I'm willing to give her grace as long as she stays away from my daughter, and hopefully this was a learning experience. So I try to give her grace for being a teen, because I did some dumb things, but never something this dumb. And I also wasn't a teen in an age where, phones had cameras and things like that. So I will say, though, when I get into the Liam Neeson, we need to get this taken care of. There are no answers. I don't want to be talked to. This needs to be taken care of now, or I will do what I told you I was going to do when we first called. So you have two choices. Do what I asked you to do, or I will involve other people. When I get to that tone of voice, that's my scary tone of voice. I don't know who I channel because usually I'm way dramatic, but when I go into the like Liam Nielsen from Taken, you know, just the straight matter of fact, this is what's going to go down and this is what's going to happen. You have what pass I'm going to take. Don't talk to me anymore. Get it done. Like when I get to that, that is like Mo at rage level. Like, because usually I'm dramatical. Usually I can that. She has to live with a mean girl.
And does that make any sense to you? The defense just got up and said nothing in the jail letters are inconsistent with self-defense. Ladies and gentlemen, go back to the note to flush. I hope you kept the same story. You ain't dumb. I know they're going to trick you. But if you ain't see or do or hear anything, you're cool. You know, don't give in to they shit. Stop right there. This shows how this case has changed. These two, from the beginning, had an agreement that they weren't going to say anything because they ran from the police, because there's nothing consistent with self-defense then, and there's nothing consistent with self-defense now. And it was Baby Joker's fault. It probably crossed your mind to say stuff, but then you going down too. Hosanna Varela accepted her accountability. She described what her role was. She did bring that murder weapon, not to Chris, to the defendant, after he was laying there unconscious. And Hosanna had to listen to that blunt file be shoved into his neck where it sounded like rubber and bone. And she regrets listening to the defendant on that request for that weapon. But that note tells you what you need to do. And ladies and gentlemen, you can go through the other defendant's letters.
That is not me.
There's consistencies throughout them. But specifically, it deals with the situation in 220. And that's the letter. There's always been this discussion by the defense that there's other killings. But what we know is the defendant was talking about that, about having all these killings underneath her belt. And specifically, she says, this other bitch can be number 6 under my belt if you catch my drift. There's the discussions of how it's violent, time after time after time. And you get to consider that in complete contradiction to the rehearsed.
Objections.
I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Praley, if you'll rephrase.
To what you got to witness when she testified, in order to questions she knew.
Again, objection.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
They're
He's
riddled
like,
with
bitch,
threats to
I gave you
Hosanna.
a, I gave you a
can read
softball.
220. Direct threats to her and her children. All of that is relevant in comparing these two women. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, they're contending that the defendant did not commit burglary in terms of theft. And we know that ring was taken. It was there on the bed. It was described at length by Lieutenant Cobb that that would have been opened at the time of that fire, that those items were out on the bed. We know that. We know that ring is gone based on Alan Dickerson. We know that ring was gone based on Hosanna Varela. And we know that phone was taken based on the lap and the Google takeout. There was a discussion of the phone being taken out, that she went through his pockets. You also know that Detective Burrows testified at length that when he's watching surveillance video, he sees Chris bring up individual cards at the time of the bar, not a full wallet. It actually supports Hosanna Varela, doesn't contradict her. So the fact she just called it a wallet doesn't mean things weren't taken, because Detective Burrows supported that based on his video examination at the bars. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to just think for a moment about burglary for the arson and the tampering with the body. How in the world are those consistent in any way with self-defense? They're not.
Your
No,
Honor,
there's no objection.
We approach.
Sure.
Oh, for God's sake, you two harpies. You suck so hard today, and I don't mean in a good way.
Mr.
Like,
Fraley, go ahead and continue.
How are any of those crimes of burning a body consistent in any way with self-defense? They're simply not. And you get to look at the big picture, the totality of the circumstances. And then you also get to think, why in the world did the defendant go back to his house on October 16th? Why?
because she's not smart. I
She
think
wanted
we've
to go
already
look at what she
established
did,
that. Well,
where
true.
she did it. She went back to the scene of the crime, drove by to look at the place where she stabbed someone 5 times, and then went back in to burn his body. And I do want to talk about that. The act of stabbing someone 5 times. Is that at all consistent with self-defense? The number of times? Maybe 1 time.
No, for women, they always tell us we in a 1-to-1 fight will never overpower a man. We are not Scarlett Johansson. This is not Hollywood. Oh, goodbye, Maker Mind Nexus. Thank you for watching. Have a great day and be safe. Oh. Well, hello and later. Anyhoozle, I don't know where I was with that. I'll come back to it, I think.
Defense wants 20. 5 times. And her testimony is that she's not looking in any way, shape, or form, and she's just hitting the same spot. Even though she says, he's kicking, she's kicking. He's pulling, she's pulling. Hands are being moved. You get to use your reason and common sense to just say that's not true. We know Christopher's BAC. We know she had access to just stab him. He's not moving, ladies and gentlemen. And then you look back at what she...
Well, so the woman that's being covered up right here used to be a prosecutor for the county. So he might be very well aware that she likes to do objections and things like this. He has probably dealt with her before, and so it isn't getting derailed.
She did in terms of guilt and regret. It shouldn't get to you if you saved your own life. You wouldn't have guilt, you wouldn't have regret. And then you wouldn't joke approximately 1 month after the fact, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 1 month. That I'll kill a motherfucker for you. Like 6 feet under. When Chris is 6 feet under. And then she says, no joke. This is not a joke. This is a sad reality that there was an unjustified killing for a person that didn't deserve this in any way, shape, or form. Ladies and gentlemen, the people have met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt to murder in the first degree, to burglary, to arson, and to tampering with a deceased body. I'm asking you to find the defendant guilty of all of those crimes as charged, and I appreciate your service. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the bailiff will now escort you to the jury room where you will select one of your members to be your foreperson. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign any verdict form and verdict question form that you may agree upon according to the rules that I am about to explain. The verdict for the charge must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and it must be unanimous. In other words, all of you must agree to all parts of it. This requirement also applies to any determination which you conclude should be answered. Only one verdict shall be returned signed for the charges. The verdict form, verdict, and these instructions shall remain in the possession of...
Y'all, I got my new stuff that's supposed to make my hair grow long and lustrous because I want, the only thing I admire about Stacy is her long hair. And I endeavor to have hair that long. But, look, I dye my hair. I'm mean to it. Ooh, thank you for saving those.
Yes.
Look, y'all, I have an addiction still. It's bad. It's sad. But it is ranch Pringles. As you know, ranch is the only flavor I tend to like. But the problem is that Youngest Most Feral will bring me the can when we get a delivery. And it's about this gone. So Mr. Mo saved it for me. That's true love right there. Forget Hallmark. Forget all the showy stuff. Forget laying out candles. When you are married for a long time, the true romance is stealing snacks before your kids get them and bring them to your wife. It's like slaying a dragon, modern day.
of your foreperson
Oh,
until I ask for them in
okay,
open court.
so I
Upon
have-
reaching a verdict, you will inform the bailiff who...
Oh, no, stop talking. We have the sentencing. So we are going to get to that. I think they had a question.
There wouldn't have been a foundation to admit that at that.
Tap, 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 tap.
Correct. That's absolutely correct.
The court is on the record in 21 CR 2296.
Does he
People of the State of
only have
Colorado
one
versus Stacy
tie?
Rodrigues. Ms. Rodriguez appears today with counsels Ms. Trujillo and Ms. Devereaux. Mr. Praley and
this is
Mr.
too fast.
McCormick appear today for the state. We are outside of the presence
Oh.
of the jury who is in deliberations, and we have received a question from the jury. It appears they wish to watch what they describe as or asking if the first 45 minutes of the proffer video is available to watch. I don't believe, Mr. Praley, that the state introduced the proffer video. Is that correct?
Not in its entirety like they're asking. There were 3 clips that were brought in. If the court remembers, the first was dealing with, it was the interview room, and it was the discussion of a reference to gang. The next portion was the body-worn cam of Detective Burrows regarding the use of the word gang. And then the final clip would have been Hosanna Varela detailing the sequence of events leading up to the murder with the beer bottles. So those would be the 3 clips, but no, the court is correct. There's not the proffer in its entirety, as there wouldn't have been a foundation to admit that at that point.
Can I ask, the clips that were played, were they in the first 45 minutes of that conversation, or did they come from different portions of that video?
I believe different portions. I would have to check those timestamps, but I believe.
They're not.
They're, from the defense perspective, they're not from that first 45 minutes? Okay.
The first, I think what they're talking about is the narration portion. What we've described as Hosanna being just narrating. None of that information came out during that.
Okay. But you're confident from your, I guess your position is that neither of those clips are from that first 45
I
minutes?
am very confident off the top of my head. Of course, double check me, Mr. Prelia. My computer says it's working on updates and I'm only 30% complete, so I can't pull anything up on my computer right now, which is not very helpful. But I am like 90%, 99% sure, because each of those clips came as a result of a question answer interaction between Hosanna and Mr. Burrows. And that initial 45 minutes, there was no question answers. It was just, as he's described, a narration, letting her talk.
All right. Ms. Devereaux, can you then give me the defendant's position on the juror question?
I would ask the court to respond something along the lines of the proffer video is not in evidence. You have all the information, or you can only review the evidence that has been submitted in this case.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick, can you give me the state's position on the response?
Judge, we would concur with counsel. I think that's an appropriate response.
All right. And Ms. Devereaux, can you repeat your proposed response?
Sure. The proffer video was not entered into evidence in this case. You may only consider evidence that has been entered, or something like that.
Or I guess the proffer video in its entirety has not been
Okay,
entered,
so
'cause
that was
obviously
just a
parts of-
question about the video. Oh, do we have more questions, or are we
That's
just,
3D and 3E. Okay.
okay, so now we've got
No,
another
sorry.
question.
Okay. But you're confident from your, I guess your position is that neither of those clips are from that first 45
I am very confident off the top of my head. Of course, double check me, Mr. Prelia. My
Oh,
computer says
no, I don't want to hear her talk much
video you
more.
have.
McCormick, can you give me the state's position on the response?
Judge, we would concur with counsel. I think that's an appropriate response.
All right. And Ms. Devereaux, can you repeat your proposed response?
Sure. The proffer has been by the court or something along those lines. Sorry, it's not very much.
Do that in its entirety because they still have some clips.
Let me read you
They
this
were
proposal
in
to
the
see if
same
it's
jail.
acceptable
They
to
were
both
not in
parties.
the same pod or group. So they did try to keep them separate, though there was communication that went on. I don't know.
So this is how I phrased it. The requested portion of the proffer video was not entered into evidence in this case. You may only consider jury,
Okay.
and then we will call you all back if there's additional questions or any other communication.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
She did say that she was nursing at some point, so she might have a new or fairly new baby at home. 4 to 6 months is where they kind of go through a sleep regression sometimes. So I can sort of understand if she's trying to do all these nurse has midnight feedings. I can sort of get it. It doesn't mean I like it, but I can sort of get it.
What's that? No.
Do you want us to wait until they ask?
Yeah, wait till they ask. When you have. No luck? Oh, they're here, okay.
We have another question. Come back.
Oh, God, what does that say?
Stop duck clipping. What is-
The jurors contacted us with another question, just as the parties had left the courtroom. It appears the question is that they want to watch videos. It's a little hard to read. I believe those are videos 3D and 3E. Ms. Devereaux, Ms. Trujillo, do you believe I'm reading that correctly?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick, do you agree that that's accurate?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Praley,
So he was 6'4" and 180 pounds. I was wrong. He was not 6'2". So he wasn't. He looked tall and skinny. When all the photos and sort of the surveillance, he looked fairly thin. He did not look like a built man. Maybe he was strong and wiry underneath that, but he did not look like a very, imposing man at all.
remind me, I believe those videos are in the nature of surveillance footage, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Devereaux, Mr. Heel, any record that the defense needs to make regarding this inquiry?
No, Your Honor, I think these are fine. I guess the only thing is if the prosecution has a disk or, I don't know, however, right, a computer, I'm not sure if this can be unfettered access for them. I don't believe it's testimonial.
Yes, and so, Mr. Heel, I appreciate you bringing that up. That is my understanding that it's not testimonial, so I believe that they would have unfeathered access to it unless either of the parties disagree with that, but that's my initial impression. Mr. Praley, can I ask you, I do have some cases on this morning, but I imagine those are fairly brief. Is it reasonable to request, can we slide your TV into the jury room for the jurors' use for these two video exhibits?
Yes.
I don't want to do that without your permission since it belongs to the DA's office.
No, that's fine if the court wants to do that. I just need to get the trial laptop, and then they would have to, or the bailiffs would have to operate.
So we were just speaking with that. We have a laptop that we can utilize, and I am going to have one of my staff in there operating the laptop at the jury's discretion, just so they don't go onto the laptop for some other unrelated purpose. From the defense, do you have any objection to that procedure?
No, that was just our concern. It's like the logistics.
Yeah, my staff will be there in there to supervise. And Mr. Praley, Mr. McCormick, do you have any objection to that procedure?
No.
All right. And do we have those discs, 3D and 3D? Okay, all right.
All right,
then,
so
what
they're
we'll do, that
taking
will be
some of the surveillance stuff back. So that was that question. And we slide all the way down. And this is not going to be a surprise to anyone but Stacy, I think, or at least Stacy's lawyers. And then we've got, let me change the banner. This is sentencing. And I believe there will be victim impact statements. Now, I don't think they believed any of what they said, but girl power over there is going to keep her calm and tell her, you did this, babe. You are great. You are awesome. Let's get you some water. I don't know if the sentencing was immediate or not, but oh yeah, she's in orange and she looks like a giant GD pumpkin. Or I'm sorry, Dodge Dam, you know, pumpkin. And she's smiling and she's smiling and she's smiling and just mugging. And then the hammer is going to come down at some point. Good Lord, bring the damn jury in. The jury has been deliberating for 5 damn hours. They are done with your ass, man. Dodge ram it. I'm going to remember that for about 5 seconds.
All right. And Madam Foreperson, it appears that the jury verdict forms for count 5 and count 4 are incomplete. What I'm going to do, I'm going to provide those verdict forms back to the jury and ask that jury to retire just to ensure there wasn't any typographical errors. But it appears that the first 2 forms in the as well.
Oh.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. And if the parties will remain, it appears they were just partially incomplete, so I anticipate they'll be able to rectify that quickly.
What in the world? Oh, they must have not. I sped too fast.
Who's handling AWARs? Is it Miss Akers?
Miss Akers.
Okay.
Focus, focus, focus. I want to see that smile drain off her
Thank you.
face.
Please be seated.
How can you
Madam
frown and still
Foreperson,
have a
was
smirk?
the jury able to complete the incomplete forms?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. If you'll please provide those to my bailiff. All right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, the verdict of the jury reads as follows, dispensing with the caption, jury verdict count 1, murder in the first degree. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of murder in the first degree, signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 2, first degree arson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of first degree arson, signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 3, tampering with a deceased human body. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of tampering with a deceased body, signed by the foreperson. And then, I'm sorry, to go back to count 2, jury verdict count 2, first degree arson, verdict question form. We further find with respect to the verdict question for this count as follows. Did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the arson was of an occupied structure? The jury has marked yes, and that is signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 4, excuse me.
Ma'am, do
Second-degree
not fucking
burglary
smirk.
arson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of second-degree burglary arson, and that verdict is signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 4, burglary arson, verdict question form. We further find with respect to the verdict question for this count as follows. Did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the structure burglarized by the defendant was a dwelling? The jury has selected yes, and that is signed by the foreperson. And then finally, jury verdict count 5, second-degree burglary theft. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of second-degree burglary theft. That verdict is signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict for count 5, burglary theft, verdict question form. We further find with respect to the verdict question for this count as follows. Did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the structure burglarized by the defendant was a dwelling? The jury has selected yes, and that verdict form is signed by the foreperson. Madam Foreperson, is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. All right, thank you. Does either side wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Juror number 1, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Did she have Kleenexes because she is going to cry? How could you not see any verdict other than this coming down the pipeway? I mean, roll the tape without your filter, ma'am. You were never going to win this case with this defendant.
And juror number 2, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury? Yes. Juror number 3, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Oh my dear God, she is crying. What the hell did you think was going to happen, ma'am? And control thyself. You are a damn lawyer. I get it. I'm an emotional person, which is why I don't put myself in professional things. Again, her lawyers were more married to this self-defense thing than she ever was. She didn't give a crap about self-defense. That's how she presented on the stand. And this lawyer, good Lord.
Juror number 13,
I'm about to go
is this
full
your verdict and the
Bronca.
verdict of the
Repeal
jury?
the 19.
Juror number 14, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Judgments of guilty are now entered in this matter as to counts 1 through 5, and we will address setting the matter for sentencing in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now completed your duties as jurors in this case and are discharged with the thanks of the court. The question may arise whether you may...
And I get it. She is so married to this narrative that she believes that the jury have sent a young defenseless girl into the system and, all she was doing was fighting for her life. Good Lord.
May discuss this case with the lawyers, defendants, or other persons. For your guidance, the court instructs you that whether you talk to anyone is entirely your own decision. It is proper for others to discuss the case with you.
Sentencing, where she looks like a pumpkin. And I am okay. Good God, she's still flipping flapjack smiling. What the hell? Oh, now you're not crying, ma'am? Now you're not bawling your damn eyes out? I have never seen more unprofessional behavior from 2 women. Oh, I really don't like this defense. They're all smiling and laughing because they're going to do her appeal. Oh, I just can't with her smirking. No idea.
We are to captioned. All right, thank you. We are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodrigues. The parties are present as previously captioned. We come on for sentencing after the verdicts of the jury. Mr. Perelia, before you begin your sentencing argument, are there any statements that the state wishes to present for the court's consideration?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, why don't you go ahead and proceed prior to your sentencing argument?
Mr. Alan
Okay.
Dickerson wishes to make a statement.
All right.
Y'all, this is probably going to kill me. I will just be honest with you. When I see strong, stoic men having to hold back tears, look, I don't do well. So get y'all some Kleenexes because this is going to be Chris's father. And, beyond everything that happened, this man lost his son, his baby boy. He probably held him as soon as he was born and looked and thought of his life being full of possibilities. And he probably watched him walk through all of his struggles and wish he could take him away. But he knows as a parent that struggles are what make your kids learn. And sometimes kids have to make mistakes and learn from them. And as a parent, that is so hard to let them go. So this is going to be a tearjerker. I'm going to cry, y'all. It's going to be ugly.
Thank you. Mr. Dickerson, will you please come to the podium, sir? And Mr. Dickerson, before you again, will you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record? And then I'm happy to consider anything that you'd like to tell me.
My name is Alan Charles Dickerson, Dickerson. I'm Christopher's father. And this time, I would like to set the record straight about Christopher and the character of that young man. Christopher was a loving and giving child. He overcame many many difficulties growing up. When he was 10, he had a bad accident on a bike and broke both wrists. He overcame that and was able to purchase a dirt bike and continue to enjoy the outdoors, riding dirt bikes with his friends. He was always interested in tinkering with things. He was a kind and generous young man. He was friendly to all he met. He was an extrovert in nature. He never saw anything bad in the people that he met, although he was able to overlook other people's troubles and be giving and generous. One time when he was going to school in Laramie, Wyoming, we were buying a meal for Chris, and he purchased a meal for someone that was having extreme difficulty that most of us would just overlook, but not Chris, because his character was giving and generous. He bought.
And how exactly gut-wrenching would it have been to listen to this trial where the defense basically called him a PDF file? I mean, I can't imagine as a mom, as a dad, having to listen to the bullshit that the defense spewed. Because there's a way to make this case. I would have streamlined it, but no problem. There is only really one picture, and it's not very good. I think he might show it. And thank you, Monty, for joining us. This is probably going to be my longest stream this week. I just wanted to finish up this trial since it has been lagging, and I had intended to do that this weekend. So I am trying to get things done, but I don't generally pause during victim statements, but I did want to say goodbye.
That man a meal. He saw him in need. Chris achieved his dream of getting a higher education. He graduated Wild Tech in Laramie, Wyoming with a degree in diesel mechanics and a bachelor's degree, an associate degree in business administration. Christopher got his first break when he interviewed for Noosa Yogurt. He was a shift manager for Noosa Yogurt, and I'd like to set the record straight. Chris did have difficulty at Noosa at the last 30 days because he was a whistleblower. Chris was a stand-up individual, and when Noosa was going through a buyout from Sosa Brands, he would not go along with management, even at the risk of losing his job. Chris stood up for a contractor that was a snow removal contractor for them, and he eventually lost his job because of that retaliation. He was a whistleblower. Chris did not deserve to die that day when he befriended those two young women.
Probably not today with this long stream.
Chris
I'm probably gonna
deserved
take
so
some time
much more
off.
in his life. He had overcome so much more in his life. He overcame more than most people would be able to accomplish. I was very proud of him. He had his difficulties as a young man. He suffered addictions. He overcame them. And as he was growing and learning about how to become a better man, to help himself achieve a better life, he was able to accomplish his dreams. He bought a home. He saved. He lived with us for at least 3 years while he was saving for a home. He had a serious relationship with a young woman, and it didn't work out. That was a hardship for him. But he had a loving companion in his dog, Juna, and he adored her, and she adored him. We now have Juna, and it's the only thing we have left of Christopher to remember him by. All his earthly possessions were consumed in a fire meant to conceal a horrible death inflicted on him by two individuals. Again, Chris did not deserve the outcome that he received. He did not deserve to have his body mutilated, moved, tampered with. He did not deserve to leave nothing for his family and friends to remember him by. All his childhood mementos gone. I ask this court to do justice today for Christopher and his family and his friends and the community at large that were put at risk by the arson to conceal a horrible death of a loving, giving young man. I ask for the maximum sentence allowed by law. This person has victimized us again over this last 2.5 weeks by dragging us through a painful accounting that is totally based in fiction. I ask for the jury.
Oh, bitch, you better not look at him with some side eye. Oh, I'm about to unleash. Ma'am, you have not been professional this entire fucking trial, and the least you could goddamn do is give this man the respect and not side eye his ass when he is talking about the son that your client stole from him. And stole all of his childhood mementos. They didn't even probably have, anything to have a memorial service. So how about you fuck right on off to Fuck Off Mountain, continue fucking until there are no fucks to give anymore. Because I'm straight out of fucks. I am in full fuck deficit, ma'am. And if you want to judge me for that, come here. Come on my channel. Because I cannot with your ass. You are so unprofessional, and you are making me want to go full fucking Bronca and repeal the goddamn 19th Amendment. You make all of us women look bad. Control your fucking face. You're a goddamn lawyer.
Based in fiction.
And y'all, I am so sorry. I know that was totally cursy, and I generally don't go after people, but this woman, this just rubs me all the wrong way. You do not disrespect a man who is talking about his son that your client stole, and you get a goddamn side eye. Not to mention, through this entire trial, you've called him everything but a chomo. You sit the hell there, you keep your eyes the hell forward, and you look at the judge. Because if I was the judge and I saw this, you would be in fucking contempt.
I ask for the jury to not let this person hurt or harm any other person or family. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dickerson. I appreciate your presence throughout this process. Mr. Pralia, does the state have any additional witness statements for the court's consideration?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Dickerson, and I am Christopher's mother.
And ma'am, I'm so sorry. Can you speak up just a little bit? I think I heard you say that you were Ann Dickerson and that you were Christopher's mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for the chance to talk about Christopher. It is so good to hear people saying his name and speaking of him well. When we lost Chris, I didn't feel that I could bear it, that things could go on. He was our firstborn. He was his brother's only sibling. He was blessed with a good sense of humor, an adventurous kind of curiosity, and good nature and generosity. He did struggle. He did struggle, but he didn't give up, and there were people who helped him not give up, and I wanted to thank them, including his brother Matthew, my family, Ellen's family, our friends, his teachers, his counselors, the people that he ran into in the courts, in the system, in his friends.
This is so fucking sad. He was the one success story. Like, he beat his addictions. He lived with his parents. He tried to be a stand-up person. Ugh, I hate this chick so much. Like, with the fire of 1,000 suns. Ugh.
He just never gave up trying to make it better for all of us. I just want to thank you. We have been so fortunate to have a team of people that are shielding and protecting Christopher when we can't and when he can't. I am just so grateful. I can't tell you how grateful I am that his name was spoken and spoken of well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dickerson. I appreciate you being here today.
Death row. Fast pass. No. Guard your ear loins. I'm putting on Lord. I hate this woman so very much. I cannot with words. To say something in Stacy's, I can't explain it, but she could be moving up to Kevin Spacey's level of hate. She really could be.
Mr. Prelia, does the state have any other witness statements that they wish to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. From the state, any sentencing argument, please go ahead.
Send this heifer all the way to Hades. Let the devil deal with her.
Justice delayed is not justice denied. This court has seen this family in this courtroom at nearly every appearance since this occurred. As of today, that is 1,257 days. 3 years, 5 months, and 10 days of them coming to court and hearing about this horrific death. And I can't imagine what that's like for a family. I can't imagine what that's like as a parent to have what has happened to them from the very outset. That on October 3rd, that the Weld County coroner comes to your door asking where your son goes to the dentist so they can help identify a body that was found in his house.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
And there needs to be some recognition of how we get to where we're at today. And the first person that deserves recognition is Detective Jerry Burroughs. Because after that tragedy struck, he sacrificed his own family and everything else in order to provide this closure today for that family.
I hate with a passion of 1,000 suns his jacket. His jacket reminds me of the 80s and that, okay, if you guys remember, it's like the only, I think, Norwegian band. It's the one with the guy who steps into the photograph with a girl. He does a really high octave. I can't remember. But it's a quintessential 80s song that I generally like, but I hate as a jacket, so ew.
Without sleeping, to investigate, to come up with who did these horrific crimes.
KLF,
And it morphed from simply an arson to a first-degree murder the minute that autopsy
No, it was
took
Take
place.
On Me.
And he did everything for them, and he should be applauded for that,
Thank you for
along
being
with
my
other
brain.
members of the Greeley Police Department and their investigative work. And that was all because these two individuals did nothing to help, did nothing to care about Chris, the person, who he was, or anything about him, or anything about him. They cared about themselves. And then I would submit you've watched it on November 11th, based on all of that hard investigative work. You saw the arrests on the body-worn camera, and it was obvious right then, to me and anyone else in law enforcement or the jury, who did what. I can say personally, I never doubted once who took Chris's life. In large part, that's why we agreed to a proffer with Hosanna Varela. There was never a doubt that this defendant took his life because of her violent and antisocial character, her behavior. And candidly, Judge, I never entertained any possibility of a plea in this case. And the reasoning was simple, that I couldn't have any confidence that she would not kill again and put another victim's family in the position that the Dickersons are today.
Oh, hell no. You did not roll your damn eyes. Your client is dangerous. She is dangerous. God dang it. You suck as a lawyer. I don't like you, ma'am. You are so unprofessional.
I don't know what the court's been able to view or not. I know you have a very difficult job during trial. But this entire process has seemed like a game to her. She jokes, she laughs, she demeans the victim in the very setting where she stabbed him, and she's going through a trial for it. Her true character and true actions throughout this process, throughout this case, throughout her notes, are diabolical and despicable. She is a threat to society, and there is no place for her in it. For the Dickersons, I hope this verdict brings some peace, maybe some closure in this journey, provides some help with the grief, hopefully some healing. I just want to say I appreciate their constant motivational factors for us and this team, which should include Lily Parker, who worked countless hours on this case as well from my office. And them just coming gave us the strength to keep going in these 3.5 years. I'm asking the court to provide the only sentence that you can as to murder in the first degree, life without the possibility of parole, with consecutive sentences on each of the other counts that this jury found. They saw her true character. They saw her true actions. Your sentence should reflect that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Devereaux, Ms. Trujillo, prior to any sentencing argument, does the defense have any witness statements they wish to present to the court?
No, and we're not making any statements at this time.
All right, thank you. And
Probably
Ms.
a good idea,
Devereaux,
you
I assume the answer
heifers.
is the same for Ms. Rodriguez, but for the record, I'm
God, what sulky cunts? What sulky cunts? Like, do you see how they're sulking in their chair? Like, could you be any... You guys... I have found that lawyers take on the characteristics of their clients. You noticed Owens was fairly meek and sort of, you know, bumbly. But towards the end of the trial, he had taken on Sarah Boone's characteristics. It is the strangest things, but I think these lawyers got Stacy-itis because they just are straight out of fucks. They don't care anymore. And their client's going to get consecutive sentence for forever.
I'm just going to inquire with her briefly. Do you need a moment to speak with her before I do?
Oh, please let this
All right,
heifer
thank
speak.
you. Ms. Rodriguez, is there anything that you would like to tell me before I impose sentence in this case? You certainly don't have to if you don't want to.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Ms. Rodriguez, as to count one, the only sentence that the law provides for is life in prison without the possibility of parole. Under the circumstances of this case.
This bitch is still crying. What the hell is... I give up, y'all. I give up. I don't know what happened here. I don't know what in the gyno hysteria happened here, but this woman is nuts.
Case that is the only sentence the court legally can provide. It's also the only sentence the court can provide if there is to be any sense of justice out of these proceedings. Ms. Rodriguez, your actions were horrible. Your decisions were horrible, both in the commission of this act and the choices that you made after this act. It is a struggle for this court to understand how you can go from meeting a person to viciously stabbing them in the neck until they are dead in the course of a few hours. It's one of the most disturbing cases that I think has been before this court since I've had this job. Because everything that I've heard about Mr. Dickerson indicates that he is blameless in this whole scenario. The man that I saw on the surveillance video in downtown Greeley didn't appear to me to be a creepy man, a disturbed man, a dangerous man. If anything, he seemed to me to be a slightly lonely man, just at the bars attempting to make some contact with other people that evening. One of the hardest things about my job is that I am forced to meet wonderful and caring parents like Mr. and Ms. Dickerson in the back of the courtroom under the most tragic circumstances that they've unfortunately had to go through in their lives. It is the loss of a life under any circumstances and tragic, but when parents have to bury a child, even if that child is grown, Mr. Dickerson and Ms. Dickerson, I can't even imagine the pain that you have gone through. And I wanted to say to both of you, I very much appreciate the respectful way that you have carried yourself throughout the course of these years as this case has progressed. I don't know that very many people would have the capacity to carry themselves in such a respectful way under such horrible circumstances. But I am very much appreciative for the participation that you've shown throughout this process and your willingness to be here every day to ensure that your son's memory is not forgotten by anyone and that your loss is not forgotten by anyone. Ms. Rodriguez, there's nothing that I can say about this act that in any way painted in any sort of justifiable or excusable light. There's no context to this matter that makes it less horrible. So as I've stated, the sentence in this matter is just, it is deserved, it is necessary, and it is appropriate under these circumstances. Ms. Rodriguez, what I need you to consider is what you do tomorrow, what you do a year from now, and what you do 10 years from now, and what you do the rest of your life. Ms. Rodriguez, you're going to spend the rest of your life, natural life in the Department of Corrections, but you will still be alive. And Ms. Rodriguez, you're very young. I would imagine that the person that you are 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, probably has a very different perspective on the actions that caused you to be before the court today. As you spend the rest of your life in the Department of Corrections, I imagine that you're going to have interactions with many young women coming into prison, women who are lost, women who are broken, women who are scared.
And you're going to try to
You're going to have to make a decision if you're going to have any meaning in your life going forward on who the person you want to be to those people you interact with. You will have an opportunity to take these hard lessons and perhaps convey some knowledge and perhaps present some comfort to the many people that I imagine that you'll interact with over the years.
She has no knowledge. She is a dumbass. Even her lawyers are like, she dumb. She doesn't understand acquaintance. She doesn't understand anything. Apparently she doesn't even understand Spanish, though she writes it.
And you're going to have an influence on them, and that influence is either going to be positive or negative. If you're going to find any peace with your existence going forward, I hope that you give that some consideration. I hope you consider what you can do in the time that you have, in the environment that you'll be in, to have some sort of positive impact in this world. You will never be able to make it up to the Dickersons for the harm that you caused their son. But with time, you might be able to demonstrate to them that you should not be completely and totally defined by the most horrible choice that you've ever made in your life. I don't know what you are going to do from this point forward, but I hope that whatever your choices are going forward, that they are thoughtful choices, they're considerate choices, and I hope that you find some peace in the rest of your existence. With that, the court, regarding the charges for which the jury has reached a verdict, is going to issue the following sentence. As to count 1, murder in the first degree, the court will sentence you to serve the rest of your natural life in prison without the possibility of parole. With respect to count 2, first degree arson, the court is going to sentence you to 32 years in the Department of Corrections. That sentence will run consecutively with count 1. With respect to count 3, tampering with a deceased human body, the court is going to sentence you to 12 years in the Department of Corrections. That count will run consecutively with the other counts. As to counts 4 and 5, the court on each count is going to sentence you to 12 years in the Department of Corrections. Counts 4 and 5 will run concurrently with each other, but consecutively with counts 1, 2, and 3. Ms. Devereaux, the state had mentioned indication of pre-sentence confinement of 1,257 days. Do you believe that is accurate? All right. The court will note for the record that you have been in custody 1,257 days in this matter. Mr. Parelia, Mr. McCormick, I don't think you mentioned it in your sentencing argument, but does the state wish to make any record regarding restitution?
Well, we do, Judge. In this particular case, we're requesting $2,505.21 payable to the crime victims' compensation. We're asking for $286,527.34 to farmers insurance.
And let me make sure I have that last number, $286,527 and
34 cents.
34 cents.
So that total would be
Yes, bitch, she burned down a house. You're an investigator. You shouldn't be that confused. She burned down an entire effing house. The insurance had to repay it. Yeah, I'm guessing she's going to be making Levi jeans for the rest of her life.
$86,000 or $286,032.55.
I'm sorry, Mr. McCormick.
I know.
I want to make sure that I have this correctly, because I think I heard two different amounts. So the first amount that I heard was $2,505.21. That is payable to crime victim compensation.
Correct.
And then the second payee was to farmers insurance. Was there only two payees?
Just those two.
And then can you repeat the amount for the farmers insurance? Because I think
Yes, that was 286,527.34.
34. Okay.
So the grand total would be 286,032.55.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that may have been where I misunderstood you. Okay.
And we're asking that that be joint and several with the co-defendant in this case, Hosanna Varela, and that case number is 21CR2250.
2250. And Mr. McCormick, will the state be able to follow up with a written motion today?
I believe it's in the process and will be filed shortly.
All right, thank you. Ms. Devereaux, what I am going to do, I am going to conditionally order that restitution amount pending any request for a hearing by the defendant. I'll give you 30 days to file any request for a hearing if you choose to do so. It will be a condition of this sentence, Ms. Rodriguez, that you be liable for the payment of restitution in the amount of $2,505.21 payable to the Crime Victim Compensation Board, and liable for restitution in the amount of $286,527.34 payable to farmers insurance. And I will review the motion filed by the state once that is provided to the court. Ms. Rodriguez, given your sentence, I do find that you are currently indigent and lack the current financial ability to pay some of these fees. I am going to waive any waivable costs and fees that are associated with this case. You will remain liable for any mandatory fees that I must impose, as well as the restitution judgment that I've entered today, pending any future hearings on the matter. Ms. Rodriguez, for what it's worth, I genuinely hope that you do find some peace in your existence after you leave this courtroom. I don't expect that it will happen tomorrow, and it may not happen a year from now or 10 years from now. But just as Mr. Dickerson deserved to live a life unmolested by this sort of pain and agony and hurt, we all deserve to live a life where we have some peace and some type of fulfillment in our existence. So I hope you consider that in the choices that you make after you leave this courtroom. With that,
she will be the fuck back in this courtroom in 2 days for shivving some chick who looked at her side eye. I wish, Judge, that she would take in your wisdom and choose every day to be a better person. But this heifer is going to shank the next person that steals her little Debbie.
that will be the decision of the court. Mr. Pralia, is there any other record the state needs to make today?
Judge, we also will be filing a cost of prosecution. We just need to get those numbers together as well.
All right. And Ms. Devereaux, for the purposes of any future appeal, I will find that the defendant is indigent and lacking funds to pay for either counsel or any transcripts on appeal. I just ask that you follow up with any written motions you believe are necessary to document that issue. Ms. Devereaux, is there any other record the defense needs to make today? No. All right. That will be the order of the court, and the court will be in recess until 3 p.m.
All right, you guys, I am going to sign off so I can spend some time with Mr. Moe and the young ferals and the older ferals. Just have some family time. I hope you guys get to do that or just have some fun this evening. I will be back with Mornings with Moe, and then tomorrow we will probably do a short jaunt on the Petty Express with the Lori Vallow hearing, and, you know, I won't be so tangenty, hopefully, but this is a longer stream. My kids did let me get one longer stream this week, so I chose Monday. So have a wonderful evening. As always, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, but carry a can of bitch fire and a sassy mouth, because kindness doesn't equal doormat. Bye, you guys. Also, don't pick up people in alleys. I think if we've learned anything, it's don't pick up two shady chicks in alleys. This is a bad thing. Don't do it.